Welcome, welcome, RPG Limit Break 2025. My name is CC, and the age of a new speedrun draws nearer. With Metaphor ReFantazio, with your runners, Freedom Pulse and ChampionBeef.
Hello, hello, everybody. I am ChampionBeef.
And I am Freedom Pulse.
And we are here to speedrun Metaphor ReFantazio. This is Atlas's newest JRPG. It's they want to make it a third pill alongside Persona and SMT, and it's very much a fusion of both of the games. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started here. I'll give us a nice countdown. We'll get right into it. But first, I need to know what the winning name for the bid war is.
You know, I know you guys really wanted Larpus, but it's going to be PPJ with $200.
Alrighty.
I'm totally cool with that. PPJ is an awesome, awesome person.
All right. So without further ado, let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so this is Metaphor ReFantazio. Like Beef said, it's Atlas's newest game. Came out October of last year.
Oh, that wasn't the actual start. That was the game going back to the title screen.
Okay, now
there we go. It's the exact same screen. I thought it was weird when it started happening before I did the input.
Like, wait a minute.
So there is a first name we have to do here. This one you don't see at all through the run, so that's why it wasn't part of the donation incentive. We're just going to do that. The classic. You have the keyboard.
Oh, yeah. There you go. You just did
that was. Hold it for. Sorry, that was unnormal.
One moment, please.
That menu is very finicky, so.
Yeah, so this game's inputs are really good, except for when they're not. And when they're not, you have to wait. Like, it's either like, oh yeah, immediate input, or oh, I have to wait like 3 seconds before the game lets me do anything.
Yeah, the start in the particular, the text menus are very, like entering your name takes so long for some reason.
Okay, for realsies this time.
Third try's the charm. We're getting the resets out of the way.
Yeah. So the mysterious voice is like, what is your name, as in the player? Yeah, see there, I just like legitimately started typing and it just didn't do anything.
Is
right.
fantasy
Yes.
so?
And hard mode. Hey, let's go.
All right, so this game gets into it pretty quickly because we are able to skip a vast majority of the cutscenes very automatically. We do allow turbo as a community for this game, so a lot of the inputs are going to be lightning quick because I'm holding turbo the whole time.
Let's go.
You'll see me a lot of the time using the face sight ability, which is what just was done there and there again. That's because we bind the face sight or the turbo to the same button as face sight, because face sight does nothing throughout the game. So it's very unintrusive for us to just hold that button for our turbo A presses throughout the course of the run.
Yeah, so starting off with this game, we are a currently unnamed stranger who we will find out their name is PPJ. Quick shout-outs to Pink Pajamas, who that name is named after, who's one of the pioneers in the Shin Megami Tensei speedrunning community. Did a ton of the major routing for games like Nocturne and Digital Devil Saga, along with like stuff like SMT 4 and 4A.
So we've already done our first speed tech as well. During that section there, you're supposed to run towards the capital, but if you try to run out of bounds, the game will just put you into the cutscene that is like you were running to the capital. After yelling at you for not going the right way.
Yeah, Galka's like, wait, where are you going? The capital's that way. And then the game's just like, whatever, here's the cutscene.
But it does save like 35 seconds to do what we did there.
Yeah, so we find ourselves in the royal capital of Grand Trad. We're still not entirely sure what our mission is, just that we're apparently supposed to show up to the capital of this kingdom, register for the armed service, and meet someone who is at a fort off in the borders of the kingdom. So here we're going to enter the recruitment center to sign up for military service, and this is where we're going to input our name, and also it's where we're going to choose our stat build for the game. So here he asks us what like defines us as a person. Oops, one more. There you go. like what defines us as a person, and we're like, oh yeah, we're stronger than we look because we're going to be going all in on strength in this game.
Yeah,
because strength kind of goes really.
It goes very, very quickly. There is when this game first came out, there was a massive route divergence for the speedrun for this. This strength build that this route uses, and then a magic route that was made by Nevowitz. Shout out to Nevowitz. But real life things happened, and the strength route kind of just got way more optimized. It's unclear still if magic is faster or not, because just the optimizations that have been made to the strength route haven't been made to the magic route yet.
Yeah, strength is definitely like caps out a lot stronger like at the end game. However, magic has a couple of fights, especially in the mid game, where it saves a lot of time where we have to throw attack items to hit enemy weaknesses, where if you just go all in on magic, you'd be doing more damage and probably have more options and save money and stuff. But we'll be going all in on strength because there's a lot of incredibly powerful synthesis skills that scale off of strength that we'll be making use of throughout the run.
It is also worth noting that magic has a clear advantage in this very early prologue section. For example, the first tutorial boss we're coming out, with a magic build, the fight is on average 45 seconds faster than a strength build because you're able to usually get away without healing, and you're always able to kill it in 5 hits, whereas it's a unfavorable damage roll for strength build to kill it in 5 hits.
And you usually have to heal.
And you usually have to heal. You have to dodge 2 to 3 times to not heal.
Yeah, so the way that the starting builds work, roughly, or just like as a brief explanation, is there's 5 builds, each corresponding to one of the stats. The build that you pick, so in this case, strength will get a boost of, I believe, +2 over the default of 5, so we have 7 strength starting out. Whereas its opposing stat, in this case, magic, actually gets a minus to its starting, so I believe it's at 3 or 4?
2.
2. It's at 2.
It's at 2.
So yeah, so we have very little magic, and for this first fight, really our only offensive option is magic. And so having the, 7 magic instead of 2 magic is a really, really big deal in general, but especially just early on in the game.
Right here.
And then the other stats between vitality, agility, and luck are kind of variously distributed somewhere along that spectrum as well.
What do you think?
Yeah, they're all, everything's straight 5s at base, and then whatever you choose in that option determines a lean.
It is really unfortunate that we can't just go with straight 5s as our build, because that would actually probably be the best option.
All right, so here we want Stroll to be using fire, because fire is a few frames faster than his attack animation.
Yeah, his attack animation, he has to do like the ha or whatever, whereas with fire, he's just like, yeah.
Double fire, let's go.
Yeah.
He's also hitting hard, which means he's wasting our good RNG.
Yeah, so this first fight, we can't do anything. So this is the first instance of an enemy called a human. Humans are bad news, and we can't really do anything against humans at this point. So Stroll just gets absolutely destroyed here.
He should have guarded like us.
Yeah, so we're just guarding there so we don't die. And then suddenly we awaken to our Persona Gundam thing. These are
archetype.
Yeah, these are called archetypes. They're this game's job system, where you turn into basically a legendary hero from the past and channel their energy to boost your offensive parameters. So in this case, we're gaining access to wind magic. With this fight as well, it's introducing the concept of enemies having multiple body parts that you can attack to weaken them. So he has some head wings and some blade feet that you can attack. The blade feet do a lot more damage, so we focus them down first, and then we burst down the wings. These greatly weaken the damage that he does. Also, after a couple of turns, he'll use this Devour move here that will heal him for, I believe it's basically a full heal. 1,000
out of his 300 HP.
Health, yeah.
His 350 health, and he heals for 1,000.
Yeah, so the game wants you to attack the apple to get rid of it so he can't heal. However, if you just don't do that for 2 turns, then Gallica, our fairy companion, will just be like, well, fine, I'll do it, and then she breaks it for you. So we can just focus on attacking the body. So here our damage ranges can kind of roll from like low mid-60s to like low 70s.
It's 65 to 72. We need an average of 70 to be able to 5-turn. Since we hit a 66 and then a 69, we've already basically lost a 5-turn.
Yeah, we'd have to just like, yeah, and we've taken a bunch of damage. What he does here is somewhat random. He can either do this Notch Blade spin move or the Frenzied Wings. if we want to get a heelless fight, he needs to not use Notch Blade Spin, or we need to get a couple of dodges. Neither of those things are super likely to happen, so Beef just throw out the heal that we'll have to do usually anyways.
He always uses 1 and 1. It's just a matter of which one he uses first and which one you might dodge.
Yeah.
The Frenzy's Wings do less than half the damage of the Notch Blades, so it's better to get hit by those and dodge the Notch Blades, but you also want to dodge whichever's first, because that's just better.
Yeah, so the default archetype, we start with Seeker. Oh, good dodge.
Great, dodge at the end when we don't need it.
we don't need it.
That's going to be the theme of this run. Useless crits, dodges.
And then a high roller.
And then a
at the end,
70
too. So yeah, the default archetype we have is kind of a wind archetype. Seeker, it's strong against wind damage and weak to fire, which we'll see a little bit later. Here we leveled up, and you're given the option to allocate kind of what stats you want. At the moment, we aren't going to get any use out of pumping strength for a couple of levels, so we're just going to skip through that animation. And the game actually stores your level up points until you want to use them. So after a couple more fights and a couple more levels, then we'll cash in on all of our level ups about the time we start actually needing it.
It's just faster to not do the inputs to raise your strength up, because it technically does reduce the damage physically you take, but we're not going to be taking any physical damage. Normally, there is a very rare scenario where it does matter that you didn't pump strength, but it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I promise you, it's not going to happen. So I know all of you voted to save the dog, and we are going to save the dog, a singular dog. There are going to be a number of other dogs that we are not going to save, particularly all the ones in this map here, because in order to do things with your archetypes, you need a resource called Magla, the common Mage, and we need to kill all of these doggos.
Every single one.
To make sure that we get enough Mage for the menu.
Yeah, so all of the dogs here are going to die. But don't worry, we will save the singular dog in a couple of hours.
There will be a singular dog that we save that we could have defeated.
As we're running through this area, this is kind of the tutorial to the thing that makes this game unique to SMT and Persona, is that there's actually a field combat system. And I say unique in quotes because this game came out a little bit after Tales Through Daybreak, and it's probably, you know, Cold Steel ripped off Persona with the social sim stuff, so Metaphor ripped off Tales Through Daybreak with the field combat.
So here we're going to be getting a fight here, and this is the guard tutorial. If you do not guard here, you are dead. Because these guys are going to smash you in the face with a bunch of fire weeks.
Yeah.
There's also damage rolls on this fight. 79 is very good. Grius ranges from 38 to 42. We want to see 42s. Stroll is 26 to 29, so 28 was a good roll.
Yeah, so guarding in this game, it allows you to shield yourself from damage for a turn. I believe you take half damage. But also what it does is it means if you get hit by your weakness, the enemies don't generate turns. This game uses the pretty standard Shin Megami Tensei press turn system, which for those of you who are not familiar with it, you'll see at the top of the screen there's a couple of crystals in the corner. That indicates, Grius! That indicates how many turns, how many actions we can take each turn. There's one per active member in the party, and using an action takes a turn. If you miss, then you lose the turn you used in addition to an extra turn. If you hit something an enemy nulls or repels or absorbs, then you lose all your turns. And if you hit an enemy's weakness, then you actually, that full turn will turn into a half press turn, meaning you can get an extra action in. So there, Grius missed, so we lost all of her turns. Whereas here, if we were not guarding during the PPJs getting targeted section, then they would use a fire skill on the main character, and it would hit our weakness, they would get an extra turn, and they would kill us.
Yep. We were on track for a quick kill there, but then Grius missed and cost us extra turn. I did play it a little riskier than I should have by not healing, because that was one of the scenarios where pumping strength matters. If I had gotten physically attacked there by that guy, he could have killed me with a damage roll. But if I had strength pumped, I would have taken a slightly less damage and not have died, guaranteed. But like I said, it didn't happen anyways.
Yeah.
Misses in this game, and this run in particular, can be extremely damning. All it takes is one miss for a fight to be lost.
Yeah, thankfully in a lot of cases, depending on when it happens, this game does have the ability to allow you to just retry battles. As long as it is still your turn, you can just rewind the battle to the beginning, you can try again. However, in cases where the miss ends your turn and then the boss or the enemy kills you, you can't exactly back that up. However, this game does have a very generous autosave system that we'll be able to take advantage of so that even if bad things happen, we're not going to lose too much time here.
Also, notably on that fight before, since I didn't have control of Grius or Stroll, I couldn't have retried had I died.
Yes. So here we have Stroll gained access to his archetype. He got access to the warrior archetype, which is your very typical physical attacker archetype using slash damage. There was an accidental miss target here. We need to kill the soldiers here as soon as possible because they'll do some things to support Captain Klinger here, and we need to make sure that they are not supporting him, and because they also just can do more damage and turn economy, which is very important. So they also used a defensive buff on Klinger here, so we're just going to pelt him with attacks that are going to do not nearly as much damage, unfortunately. But it does actually set us up perfectly so that as soon as his defensive buff wears off, we'll be able to kill him that turn. He does have a kind of annoying AI quirk, where when he gets below, I think it's either a quarter or a third HP, he will start using area of effect spells, and we really don't want to see that. Unfortunately, because MC is still weak to fire, he did target MC with that 3 times. That would have been a death if Beef hadn't healed, but thankfully we were playing that fight safer, so we're going to not run into that issue. Damn it. Oh, come on, Grius. So we're going to see...
No, this is fine.
We're actually
not
fine.
AoE.
All right, we're good.
That sort of helps.
Yeah, so now we can kill him normally without any issue.
Oh, wait, no, I was still on heal.
Oh, no! So we're going to see the AoE ability that we wanted to skip. So, yeah, as you can see, he hits a weakness, he gets a turn. Thankfully, he did not target MC with that Mage Fire. And then we kill with Stroll. There we go.
All right, so strength now does matter, so we want to allocate our 5 points.
It feels good to get strong.
All right, so here we're getting access to Academia, where we have the archetype menu. This is where we're able to learn our various different job classes. We also got access to the Mage Tree via our friendship with Gallica. So we're going to put Grius along the Mage line so that we can use magic to hit enemy weaknesses, especially for the next boss coming up. We're also going to grab the Warrior archetype on PPJ here. The Warrior archetype has access to some incredibly powerful synthesis skills in addition to just being a physical attacker archetype while we're going physical build. We aren't going to equip that right now because the Warrior archetype does have a kind of annoyingly long windup on its attacks in the field. Also, can we get the results of the costume bid war here?
Yep, need those. Also, we pet the cat to get a Hero's Incense that gives us some archetype XP. That is part of the route. I'm not just doing that. That is absolutely essential to what we're doing.
Yes, petting the cat is important to the run. Essential.
We're going with your choice, Freedom. SMT4.
Let's go.
Right. We'll go ahead and equip those. There they are.
It'll be Samurai
Garb.
And we'll equip them on everyone as we
Grius
go.
doesn't have them.
Yeah, so little bit of a spoiler. Grius will not be in our party for quite as long as everyone else, as noticed by we just gave him an archetype instead of him having a big awakening scene. So he unfortunately doesn't have a costume. So we'll be styling. He's gonna be just wearing his plain old outfit. All right. So this section is one of my least favorite parts of the run for some reason. This is just a mine section where we're gonna be dodging some enemies, picking up some items. But for whatever reason, just the way that this mine kind of like winds and twists, my brain doesn't comprehend. But as we're going through here, we are going to be killing some more enemies. Yes, we're going to be killing more dogs. But we'll also be killing some butterflies and some teeth, too. So, you know, at least we're expanding our horizons. We're not just going to be bullying dogs. But we are going to be bullying more dogs. So,
I think we're all done with the dog bullying now, though.
At least now.
For now.
Yeah, we need to be really careful about these basilisk snakes because their attack kind of attacks out in a wide pattern. And if they hit us, there's a pretty good chance that they'll just kill us.
Yeah, I'm playing these. Dodge rolling is slower for movement, but I'm doing a lot more of it just to be safe here. We don't want to get an encounter.
Yeah, so you do have iframes, some attack. Oh, yeah, here's some teeth. We're just going to smash them very quickly.
They never knew what was coming.
Yeah. Oh. Unfortunately, your allies do have active, like,
That was
collision.
a rock. That was a rock.
Oh, that was a rock? Okay.
It was a very small pebble.
Yeah, because I've had times where I've gotten stuck on people while I was trying to dodge. But that's the first section of the mine's done. We have one more section where we're going to kill a couple butterflies and a few more teeth. These are all basically, we want Grius to hit rank 2 in Mage as before we get to the boss fight. The way jobs work in this game is when you buy a job, it has its, or an archetype, it has its starting list of abilities. And as the jobs level up through getting AEXP, archetype EXP, it will... every level it gets, going from 1 through 20, it will gain bonus stats that you have while you are in the archetype, and also every couple of levels you will gain access to additional abilities. So at Mage level 2, Grius gets access to the Blizz ability, which is ice attacks. Coincidentally, the next boss is weak to ice.
He got it, right?
Yeah, he got it.
Okay.
So here we're getting introduced to the Magla Hollows concept. If you play Persona 5, it's your safe rooms.
We will be using none of these.
We'll be using one very important one later.
Yeah. There's one at the end of a dungeon. That's the longest dungeon in the game that you have to revisit later on. But we don't really use them for their functionality other than that.
Yeah. So here there's this convenient merchant here who is selling ice chunks, which are attack items that are basically sort of the equivalent of Blizz that we learned on Grius, except they do fixed damage instead of scaling off of magic, which means even if they hit weakness, they will still do the same amount of damage. And this is Homo Folk Willow, also known as Human Folk Willow. It's a bird dude. So because we have a bunch of strength on MC, now you'll see our physical attacks are actually doing quite a bit of damage. But the way this fight works is his first couple turns are fairly scripted. He opens up by using this hyper ability, which boosts the power of his next attack. And then he indicates that he's going to target the front row. So on his next turn, he's going to use an ability called Bonfire of the Vanities that's going to hit everything in the front row. This game has a row mechanic that we sort of glossed over before. That essentially, when you can have characters in the front row or a back row. If you're in the front row, your physical attacks are stronger, but you take more damage from physical skills. However, if you're in the back row, you do reduced phys damage. However, you do take reduced damage. For most of the game, we're going to be just kind of living in the back row unless we're attacking. And so you'll see a lot of people jumping forward and jumping back as needed. Because we're going to be quite under-leveled throughout the game, and we are playing on hard mode, which does have a damage multiplier. So we're going to be trying to keep our party members in the back row because the back row damage decrease is a pretty big deal.
It is. It's I think 30% when you're just base like this, which really doesn't do much to save you in the late game. But we're going to be getting a follower perk later that is literally the sole reason this speedrun can actually be completed. Without that ability, if it weren't in the game, we would need to grind levels, grind money, grind something to just have the survivability we need to live through the opponents because they just do so much damage to us.
Yeah, so here there's a heckin' big Dargon that is currently taking a bit of a nap. You do have the option to fight the dragon if you want to. We will not be fighting the giant dragon. If you opt to fight him, though, you can get a pretty cool, like a really, really strong weapon for the warrior line that can also be upgraded by being purified at a church, which is a mechanic we will see a little bit more of later. However, fighting the dragon at this point is not something that we can really comfortably do, so we're just going to sneak past it.
Yeah, this was a mini stealth section. Had I gotten seen by one of those teeth, not only would I have gotten an encounter, but I would have gotten sent back to the start of the area. The tell for when you can go past a tooth is when it does its little hop and turns to the side. As soon as it does that, you can go right around the outside of it.
All right, so at this point, the game has decided that it hasn't been action-packed enough. And so in order to remedy this, the cave that we're in is just going to kind of randomly start collapsing.
It's going to start collapsing because the dragon woke up, and there's going to be explosions!
Extreme! Yeah, explosions.
So here, the explosions make a little bit more sense because we are in a mine. They could be using explosives to dig, but like, come on, guys.
But like, explosions!
You do have to dodge the boxes. If you get hit by too many boxes, you actually fall off.
Yeah, if you get hit by one, it's fine, but if you start bumping into a bunch of them, then you start to have problems.
It also causes you to dodge roll, which is slower than just running, so...
Yeah. All right, so here we get more plot. We're kind of figuring out what our goal is here. Essentially, there's an opening cutscene at the very beginning of the game where we watch the king of the land be assassinated by someone by the name of Luis Guillabarn. And we are essentially a resistance movement that kind of lives in the shadows that's trying to support the monarchy, especially the prince who at one point had an attempt made on his life but had survived, though. Currently, the general population believes the prince to be dead. That's who we're seeing in these day transitions every day is the prince. That the prince who the public believes to be dead is actually alive, and we're a underground group that's kind of supporting the prince. And because Luis assassinated the king, it's causing a bunch of turmoil in the land as to, oh, who's going to be king? Who's going to take over the kingdom? Is it going to be the ruling church in the area? Is Luis going to cause a coup and rise up? We just don't know at this moment in time, and so our goal now is to actually, in retaliation for his actions, to try to assassinate Luis.
And we do just have a bit of cutscenes for a little bit, so if you have anything for us, CC, feel free to go ahead.
Oh, you know I do. My headset is on full volume because the music in this game is so good. $5 from Return of MCH. Good luck to Frito and Beef tonight. $10 from Some Diener. ChampionBeef and Freedom Pulse is always a hype duo. I hope everyone is as pumped for this run as I am. Get this towards the Maria Photos incentive. Good luck, friends. $3 from Brooke. Hello to my goats, CC, Frito, and Beef. Super happy to see another Persona game on the RPGLB stage. Much love and best of luck, Mothman.
What is it?
So about the Maria photos, we are about to meet Maria. Maria is a precious cinnamon bun, much like Charlotte earlier, if you caught that run. That is a social link in this game that we essentially need to speedrun. And because we speedrun her, one of her things is like, she wants to see the outside world, but she's stuck in the city. So we promised to bring her a bunch of pictures of all the really, really cool picturesque scenes that we visit throughout the game that casually are just phenomenal. Very artistic. But it's a choice whether or not to give the photos to her. So if you want to make Maria happy, if you want to make the precious cinnamon bun smile, get those donations in for that.
So begins the procession to the Grand Cathedral.
So here we're going to head to the Grand Cathedral to try to assassinate Louise, but it's not going to go as planned, and we're going to be thrown into a fight that gives us a new tutorial on the anxiety mechanic. Anxiety is essentially a status effect that causes you to sometimes not be able to take your action, but also if an enemy hits you while you are full of anxiety, it will not consume one of their turn icons to do so. So they can combo you into some really bad situations. Fortunately, the fight here is very scripted to not do that. Like there's actually pity mechanics built into the fight if they crit you too much to just stop taking their turns.
Yeah, we're also going to be doing some shopping here. We're going to be throughout this game, you can pick up valuables, which is kind of junk items that just exist to be sold. We were picking up a bunch of those and getting some of them as drops against enemies earlier. We're going to be buying a new weapon for the main character because the default weapons just aren't great. So we're going to be buying a great sword to give to PPJ here for the first couple fights that will then kind of be shuffling around in the party as we go.
Yeah, we'll be giving it to Stroll after that, and then it'll make its way back to the MC. We'll buy a second one, and we're going to be using these Iron Greatswords for quite a while.
Yeah.
Because they're really all we need.
So here we have a lot happens. First of all, the assassination fails because the king of the land kind of comes back in the form of a giant of the castle floats into the air, and the king's face is imprinted on the bottom of the rock, and basically talks to the people of the kingdom and is like, you know, I have died, and I have decided by my royal magic that the next king will be decided by the will of the people. And I will not allow, you know, any action to influence that through malice. So basically, you're not allowed to assassinate people who have, you know, who are viewed highly by the population, which unfortunately Luis is currently like the third or the second most popular person in the country. So Grius tries to assassinate. Luis is caught by a magical barrier and then is killed. And this is where suddenly a group of undead monsters shows up and starts attacking the Royal Citadel, where the...
There it is. There's the pity.
Oh, yeah.
He crit, so he didn't take his follow-up, because if you get crit too much, you'd just be dead on that fight.
Yeah. But the Royal Scepter that kind of controls all of the, like, royal magic is deep in the heart of the Citadel, and it seems like Luis and this necromancer that's in his employ really want that. So we are now going into the Citadel with a newfound friend Hulkenberg to try to reclaim the scepter on, you know.
We're also trying to rescue any, you know, civilians or people stuck inside here as the place collapsed when the palace went into the sky. We'll be getting a great view of that later on.
Yes.
When we do this dungeon properly.
Also worth noting is, as part of his grand entrance to, you know, announce whatever he was announcing, it's been a while since I've watched this game cutscenes, Luis dropped the corpse of a human into the, like, town square, like, right outside of the Citadel, and it's just like, oh, all right. Surely that won't come up or have any weird reason for existing.
So this was basically just a trash bomb fight. We have to do to save that guard in person. Now that we've done it, we can swap that Iron Greatsword over to Stroll.
Yeah, so...
Because he just got an ability called Heat Up, which says for if you have multiple archetypes of that's the same to me in the party, give me a damage boost of 10% per each. So Heat Up gives us a lot of extra damage early on, since we have 2 warriors right now.
Yeah, so it's the 10%, like, you just get a flat 10% if you, like, for having Heat Up, and then it's an extra 10% for the warriors that you have. The warrior lineage is the term that you have. So each archetype kind of has 1 or 2, sometimes in some cases 3, evolved forms. So we have the base forms of a couple of archetypes now, and we unfortunately won't be seeing all that many of the evolved archetypes, except for specifically the warrior tree. We'll be going all the way to the capstone of the warrior tree.
We're safe here.
Yeah, we see exactly 1 evolved archetype in this entire run.
Yeah, we will buy another evolved archetype, but we won't actually use it. It's just a prerequisite for the third line of the warrior tree.
It's all clear.
So here we make it into the Citadel when suddenly more rubble collapses, rocks fall, everyone dies. Oh wait, we lived. And now we're like, oh, we need another way into the Citadel. Oh, there's actually a shortcut in through the crypt.
Yeah, because a crypt is totally the place you want to go when there's a necromancer around, right?
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong? Spoiler, something goes wrong.
What?
It's someone else's problem.
So this is the last fight in the prologue, so to say, before the game really starts to open up and go into the whole Persona stuff. You've noticed so far that there is the day system, but it's been very railroaded to you. As soon as this day is over, we'll get into the more, you can have freedom of the city.
Yeah, so boss doors in this game are indicated by that like dense like black fog. Oh, and suddenly Grius, who happened to just die, is now raised from the dead and is being forced to fight us. Also, Hulkenberg got access to her archetype. She is of the Knight lineage. The Knight lineage focuses very heavily on tanking. So the only skill she has access to currently is Knight's Proclamation, where it forces all enemies to specifically attack the person that uses it. Hulkenberg also resists slash damage in the Knight tree, so she's going to be tanking all the hits from Undead Grius here.
You are very, 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 very much intended to use that ability for this fight in particular. This fight is borderline unwinnable if you don't use it.
Yeah.
And since Stroll's now stronger than the MC thanks to Heat Up, we're just having him go hard with our synthesis skills that we just unlocked.
Someone heal her.
Yeah. unfortunately, so during this fight, you can get a critical hit, and you can skip healing Hulkenberg here. No crits, unfortunately. Oh, well. There
Useless crits. You can get useless crits.
Yes, you can. I mean, that one's still nice.
Actually, no. This
that still saves a turn. That saves a turn. Yeah. So there's a joke about this fight that you only get crits on the turn that you kill anyway, because redundant crits are fun. But in this case, the crit actually did help, and we were able to win the fight a turn early.
Yeah, I was able to go for the kill there because I had that crit and that little bit of extra damage.
Yeah. So to explain the synthesis mechanic, for anyone that's played the Digital Devil Saga games, it's very similar to that, where essentially, unlike in Digital Devil Saga, though, it's archetype-based, where when you have characters who are of compatible archetypes for whatever move is in their synthesis skill list, every archetype has a list of synthesis skills that they can use, and it requires that archetype plus one of a series of compatible archetypes. In this case, Warrior plus Knight allows us to access Bamboo Slash, which is a moderate damage physical skill to one target. We also get access to Round Slash, which is an area of effect ability, but there's only one target there, so we can just do Bamboo Slash there.
And the age of
or Bamboo Split, whatever. It's
nearer.
something
Yeah, Bamboo
equivalent.
Splitter.
Yeah.
So here's where I actually have to start using my notes because what we do day to day changes here. Sort of, at least for the first day, we got to do some different stuff. But just like your Persona, you've got your afternoon and night slots, and you've got a bunch of various things you can do around town to either take on quests, upgrade your social stats, which are called royal virtues in this game. We'll get into those a brief moment. Later on, we'll be able to hang out with our party members and followers to upgrade their ranks to get more bonuses. We can visit shops freely. Just a whole bunch of stuff we can do, finally. But obviously, we do have a main task of going to the dungeon at some point to resolve the main story. We will be doing that on the 16th, though.
Yeah, so here we're going to be doing a couple of things to set up for that. Here we're going to be tagging a warp point. This church here is where we're going to have access to the purification mechanic. Unfortunately, that priest is kind of a racist against the main character here, who is an Elda. Everyone hates Elda for some reason that's not super established at this point. But the priest is pretty racist, and he's like, no, I'm not going to offer you the services of my church unless you prove that you're smart enough to actually, understand the goodness of what we're doing or something. So we're royal virtue locked accessing that. So we sat and admired the scenery to get a little bit of wisdom, and then that quest that we accepted from from that Nydia there was he wants us to cook in the kitchen of the Hushed Honeybee so that we can give him some recipe ideas, and for doing that we'll also get a boost of wisdom. That coincidentally is enough to get us up to wisdom 2, allowing us to access the purification ability. Essentially, purification, there are certain pieces of equipment that we've gotten that that usually have some sort of cool effect on them that also have the text at the bottom, can be purified at a church. If you take those items plus a special kind of holy water to the church, they will purify the item, which will boost its stat parameters and also usually provide another beneficial effect that's stronger than what it currently has.
Little does that Nydia who gave us the quest know, we want to cook as much as possible for Fabine here. This is not just a speedrun to complete the game, it is also a speedrun to do Maria's follower, which requires all the way to tolerance level 4. So we're going to be doing so much tolerance spam in this early game to get that as fast as possible, because Maria's rank 7 follower ability is greatly increase the amount of EXP you receive from enemies, which is, as you might imagine, pretty okay.
Yeah, so during the days we will be hanging out with the
Mustari.
Yeah, with the Mustari there, who will boost our tolerance, and also cooking for Fabian as well boosts our tolerance. In addition to boosting our tolerance, on this next day here on the 15th, we're going to be visiting a night exclusive shop. There are magic shops in this game where you can purchase magic items, certain accessories, and other such valuable items. We're going to be, and they are, in this game, they're only open at nighttime because they're like contraband. So we're spending time with this Mustari here to boost our tolerance even further, and then we're going to be paying a visit to the magic shop so that we can buy a bunch of attack items
There's a very specific reason we do shopping on certain days. Every day divisible by 5, shops are 20% cheaper, except for weapons and armor shops. Those are on the 4th and the 9th of the numbers. Those have discounts. So we'll be planning all of our shopping in this entire run to get those savings, because money is tight in this run from start to finish.
Yeah, and then there's a couple of like special like shopping holidays in this game as well that like have even bigger discounts, and we'll be taking advantage of those as well. So here we'll report to the Nydia that we have in fact been cooking. And then we will visit the priest, and he's like, "Oh, I guess you're not stupid. Well, here, I'll purify your equipment for you."
This Nydia also gives us some MP healing and some money,
Yeah.
both of which we absolutely direly need.
Yeah.
Because in order to do things fast, we have to do things in like single days in the dungeon, and we are very weak.
All right, let's
It's very hard for us to do that.
Yeah.
So,
Was that supposed to go on?
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because it gets on quicker when I do Brawler anyway.
Oh, right, that's true. Yeah, so here we're just going to buy some extra armor for Stroll, just to tank us up a little bit more. The boss of the first dungeon, the Necromancer, whose name is Zorba, does hit pretty hard, and there's also a couple of forced fights in the dungeon that can have some pretty rough damage rolls. So just buying that extra armor for Stroll just sort of helps out with those damage rolls a little bit.
There is also tech when cooking with Fabine. If you hold your turbo button for A to like skip the dialogue, you'll actually get locked into a decision. And that's slower, but if you hold your turbo for start, it'll just skip the entire cutscene and auto press the first option for you. So you can actually save close to 5 seconds per cook if you do not hold the
What now?
the turbo button there.
Yeah, so we will be, it is worth noting that those options that you do have when you're cooking for Fabienne do have, like, if you pick the right option, you get some additional mag. However, it's not that much extra that it would be worth going through the dialogue every single time. And so we just opt to skip. Anytime in this game that you skip an event, the game defaults to picking whatever the first dialogue option is. So we will be sparing these dogs. So congratulations, we just saved 3 dogs.
Let's count the number of dogs we saved here.
Yes. So here we're in this is the first like major dungeon of the game. This is the Citadel. Surprisingly enough, the Citadel is actually one of the longer dungeons as well, despite being the first one.
It's a good dungeon.
It is a good dungeon. Oh, there's another 2.
Another 4.
Oh.
There's 4 doggos there.
See, we're at 7 doggos. Look how many doggos we're sparing just for you, chat.
Spoiler, we can't kill them anyways.
Actually, those are the level.
Yeah, those are the ones we could, but like we have no reason to. Also, attacking with Warrior in particular is like one of the slowest animations in the game. We rarely ever want to do it. We're forced into doing it 3 times total.
Yeah, something like
and that's already too many times.
So here we accepted this quest for this woman named Katharina, who is going to give us access to the Brawler archetype line. Where basically a good friend of hers was locked, is being held captive in the Citadel, and so we're trying to rescue some captives here. Unfortunately, we're going to find out that the friend did not make it, but we will get access to the Brawler archetype, and we'll save some people, which, you know, makes us feel pretty good about ourselves.
Look at all these people we saved. And I will say that because you skipped this cutscene per YouTube
did you just
comment,
cheat?
I did. Per YouTube comments, this run is now spliced because we skipped that cutscene. Per YouTube comments,
Yes.
which are always fantastic.
Yeah, so you can skip almost any event in this game, especially follower events. You can just skip all of them. Oh, here's more dogs that we're sparing, by the way. You can skip all of the follower events, including that one with Katharina. But if you skip that one specific one, then YouTube thinks that you're cheating. So I don't make the rules. That's
Yeah, they see that and they're like, you're making cuts in the VOD. Clearly, the end time isn't your actual speedrun time.
so. Here, unfortunately, because the Citadel's under attack, the power doesn't work, so we get a nice callback to FF7 where we get to take the giant staircase. However, the game doesn't actually make us take the giant staircase.
Thank God. It would be very unfortunate if we had to.
What, you mean you don't want to run up a staircase for 5 minutes as part of
No,
the 6-hour speedrun?
We already do that in Netria.
That's true. So here we find out, so Luis's men have been attacking the Citadel, but we see them actually running in terror from the zombies. It seems that this Zorba character that's kind of raised the dead doesn't really care who he hurts when he makes zombies. He just really likes making zombies. So now currently Luis's men are kind of all freaking out because they're also getting attacked by the undead.
We may find out later that he has bodies to spare.
Does he pull our strings though?
I don't know.
They saw us! On your toes,
All right, so here we're getting introduced to these gigantic mag crystals that will infinitely spawn enemies as long as they're alive. The game wants us to destroy those crystals, and usually when you do, you get a pretty good item that generally it's archetype EXP. However, we're just going to avoid these because they take too long to beat up at this point.
Casually, though, they're your best friend because you can swap to the mage archetype and grind MP off that to refill yourself during the middle of the dungeon.
Yeah, so here we see this guard who's really sad about the whole situation that's going on. It's like, yeah, you know, I signed up to work with Luis because I believed in his vision, but I didn't think I was going to get eaten by a zombie. And so here, you can have the key to move forward because I just sort of don't care anymore, and we proceed forward.
Unfortunately, we do not have the item that cures anxiety yet for him.
Enemies up ahead.
So here, the amount of undead are increasing. This is a little bit of a like maze area where all these boxes are kind of piled up while we're getting taunted by the next mini-boss of the area. But there's a couple items we're going to be picking up as we're running through here. But up until we get to that mini-boss where we'll be doing some archetype menuing that we'll explain. Take it away, CC.
Oh yeah, I've got $10 from Mike with no comment. Thank you very much, Mike. I've got $3 from Sealor. Glad to see you guys. Good luck for both of you. Thank you all for supporting this event, and glad to see fellow Mega 10 runners. And we've got $200 from Sheriff that just says smiley face. And then we have $400 from Shep with just says less than 3. And with those big donations, Fight the Final Boss Blindfolded is just $91 away.
Ooh, I got it right here. I'm ready for it.
Are you going for the Peridot or no?
Nope.
Okay.
I do the armor selling.
Okay, yeah. There's a bit of extra, there's a sellable that you can pick up that's a little out of the way, and some runners like to grab it just to spare some menuing later, others just pick it up now. So here we're going to be picking up a quest for Moore. Moore is sort of the representative of the Seeker archetype, and to level up the Seeker archetype, he wants you to do a bunch of other stuff with studying some more archetypes, leveling up specific ones. I believe this one he wants you to do is to get the Healer archetype, which is Maria's archetype, and level it up to level 10. Here we're going to be making Hulkenberger Warrior. We're going to be purchasing the Brawler tree, which we mentioned we got from Katharina. We're going to be giving that to the main character now.
And Hulkenberg stays knight.
Oh, Hulkenberg stays knight for this fight, right? We'll have it for later.
I found new power.
And then we're actually going to give, we're going to make, we're going to buy the Mage archetype for MC, which will be important for later. And then we're going to make Stroll our healer because there's a certain amount of skills that we kind of need to learn by certain points in the run, and it just so happens that it works out that if we make Stroll the healer.
It's more a turn order thing on a specific fight because we've changed things around. We used to make MC the healer and Stroll the mage, but that doesn't work out for our turn order anymore. It's also notable that we're buying all these archetypes in advance because right now we can only buy them there. Once we get healer 10, we actually get access to the archetype menu from wherever. But until we get that, we have to like pre-menu all of our archetypes.
Yeah, you can swap archetypes whenever you want, as we showed, but in order to actually purchase them.
So this fight is really scary and tons of RNG. I need to make sure this Curse Right guy dies, and if he doesn't, scary things happen.
Yeah, so this Luis Mage Captain is, that's not great.
No, it missed the Archer, so I need to retry that.
Yeah.
If it hadn't missed the Archer, we'd be fine, but since it missed the Archer, I need to reset.
Yeah, so this guy's kind of carrying around a JRPG party of skeletons with him, and we need to kill the mage because the mage does a lot of just bad things. That was a lot better. Yeah.
Much better. Oh my, we killed the archer. That's
Oh,
crazy.
nice. That is really good.
And we super weak. Yeah, this, okay, so this is free from here.
Yeah.
I don't think we can die unless we get crit now.
Got them right in the
And we get to save Luminous, which is it's money in the bank for later.
Yeah, so later on we'll be buying Luminous Spheres to a certain amount, so the fact that we haven't had to use all of them here just means we get to save money. And saving money is very good. That hurt.
Yeah, he did the worst possible thing he could do, but that's also partially my fault. I was supposed to back row and I didn't, but it's okay.
But hey, we made it through that fight. That fight can be a little obnoxious, so thankfully.
Yeah, the win cons for that fight is either critical HP, the Bow Knight, and the Curse Rite, or kill the Curse Rite and hit the Bow Knight at least once. The skill we use is a 1-to-3 multi-hit on all enemies. It's very strong.
Yeah. But it's also very random.
It's very random.
Yep, we're safe here.
But we outright killed the Bow Knight, which is very good. I've actually, first one, I've not seen that before. Normally you kill the Spear or the Sword because those guys are significantly weaker and only take 2 hits.
Yeah.
But that was good. That was solid.
Yeah, so here we find an elevator that is working, but it's blocked by a barrier, so we have to do a little bit more exploring to open that up, and that'll take us to the top of the Citadel.
It's all clear.
We're going to be doing a bunch of running here. Basically, our goal is to get down to that bad crystal, and so we'll be doing a bunch of looping around before we get to the next fight.
We do have a little bit of time if you want to take
Yeah.
it away, CC.
So take it away, CC.
Oh, I always want to take it away. We've got $3 from Skyrise. Good luck, Frito and Beef. Hopefully, Jaluzo is a kind baby. And I just want to remind everybody that we've got some incentives for this run. We've got a Yufa versus Juna for the final party. Yufa is currently in the lead with $80 to Juna's $30. Fight the final boss blindfolded. Needs just $91 to get there. I know we can do it. And I know we haven't met Maria yet, but we've talked about her. She's super cute, and you want to give her these photos. We need about $650 for that one.
I'll grab that for safety.
Oh, yeah.
Take it with you.
I shouldn't need to, but just in case. So here I'm going to heal up and swap into a mage build for this next fight, because this next fight is immune to physical attacks. How dare they?
Yes. These Specto enemies are kind of irritating. They're like my least favorite enemy type in the game, because they like to teleport like right on top of you and then try to hit you, which even late, and they also just don't give good EXP generally. And so they can just be a little annoying to try to deal with. But thankfully, if you're just keep running, you usually don't have to deal with them very much. Oh, did you use the incense?
I did.
Okay.
That's why I remember that I didn't swap her to warrior.
Oh, right.
So here we're just going to use our synth skill Mahama and hopefully not miss. Excellent. We're going to use a Luminous here to get just a pressure, and we don't care about the damage, so that we can Mahama again.
Yeah, so one thing worth noting about synthesis skills is if you miss with a synthesis skill, just like they cost 1 turn per person who is participating, so in this case, they cost double the amount of turns that we would normally do. If you miss with a synthesis skill, you also lose twice the amount of turns.
Right.
So at this point in the game, missing with any synthesis skill just basically means our turn is completely over.
Pretty much ever,
Yeah.
except for at the very end.
Right.
Here we're going to swap to triple warrior, and we're finally going to see why we are going strength build. That's the wrong. There we go. This is the introduction in this run to Peerless Stone Cleaver. This is the tied for second strongest skill in the game, and we have it, what, 40 minutes in?
Yeah, so the ingredients for Peerless Stone Cleaver is like 3 warriors, basically, or 3 of that specific job tree. As you get better warrior archetypes, that becomes a smaller number. But yeah, you know, we just did like 7 times the amount of damage to that enemy that we've been doing to everything else.
Yes. Okay, Flames here is really good because I'm low on healing from that warrior fight, so or the skeleton fight. So the fact that he did Flames is excellent because it means I don't need to heal as much.
910 damage. It's an okay ability. It's fine, I guess.
I continue to grow.
And also we got heat up, so now it's going to do even more damage.
On Hulkenberg, anyway.
On Hulkenberg, yeah.
You see?
Oh yeah, reminder to play out some of the dialogue coming up here.
Yep.
What now?
All right, good. I have 1 medicine left. That's excellent.
There we go. So, yeah, so we're just restoring our MP. Because we are doing this dungeon in one day, we do have a boss fight coming up here.
And we need 66 MP exactly for 3 Peerless Stone Cleavers. They're 22 per each for right now. And we need 3 of them.
Yeah, so here we find a painting of Louise that the Necromancer seems to have put up in the place of the painting of the king. It seems that like this Necromancer really, really idolizes Louise for one reason or another. And here we're actually going to get to a bit of a hallway with the Necromancer where he's going to just sort of pelt us with magic bullets. And we're like, well, we need some way to get past the Necromancer. So, you know, how about we use the painting?
Don't mind us. We've rubbish to dispose of.
Rubbish! You heathens! I'll pulverize you!
Try if you like. Be ashamed to destroy your Lord Luis's pretty face, though.
We make him very upset.
Yeah, but he doesn't shoot us. He just runs away. So at this point, the whole day, or the whole time limit for this area is that the barrier to the King's Scepter takes a while to break. And so either if you run out of time or when you get to this part is when the barrier breaks and you're able to proceed forward to up more stairs and past a lot of guys who like yelling, "Intruder!" They're a very chatty bunch.
They go so long after you get up those stairs. It's just like, guys, calm down. Do you even know how to go up the stairs? I don't know if they know.
I don't know if they know how to use stairs or not.
Yep, we're safe here.
So, oh no, Zorba's taking the King's Staff. Guess we better go fight him. So once we get to the Zorba fight, we'll talk a little bit about it. But until then, we have a bit of a walk to give a bit of a landscape.
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
We got the landscape coming up. You'll see the giant human dead corpse that's totally not a boss coming up in just a little bit here. And then we'll also see the giant Majora's Mask floating palace moon.
Yeah.
So you can see the human corpse down there. It's quite large. So is this cathedral.
Even so.
And then coming up here, we've got Majora's Mask. Look at how friendly he is. Wouldn't you want that rolling over you? I would.
No.
All right, so we are at the boss fight, so we'll talk about that. So we've chased Zorba to the top of the Citadel. He has nowhere to run now, and now we will be fighting him. We're gonna play first line.
Now die!
We don't stop.
Zorba has like one of my favorite voices in the game. So yeah, we're just gonna be Peerless Grit.
I've bodies to spare!
No, he has bodies to
He
spare.
does. All right, Hulkenberg's good. That was an okay damage roll. Just don't hit. Do me a favor. Don't hit Hulkenberg.
Yeah, he pulls your strings.
Excellent.
Ooh, all right, we're good.
Let's get on with it!
I'm all prepared.
Wait, why don't I have MP? Interesting.
I'll stay my blade.
This could be bad.
Now
Actually, no,
die!
this is bad. I think I need to retry this.
Okay.
Or like reset. So all that for this.
Well, I think they're just gonna kill you here, and then you'll spawn.
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
Well, if they'll
I guess
kill
we'll
you.
just die.
If they'll kill you, then
Hulkenberg's down. Help her get back in the fight.
No, let's do this. Let's see how this plays out.
I should front push roll.
Ride in torment!
So for some reason, Hulkenberg didn't have the MP that I thought she did.
Ride in torment!
Get back in the fight.
My guy, can you?
Not like this. Someone help, please.
Now dance for me!
You know, Zorba also has attacking moves.
yeah, he does have attacking moves. He could. There we go.
All right. That was unfortunate. I don't know why Hulkenberg's MP is low.
Fantasy is dead. Christmas is ruined, etc. So thankfully, anytime you die, you just get sent back to the last autosave, which was fairly recently. Usually right in front of boss doors in this case.
Yeah, I think it just ate my input when I tried to heal her.
That's possible. I wasn't paying. I didn't quite see. Now die.
We don't stop.
Go
him.
for it.
There's
With
no
sword in hand,
Strolia.
I cut a path. Withdrawing. You first.
Stroll can't take 2 hits, so you want him in the back row.
I pull your strings.
I pull your strings. Ideally, we would get a crit here, and that would, save us a turn. But
No such luck.
crits are forbidden.
Bodies to spare.
Better damage roll on Hulkin this time, though.
Yeah.
Good damage roll on MC. Somehow she ended up with less HP, though.
She is totally okay. Everything is fine. And there we go. Zorba's done.
The next boss is easier.
Not bad at all. I shall strive to use this power.
Yeah. So there we kill Zorba. However, he does use the last of his power to awaken because, Necromancer can raise the dead. He resurrects the giant human that Louise dropped in the middle of the town square. And as we've established before, humans are really, really bad news, and so we kind of got to put a stop to that before it kind of kills everyone.
Yeah, this one in particular isn't that bad news, so.
Yeah.
He's kind of a chump because of Peerless.
Yeah, so this is Homo Evades. We break its shell, and there's frogs inside of its shell because why not? And it allows us to attack its heart.
We did it!
With blade in hand.
So this fight is pretty heavily scripted. If we can get a crit, that will save quite a lot of time here, but no such luck on the first attack, no such luck there. But you see it's already halfway dead, so after a turn, or after a set of actions losing its turn, Evades will get back up, and it will summon a ambush squad to try to attack us. However, we're going to deal with the ambush squad just like we deal with everything else. We're going to be just hitting it with a Peerless Stone Cleaver.
Nice. Useless one.
That is a useless crit, yeah.
Hold on.
Let's try this.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for it.
Can you? No, that works. All right, yeah, cool.
So the heart, when it's up there, is extremely, extremely evasive. But you can hit it.
Yeah.
You can hit it. It's like 30% to hit it, and we just saved an entire 2 turns on that fight as a result of
I
that.
actually didn't know that you could hit it when it was up there with physical.
I literally didn't know until my run Sunday.
Oh, all right.
Because I had that exact same Assault Force crit, and I didn't make use of it. And I was like, man, was there a way I could make use of it? And Will was like, yeah, you can make use of it. That was the original strategy, but he deemed it way too inconsistent for a good reason.
Yeah, that makes sense. So here we're going to be introduced to, basically the current rulers of each city-state in addition to the current leader of the Sanctus Church, Forden. They're like, what Luis has done and everything with this whole, competition for the throne based on popularity is a little concerning because essentially the Sanctus Church has sort of spent the last several years with the king sick kind of taking over the government. And they want to establish their power, and so they're coming up with an idea to essentially validate Forden becoming the next king and taking the throne. As currently, he is the most popular candidate for it, but they want to make sure that his position is secured.
Now that we've done the first dungeon, we have access to follower links, so we're going to be doing some of those sprinkled in our tolerance gathering here.
Yeah, we got some follower linkadonts going on. That we're going to be ranking up Stroll because, like we've said before, the warrior line is incredibly good. You get access to the tier 2 and tier 3 archetypes for each line by ranking up each the equivalent characters' follower events. Also, when you rank up characters, you'll get other beneficial effects. Such as being able to purchase archetypes for cheaper, being able to equip skills from other archetypes onto that being able to equip more skills from other archetypes onto their corresponding archetypes, in addition to extra mag, and some other followers have other beneficial effects that I don't remember what Strolls gives you at all.
FF5 style inheritance system with a combining classes. You've got a limited number of slots, and you can fill them up at the cost of some match for whatever skill.
So there we're leveling up Hulkenberg. We actually don't care about the night line at all. We're basically leveling up Hulkenberg because later on in the game, you can only level up certain follower events during certain periods of time when you're traveling. And when you have a follower that's set up to level next time you travel, it will make it so that you can't rank it up, or that you won't get that little pop-up there that you saw of I should visit this person. Yeah. So we're leveling up Hulkenberg because after one level, she goes into that state of you can't level her until you're traveling. So that means we won't get pop-ups for Hulkenberg ever again, except for days that we're traveling, which
is very few.
Yeah, which is a lot less frequent than just every single day available. There you saw that we were able to rank up Stroll, but we opted not to. We did warp to him, though. You have the ability to warp to any follower who is able to be ranked up. And conveniently, Stroll is right next to an NPC who will raise our imagination stat. Like we said, we have to do a bunch of ranking up. There is a follower later on in the game, specifically for those of you who have played Alonso, who has like 4 separate stat checks. And so there's a bunch of just random stats that we have to get to arbitrary amounts just to rank up Alonso, because the reward for ranking his link up is access to a bunch of incredibly overpowered accessories that make the end game, the mid and end game, even possible with the way that we play.
Yeah. The final ranks we need courage to 5, we need tolerance to 4, wisdom and imagination to 3, and then eloquence we need literally nothing. And it's actually detrimental to get to eloquence 2, because what'll happen is a later party member will not shut up unless we do his link. And we don't want to do his link because it's really slow.
Yeah. We do love this party member, but we don't want to hang out with him. Sorry, Bat Dad. So here we're going to be visiting the mag shop. We're going to be picking up 3 garlic aromatics. Those make us immune to the daze stat. Ooh.
Yeah, that's not good.
Now then.
Did you sell the bombs already?
No, I didn't. I can sell those.
Yeah.
We should be okay then.
All right then.
Let's go.
So yeah, the garlic charms make us immune to the daze status. It's going to be important for the next boss fight. We also bought a mint charm, which is important for a boss a little bit later on. We bought 2 mint charms on accident, unfortunately, but we sold that, and we have some money backups to make up for the money that we spent on that. We did also have to spend a little bit less money because we did get to save some luminous spheres from the fight earlier.
I also got like 3 or 4 extra weapon drops, so I can sell those.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll be passing more time. Now we actually will be hanging out with Stroll. Stroll, after rank 3, will also get travel locked. However, the next time we do any traveling, we will rank him up to rank 4. And rank 4 is when we'll get access to his tier 2 ability, Swordmaster. I'll just tell you now, Swordmaster's bad. It is really bad. We don't care about Swordmaster at all. But Samurai is really good, so we get access to Swordmaster, and then the one character that actually is going for Samurai will basically just level up Swordmaster via field kills and archetype EXP items. Because
there was a lot we looked into to try to get, or I looked into to try to make Samurai happen as early as possible, and it just, we don't get the archetype EXP we need, and nowhere even close to it, in fact. But man, it would be so good if we could.
Yeah. So here we're introduced to the town crier, Batlin, who Moonblaze Wolf so eloquently mimicked for us earlier during the interview. We'll see now throughout the game, basically after any major plot event, Batlin will show up and sort of announce to the people what has been going on in the plot, sort of our exploits that maybe the people might not have seen, or other major events that are happening, announcements from the ruling class or actions that Luis and his followers are taking. As sort of like the mouthpiece for like, oh, how is it that we're doing all of these sort of individually maybe small or local events, and yet we're getting massive amounts of popularity towards becoming the king as a result of them without people knowing about them. That's kind of the way the game explains, like, oh yeah, like obviously people know that you're doing all these cool and heroic things because it's being proclaimed by the town criers.
Yeah, popularity is a mechanic in this game that is very arbitrary.
It's incredibly arbitrary.
It ranks up to certain points on certain days, but also when you do things. The reason it exists, though, is later on we'll be talking to the King's Rock. And the King Rock gives you a bunch of madge based on how much it's stored up. And how much it's stored up is based on your popularity ranking. So there are a few times where we want to get like a quest out of the way or a link out of the way that gives us ranking earlier on so that we can start banking that madge a little more because it does actually matter.
Yeah.
Every little thing for money in this run actually matters.
Absolutely. So here we decide, basically, we need to get to Louise, and he's in a literal airship, probably the safest person in the kingdom right now. Also one of the most powerful. How are we going to be able to get to Louise to assassinate him? Because we still want to make sure that he can't rise to the throne, because if he does, bad things will probably happen. And so the announcement that that Forden makes, that they're going to be holding a tournament for the throne, of basically they will be laying out several tasks that each contestant, each person that aspires to the throne must complete. And in completing those, they'll gain popularity and they'll prove that they're worthy to rule. Like we said, it's really just a scam for Forden to make himself look good. But we decide that in order to get close to Louise and like make it so that we seem like we're worth his time at all, we are going to enter the tournament and we're going to pretend to be on his side. Also, shout-outs to Juna, who is the best character and who is the best girl, and you should definitely donate for her to be the final party member.
So here, we did have a whole bunch of announcement of like the launching of the whole event, Freedom just explained, and out of it, we got this really cool thing called a runner, which is basically just a ship with chicken legs. It's very strange, but I mean, it's this world's God, it's not even a car. It's just a mode of transport that is very strange.
Yeah. So here we're introduced to Nuris, who is our pilot and also just like one of the most hilarious characters in the game. He's just an absolute riot, just your typical like eccentric inventor type who's incredibly excited about all things science-y. And so yeah, here we have the Gauntlet Runner. The Gauntlet Runner has a couple of features that we can use while we're traveling. There's a bookshelf where we can raise our social stats. There's access to academia here. And there's a couple of other cool things that we can do. This is where, not currently, because during plot travel you can't do this, but later on in the game, as we're traveling from place to place in the Gauntlet Runner, this is where we'll be able to level up those travel-locked followers that we were referring to earlier. So here we're grabbing the knight job for Stroll, along with just buying him the mage archetype. These will both be things that will be incredibly important for later. We're going to have a forced fight coming up here, and we want 2 knights to have access to a specific synthesis skill that makes those fights doable. Here we're also going to be buying Mage on Hulkenberg. We're going to want to run around with 3 mages. One of the reasons earlier we mentioned that magic build is actually incredibly strong and does have potential to do to be faster than strength, even though unfortunately no one's really been able to put the time in to really optimize the magic route. Is that if you have 3 mages in your party, you get access to an absolutely ridiculously powerful synthesis skill that we'll see in a little bit, and you'll see what we mean when we talk about how magic could still potentially be faster, or at least like equivalent to strength. And here we're introduced some foreshadowing for a feature that the Gauntlet Runner will have in a little bit, but at the moment it doesn't do anything. And now we're going to be reading some books.
I love book reading here.
Yeah, books are incredibly powerful because they are, when you read books, you gain kingly attributes, usually at a rate that is greater than whatever you will be getting in town at that point in time.
For the first 3 areas.
Yeah.
So once you get to Virga, you can generally get a little bit more at not reading books, but definitely once you get to Altaberry in the end game.
Yeah. Also, we're just spending some time with our party members here to get some social stats and also some free mag.
Yeah, generally hanging out with your party members or followers at any point, we'll always reward you with match, which is some of the reason why we do that over reading later on, is because the social stats kind of balance out, and we need that paltry amount of money. That's kind of why buying that extra mint charm was a really bad thing of me to do, is because money is so important. I should hopefully be able to recover it, but
yeah, the Balm of Life will sell for more than you spent on the mint charm. So
they're 8,000 though.
Are they?
Yeah, I'm pretty. They're 8,000. I've got 2 bombs, so that's 2. No, do I have 3? No, I have 2. You
have 2, and they sell for I think
1,000 each. So that's 2,000. We had excess of like 2,000. And I sold it back. We might be okay. We should be fine. Quick maths say we're fine. But we also might not be. But I'll figure it out if we're not.
If nothing else, when you're in Krigante, there's if you can make it to Krigante, there's a couple of extra sellables you can pick up.
I can skip Damascus Fest at the start.
Time marches on, and the age.
Or
of
I
the
can
new
skip the
king
hunter's
draws
crossbow
nearer.
too, until we get
Until we have the money made up.
yeah, which is just after Sandworm.
Yeah.
So
All right.
that was the runner.
Yeah, so here we're going to be having our first fight with a rival candidate. This is Godot. He is essentially Fortin's right-hand man, who is also in the race to basically, again, just give the Sanctus Church an advantage. Oh,
Yeah.
it'll set you back to the night before.
Yeah.
Really quick,
I
gotta
thought I
close
made her
that
knight.
of the game really quick. This is unfortunately a lot faster than dying and coming back. There we go.
Save, good.
Menuing is very important.
By the sworn oath of
There we
knighthood.
go.
Yeah, so we need everyone to be knight here because without access to the knight, because without access to two knights, we need two people to be knights. Sorry, because without access to that, we can't access the Hammer of Justice synthesis, which is the first of a type of synthesis skills that we'll be seeing a decent amount of later, where it's an ability that does damage while also inflicting a weakness to that same damage type or to a similar damage type to the person that gets hit by it. So here we use the Hammer of Justice ability, which is a piercing ability that then grants a one-time piercing weakness to the target. So you see now weak to pierce. That enemy is already weak to pierce, so it doesn't show it off quite as much there. But so this has the gimmick of, because popular candidates are being protected by the royal magic, Godot feels completely safe here, just kind of bullying us, and so he's not going to really do anything, and you can't target him because the game is like, no, you can't do that.
Unfortunate RNG there with the AoE on the mage skill there. And it was a damage roll as well, so... Ideally, you want the mage guy to heal because that means he's just doing nothing. Also, attack would have been fine. Yeah, see, this is much better.
What could you hope to achieve?
It's very rare that you die to this fight, but it can happen.
Yeah. Yeah. So here he resisted that time, but now when we hit him the next time, he'll do the piercing ability. And to win this fight, you just have to kill Godot's two bodyguards. We don't really, we can't fight him. And after beating the bodyguards, that will cause enough of a distraction. The entire reason we're doing this fight is because currently Luis's ally in the race for the throne is this dude named Gladel, and he was getting attacked by Godot. So we're protecting Luis's ally here in order to get Luis's attention.
And totally lie to his face that we support him.
Yeah, we're like, yeah, we're entering in the race because we want to help you, because we totally believe in your world. Yeah.
We're totally not trying to assassinate you or find out that you have dirt on the curse that the prince has.
Yeah, so another reason we're wanting to assassinate Luis is because we believe he's the person that was behind. You see those thorns around the prince's body. It's a curse that was inflicted on him that is gradually sapping his life away. And the only way to remove the curse is either to find the formula for the curse to figure out an alternative, or to kill the person who cast the curse. We believe Luis because he has killed the king and is, very anti the monarchy, is probably the person who also many years ago tried to assassinate the prince. And so based on that lead, it's like, well, he'll probably have some way to cure the formula, or if not, he probably cast it anyway, so we can just kill him and that works too. So here we arrive in the second town of the game. This is Martira. We glossed over it a little bit, but basically the first task of the Tournament for the Throne is that they want the head of a monster. And we decide to take that and most people are like, oh, I should kill some fearsome beast and that'll deal with it. We decided to take it in a little bit of a different direction, though. In the recruitment center, there's a series of jobs that you can actually do for a bunch of money in this game. And in the recruitment center, there was actually a manhunt out for a disgraced knight by the name of Heisme, who has set up camp kind of in the Martira area and is believed to be abducting people, and especially children, and taking them away to his hideout for some purpose. And, but obviously, this guy is a monster. We have to stop him. So we accept this quest to apprehend Heisme, and we meet our soon sort of best friend, Barden, He used to be our best friend. Now he's only kind of our best friend.
No, he's still our best friend.
He's still our best
So Barton is the one who gives us that back row ability that without it, this run would not exist. It would just not be completable. You would take way too much damage. Or, well, not completable this quickly. So there is also a thing in this game that there's little golden beetles hidden around the entire game. There are 31 of them in total, and you get rewards for collecting them later on. They're not part of the speedrun anymore. They used to be, but we cut it out because they were kind of slow, and what they provided for us really was just kind of better to risk it. But for this run, we're going to be getting one of them just for a safety strat, and we're going to be getting the one very soon. Actually, wait, no, we're not. I apologize. We don't sleep in that in this scene
and the age
today.
of the new king draws nearer.
All right, so there we were gathering information on, we found where Heismei's hideout was, but it's also being apparently protected by a giant sandworm. And so we're not really sure how to deal with that. We're not sure about the behavior of sandworms. And so we try to gather information around town when suddenly one of the captains of the guard comes up to us and is like, hey, if you really want to beat that sandworm, you need to go during basically during a sandstorm. I forget what the game's actual terminology for it is.
Sand flash.
Sand flash. You need to go fight him during a sand flash. That'll really help you out. And we're like, oh, okay. So the next sand flash is about a week off, and so, or a couple days off rather. And so we have a couple of days here to kill some time before before the sand flash happens. This is where we'll be doing the shopping we mentioned that we were kind of trying to figure out our money for.
We also had a little bit of an accident during the night. We ended up kind of teleporting our entire party. What else can I sell? Sell this. Hopefully
Did you
that's
sell the bombs, or you not?
I did not sell the bombs.
Okay.
I'll sell the bombs. We had a little accident as the MC and used our protagonist powers to warp us instantaneously back to Grand Chat because we wanted to see Maria so bad. And now, because of that, we've unlocked the ability to fast travel between...
Okay, we could wait on that then. There is an extra Balm of Life in the sandworm, like right at the entrance to the first area, just off to the back left, that you can grab for selling.
I don't know what that is.
I can point it out to you. It's really close, and that's an extra 1,000.
We did it.
Yeah. So here we bring Maria the picture that we drew. This picture is required, and you'll see it just makes her super happy. But we bring Maria the picture that we drew of that prophecy tree, which was kind of the first area. We saw it earlier. Basically, there are certain areas marked on the world map that if you pass by them, you'll stop at that location and you'll admire the sights. You'll get some free wisdom points. And also, Nuris will draw a picture of that area for like posterity's sake. And those are the pictures that we can give to Maria to make her happy because she wants to see the outside world. And we would love to oblige her on that. We're also going to be picking up this quest here. Nydia needs to grab a practically perfect practical pigeon parcel from a town next door. That town next door also happens to have a quest that we've accepted for Nuris to find a relic that he wants. Finding that relic will give us access to the Gunner tree, which is a very important archetype tree for this run. Well, more specifically, the Gunner job is important. The rest of the archetype we don't care about.
Gunner is also one of the worst classes casually. Everybody dislikes Gunner very strongly. It's very high investment, low payoff. And status effect based, which is just not great.
Yeah. But the Gunner job itself does have a really good synthesis skill that, again, makes this route possible.
All right.
Let's go.
So we'll, we have two purposes to going there. Also, getting the practical pigeon parcel does give us access to, does just give us a bunch of money, which is very helpful. There was an experimental route that also went to this village to purchase a stat boosting item. However, we quickly decided that because of how the upcoming boss seems to function, that's just a bad idea.
Yeah, it is in theory way faster. Like it is actually faster. It can save you a bunch of damage rolls and even some actions in fights to get the accessory, but it's just, it is not worth the risk.
The amount of dead runs that were a result of attempting that route change is like in the 20s over the course of like 3 days.
It was really bad.
So here we get the relic that Nuris wants, along with a notebook that gives hints as to where other relics might be located. And then we actually go to Camaro proper to purchase the practically perfect practical pigeon parcel. And we just immediately return. Traveling does take up the time, but if you don't go into a dungeon or anything, you do still get your night hour available to you. So we can just immediately go and turn in that quest. And then I believe we're going to work on raising our tolerance even more. Yep.
So much tolerance.
Yeah, so every time you get to a new town, every town has like a set of things you can do to rank up each of your traits. And every town that you visit will give you more points for ranking up those traits than the last one did. So we're going to be visiting the Mustari here for now for a long time, and this is actually going to be where we're going to be getting Tolerance 4 from, is just hanging out with this Mustari over and over and over again.
And you can see there very briefly, we're only at Tolerance 2 right now. We've got a long way to go, and we've got a lot of tolerance to get.
But today we will be ranking up Maria to rank 3 and also increasing tolerance. So while that happens, Cece, you got anything for us?
Time marches on, but the age of new merch draws nearer. What kind of merch? Exclusive RPG Limit Break and Tantrum merch. Shop the RPG Limit Break collection featuring shirts, the Mimi plushie, and much more. And what's better, Tantrum merch will donate up to $5 per item sold to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and its mission. Grab your gear now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break. And just a reminder, we do have the Fight the Final Boss blindfolded incentive still not met. We just need $91. And we have now met Maria, and we have to give that cutie pie her photos.
Yes.
We need about $650.
Oh, I thought you said we had met.
Let's go.
No, we had actually met her like in the game.
Oh,
but
yeah,
not
okay.
met the incentive. But we
Okay.
need more donations.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. And we will be giving Maria all of the photos at the end of the run, unless we just accidentally give her some anyway, because that's the default option.
You guys might get some freebies.
But if you want all of them, then you need to donate, and we'll be doing that at the end of the run, right after my segment of the run. So here we're finally going to be traveling to apprehend Heisme, because in a couple days there will be the Sand Flash occurring. Here we're going to be visiting another astounding location. I mean, don't you want to show Maria a picture of these really cool dunes and the water? And
We also have another sales pitch mix. We've got some roast palapus coming up.
oh yes, roast parapus. Get your roast parapus here. Who would like some roast parapus?
Roasted!
Parapus.
Parapus is the race of the beast kid in this game, but Katarina here is sadly weak to fire, and she absolutely gets exploded on.
Yeah, so if you have 3 mages in your party, you get access to the ability Meteophore. Yeah, Meteophore, haha. Which is extreme fire damage to one target. We're still using light fire damage, and Meteophore is incredibly powerful. And this is why magic is incredibly powerful in this game.
Yeah, it's extremely viable, and that's why there was a route around it. It does keep up very well with Peerless for a long time. It falls off in the end game, but for definitely the early and mid, it's more than viable.
Draws nearer.
And by that point, you have access to some other magically inclined archetypes that can help carry through.
Though I know Nev still went to the Basilio Prince stuff, so.
Yeah. All right, and here we find out that the sandworm was actually a human the whole time. So we're going to fight the sand human. The sand human is weak to ice, so we're going to be hitting it with ice skills to get through everyone's turn so we can get everyone in the back row. And then we're going to use Meteophore because it just does that much damage.
No crits, good.
That's okay, yeah, no crits. Don't do that again, no, please. Oh.
No, we're fine.
Okay, everything's okay.
Yeah, we're fine. That's all
Everything's
to live.
Yeah, okay.
Double sweeping can't kill. And even if it does, Blizza finishes off instead of Meteor here.
Right, and you don't get EXP for this fight, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
So yeah, so we beat up the Sandworm, and we're like, oh yeah, we won. Oh, that's so great. Yeah, woohoo. And then the worm eats us. Unlike
In Yeast 10, which is the run next, where you could save getting eaten from the whale.
Okay, so
All right, so now we're in the Sandworm. This is an interesting like little mini dungeon where you have a time limit to get through the area, but there's a ton of like really good items you can pick up. Yeah, so in this first room, if you just go back to the left, there's a little side area that has a chest.
Oh, I'm not getting a chest. We're not doing that.
Okay.
It'll be fine. The elemental will matter. Fix it. And I'll also pick up the extra money in the goop here.
Yeah, so there's some stomach acid here that does drain our HP over time. However, we can just kind of roll through it because we do have heal all. Also, you'll notice we are rolling as we're traveling through that because it is much faster to roll through terrain like that than it is to try running through it. Because your movement is impeded either way, but rolling, you're kind of jumping through it a little bit faster. This is the second room. It also introduces my favorite enemy design in the game, the fish. The fish are very cool. They also have an ability called Fishy Fandango that raises their accuracy and evasion to max rank, and you absolutely don't want to fight them if you can avoid it.
Yeah, we routed them out because they were annoying to fight.
Because they are very dodgy boys. If you know Matador in SMT Nocturne, who his whole gimmick is to like max out his evasion, make it hard to hit him, and then just like pelt you with attacks. Yeah, that's basically what they do, except they're fish, so they're kind of funny.
I debated fighting that Elemental for the money. Yeah, we're just gonna play that safe.
Yeah, I think the issue with the fighting the Elemental would just be like actually engaging combat with it.
I mean, I wouldn't stun it. I'd just go in.
Warrior!
And then we have triple Blizza, so
Yeah, that's true. All right, so this is the mini boss of this area. This little mini sandworm here. We're going to be throwing a bunch of ice chunks or thunderstones at it. Sorry, a bunch of thunderstones at it to hit its weakness to generate some turns and do some chip damage. And then we're going to use good old-fashioned Fearless Stone Cleaver to just break through half of its HP in one turn. It's going to summon 2 ads here. The ads are actually immune to physical, which is a little annoying. However, we're just going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to throw a bunch of Thunderstones at it to guarantee that we kill it with this next Fearless. And then one of the funny quirks the Fearless Stone Cleaver has that doesn't come up that often because usually when you use Fearless on things, they just die and you end the fight. But if you kill something with Fearless Stone Cleaver, you actually generate an additional half press turn. So there we killed the enemy and then we had the extra turn to use the Holy Sutra there on those enemies, or Holy Ossuary rather, which is an area of effect magic item that just does 150 damage to all enemies. That just does enough chip damage so that we can guaranteed kill those enemies that turn.
I continue to grow.
Yep, that's the whole reason we pick it up, is that just that extra 50 damage and AoE lets you 3-hit those other dudes with ice chunks, so you can go 3 and 3 and finish the fight off a whole turn faster than not using the ossuary.
Yeah, so there we were expelled from the Sandworm, and we get a full heal. So now we're going to go apprehend Heisme, the dastardly and nefarious criminal Heisme.
This, coming up, these 2 fights are some of my least favorite fights, not because they're hard or challenging or even difficult. He just doesn't like to get hit by Peerless. He just doesn't.
Yeah, Heisme is a very dodgy boy, and he also likes throwing pocket sand at us that lowers our accuracy even more.
I'm gonna grab this.
Oh, yeah.
These bones for the money.
Them bones, them rotting bones.
That's...
Yeah, no. So, something that is present in this area that we're not going to see is because we are in Sand Flash, we are in what is called bad weather. You'll notice the enemies all have this aura around them now. If you get into combat with any enemy that's not a boss while you're in bad weather, anytime you hit an enemy's weakness, you actually will not generate press turns off of them. In addition to, enemies are also just stronger. Oh, by the way, Heisme is kind of actually a cute little ninja dude.
And he's got the tried and true gimmick, summon clones and hit the one with the shadow.
Yeah, so the clone has a shadow. Very easy to tell which one is the real one. Also, it tends to be the one in that second slot there. Not always, but he tends to be in that second slot anyway. So he made clones a second time. That's what you want to see. Oh, and
Do not want to see Pocket Sand. Pocket Sand is bad, but we're going to go for it. Hey, we got it.
Hey, we got it. Yeah, so Pocket Sand is 2 stacks of an accuracy agility buff. Debuff, excuse me. Each stack for accuracy and agility is, I believe, a 10% increase or decrease, whereas regular buffs and debuffs, I believe, are 15% or 20%?
It's 20 for the first and then 10 afterwards to max out at 40.
Yeah, so we'll be focusing more on stacking buffs and debuffs a little bit later. Right now, we're sort of just focusing on raw damage. And here we find that, like,
there's no kids.
A lot of food and, like, personal belongings in Heismei's residence, but there's no abducted people. And he didn't seem like all that keen to kill us. But we're going to apprehend him anyway because we kind of need to gain the recognition that capturing a wanted criminal would bring us. But yeah, something interesting about this fight, though, is that Heismei actually does refuse. Oh. So we'll be resetting this attempt. Heismei actually refrains from killing the MC until, like, about as late as he possibly can. You can tell that he doesn't actually want to draw blood, but he's just sort of defending himself here.
Whoops.
I mean, go for it. Why not?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
I was saving this.
You know what? You know what?
You can bamboo that.
Yeah, I can bamboo this. Oh, no, I can't. Why?
Oh, do the upper one. Do the top bamboo.
Oh, right.
Because that's with MC. Yeah, there we go. And now just check the...
Let's try this.
Yeah, there we go.
Calculated crit.
I continue to grow.
I'm so used to the top one being round slash.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So we capture Heismei, but now we're like...
Also, the beetle we talked about. Nobody's watching?
I don't see it.
Got it.
Yeah, it's completely invisible inside that fireplace.
Nobody saw us take it.
Yeah.
Nobody will know that beetle is ever missing.
Yeah. But we capture Heismei, but like after seeing everything there and talking to him, we're pretty sure he's not the actual kidnapper. And he actually agrees to, but he agrees to come with us anyway, and to possibly, that will maybe give us a lead to who the real kidnapper actually is. So we go back to Krigante Castle, which is the capital of Martira, to turn Heismei in, and suddenly he like just releases himself from his bonds. He seems to hear something. It's established that Heismei has incredibly precise hearing for due to basically being a bat person. Yeah, Ujif are basically bipedal bat assassins.
Isn't that?
And they have located that there's actually a secret tunnel here. Oh yeah, we do need to buy the...
Is not on sale today. I thought it would be.
Let's go.
Yeah, there should be a sale day soonish, though.
I'll have to get it on the 9th, I guess.
Yeah. So we find that there's a well here that takes us into a sewer area where we also find like some remnants of stuff that indicates that people have been taken through here.
We're also going to swap back to Mage here for this next fight because we are not going to save these doggos. These doggos get torched.
Oh yeah, sorry, we're these cooked doggo.
We had roast Parapus, we had roast Sandworm, and now we're going to have roast doggo. But it's okay because these are zombie doggos.
Oh, also Heismei now unlocks another archetype tree, the Thief tree. Thief is a pretty important archetype tree for other things later. For specifically the combo we mentioned with Gunner previously. But these doggos are weak to fire, despite using fire themselves.
I leave it to you.
But yeah, we just media for everything here and move on. Now we have access to our 4th party member. Finally, we have a full party.
You can opt to use AoE skills and finish that fight just the same. However, If you miss, you're very, very sad. So it's slower, but just generally safer to use Meteor 4 there.
Yeah, so here we find out that the guard who sent us to try to capture Heismay during the Sand Flash is actually the one who's been kidnapping people. And the reason he sent us during the Sand Flash was because he knew the monsters would be stronger, and so he thought that they would kill us. Here we're going to be starting Heismay's follower event, or starting his follower stuff. However, in order to get his rank 2, you need a level in Eloquence. And we will not be doing that because otherwise Heismay really wants us to hang out with him. And as much as we love Heismay, hanging out with him is slow.
Yeah, the problem with Heismay is if you get that Eloquence 2, he will not shut up again until like Heismay ranks 6 out of 8. So you have to do him like 6 times to make him wall up again, and that's not ideal.
Yeah, so now we have another big chunk of time. Here during this chunk of time, we're actually going to be getting Maria almost maxed out, whilst also getting the tolerance 4 that we need. We're also
and the wisdom we need.
Yes, and the wisdom we need. We'll also be picking up that tip. There are these tipsters that you can purchase information from. These will give you access to dungeons once you've accepted quests to like journey to them. It will also it also just gives you information on enemy weaknesses. In addition to occasionally when you talk to these informants, they will give you like access to certain dialogue trees. In that case, we find out about a specific shop that if you get the tip for, you are able to purchase red grass from a certain street vendor. And we want to be able to do that because red grass is incredibly important for some of the recipes we'll be making later on. This game does have a cooking mechanic that we haven't really gotten into as much. I mean, you've seen we did cooking, and we've picked up some cooked items. But there is a mechanic that while you're traveling, you are able to prepare recipes based on some ingredients that you pick up. And these recipes have incredibly powerful effects that we'll be seeing as we go along. Also, one of the benefits of ranking up Maria, like we mentioned, every follower has some extra benefits that you get for ranking them up. Marias are incredible. First of all, you get boosted experience from leveling her up, so you just get more experience from killing enemies, which is fantastic. Also, she gives you you get the added benefit of you're able to cook for free without taking up any time throughout the day, which is also really good because it allows us to cook something in the Gauntlet Runner, maybe go do something else in the runner, and then maybe do something else in the runner.
Ironically, that ability, it's a blessing at the very start of when we start cooking, but by the end of the run, it would be better if we didn't have it.
But another thing it does is that also there's another ability attached to leveling up her follower ranks in that when you cook something, you'll actually get an additional of whatever you just cooked. So if you cook like 3 amber stews, you'll get a bonus 1 for free.
Mm-hmm. And that's really big as well. We use that a lot. We use it a lot less than we did because we were able to consolidate menus and make things a lot faster. But we still do make use of that mechanic very strongly. Here, in order to cook things, one of the things you need sometimes is fish and things from fishing, which is a later mechanic. But you buy the bait for it here. So we're going to spend some time buying grasshopper bait from this little lad here.
Yeah, and unfortunately with street merchants, you have to buy items one at a time. So we'll be just going, hey, mister, buy item. Hey, mister. So CC now is an excellent time.
You guys keep talking about roasting things. You know what also is good roasted? Dragon Roast Coffee. Visit their website at dragonroast.coffee and enter the promo code RPGLB25 at checkout for 10% off your order. In addition to their coffee, you can also purchase an exclusive dual-insulated RPG Limit Break tumbler available only for this event. And the best part is that for all purchases made using this promo code, Dragon Roast will donate a portion of the proceeds to NAMI. So what are you waiting for? Get out there and fuel your adventure with Dragon Roast Coffee today.
So here we're talking to that King's Rock for the first time. Gives us a bunch of madge, which we're going to need for a menu later on. And then we're going to do this debate here. This does give us eloquence, but it doesn't give us enough to rank it up. But it also gives us money, and it gives us ranking, so the King's Rock will give us more madge later. And now we're literally just going to be doing Maria Intolerance for the next while. So this is a good time if anybody watching needs to take a break, and if CC has any more for us.
Oh, I always got more for you. I want everybody to remember why we're here. We're coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day. I also want to give you an update on all of the incentives during this run. Fight the Final Boss Blindfolded is still at $1,419 out of $1,500, so we're almost there. Give Maria Photos is at $102 out of $750. And Yufa vs. Juna for the final party. Yufa is at $80 and Juna is at $30.
We did just have to not give Maria a photo, guys. That's going to keep up if we don't change that.
Imagine not giving Maria photos.
Imagine.
I mean, what kind of monster would do that?
It used to be faster to not give her, but now that we do more Maria here on Martyra, it might not be.
Yeah, actually, because that will pop up every single time.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Before it was only twice, and then you get the one on the way down to Brillhaven, but now it's all like 4 times in Martyra.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're starting with some donations rolling in now. We've got $10 from Buddha J. Thank you, Beef and Pulse, for the great run. Each donation is a light in the fog. Fuel for Beef and Pulse as they journey through the mind's labyrinth, guiding others with every spark you send.
And the age of a new king draws nearer.
I've got $25 from Timothy Wilson. RPG Limit Break is my favorite charity speedrun event. One day, I hope to be able to offer my skills as a developer to help the event. But for now, I will continue to make my donations.
So here we're going to do a small shop on this sale day to buy some milk for cooking later, and then some MP healing items. You can buy 3 MP healing items per water merchant, and they only give 30, so they're not very strong, but we need all of it that we can get. Because, again, we're going to have a dungeon coming up here that is rather lengthy. It has a good number of fights in it, and we're going to try to one-day it. Which is going to take a lot of magic.
Yes.
Because the final fight in the dungeon takes so much magic that we have to fill all of Hulkenberg's MP and then use a 50 MP heal item on her, and she's left with exactly 0 after the fight is over.
We should hurry.
So this should be Tolerance 4 right here, which means we're going to swap over to Wisdom. Now that we've hit Tolerance 4, we no longer need to pump Tolerance, so we want to start working on the other stats. One of the small optimizations in this game is trying to control when you rank up stuff. Like you saw there, we had to sit through that whole animation of ranking up Tolerance to 4.
Tolerance.
If you rank up your social stat on a fully skippable cutscene, you also skip the level up animation, which saves you just those fractions of seconds more. But that's what we're going to be setting our Wisdom up to do, is we're going to set it up with a fully skippable event from the scenic vista on the way down to the next area.
Yeah, so we'll be doing these ranking ups. We'll be getting Maria to rank 7, and then, again, working on Wisdom and Imagination here. We will be going into the dungeon on the 14th. So we have another 2 days of in-game time to pass. So Cece, go ahead.
Yeah, let's go. I want to show some love for our community artist LLK, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, and Mega Weasel and It's Casa, who are responsible for designing several of the emotes, which you can access by subscribing to RPG Limit Break's channel. All revenue from subscriptions, bits, and the ads we run contribute to funding our annual marathons, and your support in this regard is critical to helping us put out these wonderful events year after year. I also want to send some shout outs to the people involved in our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/LayFrenchRestream, and our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you better enjoy the marathon, please go check them out and send them some love. Another artist that deserves special thanks is the one that worked on our overlays, Oro, who can be found at Twitter at OroLen.
Almost gave Maria a photo for free, guys. Almost did it. Almost did it, but I caught myself.
We won't do it without meeting that incentive.
He had to refrain, and I could feel how much it hurt to do that.
There's only one more opportunity to give her the first set of photos when we hit Maria 8. Everything else after that will be at the end of the run.
All right.
All right, so that sets our wisdom up to just barely before level, so it'll hit 3 on the way down. We hit Imagination 2, which is important for picking up a side quest after the dungeon. And since we're about to hit Wisdom 3, that'll be the last of the Wisdom we need. We still need Imagination 3, but it's very easy to get to Imagination 3 from where we're at.
All right.
Let's go.
And now we're heading into the dungeon. First, we have another menu to do.
Go.
Yeah, this is a pretty large menu.
Yeah. So I'll let B focus on the menu, and I'll kind of explain what we're going for here. So basically, what we're going to do first is we're going to level up the Seeker archetype on MC once. This will give us access to the Tarukaja skill, which is an ability that boosts one person's attack by 1 rank for 3 turns. Again, buffs and debuffs in this game stack up to 3 times. Here we're going to be ranking Healer up to rank 10 for the level in Moore's follower stuff, because that allows you to rank that up. He will then be studying Gunner, which will give us access to another level up for that. And I believe that is what gives us access to the ability to open up this archetype tree outside of Academia. So this will be the last time that we come in here during the course of the run.
Yeah, it's just Healer 10. You get it at rank 2. They're very nice about that, but normally most people try to hit Healer 10 in like the first dungeon.
Yeah, so the Gunner thing's incidental then. We're also going to be making Hulkenberg a thief. She's going... this will allow her to, alongside the other 3 party members that will be making Gunners, access a really powerful synthesis ability that we'll see quite a bit for a future... for the boss fight of this area and throughout just the rest of the run. Here on Heisme, we're going to be studying Warrior because we will want access to his Warrior tree much later in the game. And we will also be needing to grab other stuff on him as well. We're going to grab a mage on him because we've seen Meteor4 is really strong and we'll want access to more magic. Just more magic in general throughout this dungeon. Magic is really good here. Also good, we're going to make Heisme a gunner here. And that's everything we're grabbing on him. We're also have grabbed Gunner on PPJ and on Stroll. And then we're going to be studying those so that we can get a rank onto Gunner. For we mentioned before, you get an additional stat every time you level up an archetype. And the first stat point you get on Gunner is actually a strength boost, which is incredibly useful. We're also going to be grabbing Heat Up, or inheriting Heat Up onto each of our Gunners to just increase their damage by a little bit more.
Yeah, that Heat Up with 3 Gunners between... We're going to be using 3 Gunners on the boss. And 3 Gunners between Stroll, the main character PPJ, and Heisme. That's 30% extra damage we deal because we have Heat Up on them.
You gave Warrior Tarukaja, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
That's
and
what
reminder to swap Heisme to costume.
Right.
What now?
That I did miss. The Tarukaja I did when I had... It's slightly more optimal to do it when you're hovering over Warrior for Heisme.
Okay.
Because then you don't have to drag the cursor back down.
So here there's this giant, shadowy, evil demon baby that is kind of going to be chasing us through this sewer section here. And yes, you did hear me, giant, shadowy, evil demon baby. Those
also
are
obligatory sewer section.
Yes, and obligatory RPG sewer section.
This music also slaps.
Oh.
It's funny you say that. Everyone has different tastes in music, and this is actually my least favorite song in the entire game.
I'm indifferent on it. I think it's fine. I dislike the dungeon because it has so many of these cutscenes interrupting the actual flow of it.
Yeah, if anyone watches me do runs of this game, you'll know that I tend to listen to music throughout a lot of the run. This is just because of the downtime. Hearing the first notes of each area theme gets a little old. But I started listening to music because I didn't want to hear this dungeon theme while I was doing runs.
You didn't want to hear the incessant chanting that happens for hours at a time?
The vocalist is incredibly talented, but I'm not a fan of yodeling. So here we're going to be introduced to these pseudo-stealth sections with the giant evil killer demon baby. Basically, it'll put out these searchlights as it moves around the area. If you step into the searchlights, you'll be forced into a battle with it. The battles are not at all worth taking. It's an incredibly difficult fight that gives you, like, basically nothing for winning.
It's stronger than the actual boss fight.
Yeah.
By, like, 1,700 HP.
Yeah, so we're just going to completely avoid getting caught and move on forward. There's a couple items we're going to be picking up as we're going through here. Mostly stuff that we can sell for money, but also we'll be picking up some good healing items, and we'll be picking up a very, very important piece of equipment in a upcoming area.
I'll grab the Bomb of Life here. I stopped grabbing it, but I'll grab it for money.
Oh, yeah. So here we have Stealth Section 2.
Actually, do you want it for Et?
Sure, yeah, that would be helpful. That was kind of why I suggested grabbing the other one so that I would have the one for Et.
Yeah, I'll pick up this one for Et since we sold him. I'll pick up the revival medicine too.
Okay.
We actually never have revival items in this run. Like the 2 bombs of life that I end up selling for money to fix the mint charm mistake are really the only revival items we get towards in the entire run, because usually if you die, the fight's not recoverable anyways. But there's a few fights that are recoverable later on that the Bomb of Life could come in handy for.
Yeah, there's one specific boss fight later on that's like probably one of the more technical fights in the run that having a Bomb of Life for is very helpful for, and so I would like to have that backup just in case things go poorly during that fight.
Yeah, it's very much a situation where in that fight you can have a turn order or happening such that you expect to die. And if I leave Freedom no tools to recover that, then I am a bad person.
They saw us.
So something interesting, we mentioned the field combat a little bit. You've seen we've been killing weaker enemies on the field, and if you fight stronger enemies, you gain the ability to stun them and engage combat with them in the more turnstile format, with you having advantage and them being stunned and unable to act on their first movement. Usually enemies will have like an aggro meter to like notice you that's also kind of the same as the stun meter. Certain enemies in this game are weird though, and they will just automatically attack you on sight. And these human enemies that are kind of wandering around in here are one of the first instances we'll see of that, of just like the second you are in range, they will attack you, even if they.
Yeah. Luckily, they're very blind and very slow, so you don't even like if you're moving optimally, you'll never have to like encounter them.
Yeah, they also do have a very like forgiving tell as far as when they're going to attack with the
and a lot of wind up to it.
Yeah.
So by the time they actually execute it, you're way out of range. Like we're gonna run straight past this guy, and he's not gonna do a thing about it.
Yeah. Also, since we mentioned music earlier, if you're wanting to donate and you can't think of anything to type, we would love to hear what is your favorite song from this game.
There's a lot of good choices.
Yeah, there are a lot of amazing things. It's an Atlas soundtrack, so it's just full of absolutely amazing songs.
I'm gonna grab it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm gonna grab it. So this is a lava crystal over here. It's an attack item that does 200 damage. By all calculations ever, all the runs we've tested out, we tested literally for hours, scenario after scenario. We shouldn't need it, but I'm gonna grab it anyways.
Yeah, the boss of this dungeon has caused more headaches and just frustration than probably any other single fight in this game, maybe even combined. So anything we can get access to make this fight just all that much less frustrating is something we're probably gonna go for.
I also wasn't paying attention if I got a fire thing or not.
Yeah, I didn't see either. You can get Fire Fang drops from those doggos, and that also works as a substitution to for that lava crystal. But neither of us noticed if we picked. Like, we used to be really like intent on, did I get a Fire Fang? Did I get a Fire Fang? But since we haven't needed it as much, we just haven't noticed.
I see the enemy.
So here we're trying to break these crystals.
There they are.
There we go.
There we go. It can be a little bit annoying to set up. So Gunner is like the best class in the game for field combat. However, getting it actually lined up is kind of annoying because the way Gunner works is if you're attacking something at a distance, then you'll do this really quick shooting animation that deals with enemies very, very quickly, fires at a fairly quick rate, and is just easy to control. However, if you're close to an enemy, then
You'll try to smack.
you'll try to do this like ha attack that just is the slowest thing in the world. So remember that escape sequence earlier in the game?
We got another one, and this time there's no reason why there's explosions.
However, explosion!
It's worth noting the reason why we killed the crystals is because when you kill the crystal, not only the crystal itself doesn't give good EXP, but anything the crystal has spawned also gets defeated, and you get all of that EXP. And what that did for us is it leveled up our gunners all to rank 2, and that allows us to have 1 extra point of strength.
Yeah, like we mentioned, a lot of testing with the damage ranges for this upcoming fight, and just the 1 extra strength on our gunners makes that much of a difference between like, oh yeah, we kill it every time versus like, oh, we can get a couple of low damage rolls and suddenly we don't kill the boss.
Here we go.
So here we're actually going to be engaging combat repeatedly with these doggos that we unfortunately will not be saving because you have to kill all the enemies in the area. This is a little bit of a prison section where you have to kill all the enemies to rescue party members. Hey, we got the chain. Nice.
Yeah, so the follow-ups here are 30% to get per the official guidebook, which I'll show off later.
Oh yeah, we have the SMT4 victory music, by the way. So.
Oh right, I was like, what is? I was really confused for a second there. But yeah, those follow-ups are 30% for the first one and a 20% for the second one, and it does save a considerable amount of time to not have to deal with the results screen for those 3 fights. There's 3 more doggo fights here that hopefully we can also get follow-ups on.
Heismay looks so cute in the samurai outfit, by the way.
It does look good. It looks very good on him.
Our usual tactics should work.
Yeah, so here we're going to be spamming Gabat, which, like in SMT, where Ma is the AoE prefix, Ga is the one in this game. So Gabat, we spam the fire spells over and over again.
No follow-ups.
No follow-ups.
Oh well.
But that way we've saved Heismay. That will make it easier for saving Hulkenberg and then saving Stroll. Well, sorry, we haven't yet finished the Heismay fights. However, the other thing that the SMT, that the costumes in this game change, in addition to changing the battle music, is if you get an ambush on an enemy, like we mentioned, you fight the enemy in the overworld and you stun them, it will change the battle music. So unfortunately, we don't get to hear Battle for Glory in this run, but we do get to hear Battle A2, which is also a fantastic song.
What now?
First of all, we're going to be doing some job swapping. We're going to be stone cleaving these enemies here. We're going to be using these invincible noodles. This is the first recipe that you're seeing here. Basically, they just make you completely invulnerable on the field.
Witness our secret technique! One match!
We're looking good here.
This makes me want to run SMT4 again.
You should.
I know.
Not that I'm, biased or anything, but SMT4 is a really fun run.
Except for the start.
Yeah, Naraku percent is definitely a section of speedrunning of all time. But yeah, we saved Hulkenberg. Now we're going to save Stroll. I believe we do another setup change here.
This right here is the beginning of the end. This is the combo we'll be using for the entire rest of the game outside of here. So take a good look at how strong it is.
Again, because of the invincible noodles, we are completely immune here, so they can't start a fight with us. And now we get access to Mania Bullet. What Mania Bullet does is, like we mentioned before with abilities that grant weakness when they hit, Mania Bullet gives a weakness to all physical skills for the next hit that it does.
And that means Peerless goes burr.
Yeah, so now enemies are weak to Peerless Stone Cleaver.
I stand ready. Worthy foe after
Real
all.
and a favor, if I
There we go. Trying to save MP here.
Yeah.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
So that might actually cost me an item.
may. I've grown more powerful.
Maybe I should have just tossed something.
Yeah.
I still didn't pay attention if I got Fire Fangs.
I forgot to look.
I'll get the items first, then menu.
Yeah.
Not bad.
So there's a couple items around here that want to pick up. A lot of MP healing items and a katana upgrade for the thief class.
Hey,
That
found
will be
something.
basically the katana that our thief has on for most of the rest of the
That
game.
must be quite rare.
Though our thief never does damage, so.
Right, yeah. The thief exists entirely to be the facilitator for Mania Bullet to exist. Thief is the compatible job class with Gunner for Mania Bullet. I think it might also be compatible for Peerless as well, which is why that's what we go with.
110 is exactly enough.
Yeah, that's exactly 3 pills.
Excellent. So no extra MP items used.
Cool.
Grab your
You found
revival
something.
medicine.
Let's take it
Get
with
caught
us.
at the door, because I'm not used to going in there. What is my health looking like? Do I have...
What now?
Yeah, that works.
That's useless otherwise,
Yeah.
so...
Might-
$50, nothing.
Yeah.
And the, 2 HP that healed actually matters.
Yes.
All right.
All right. It is now time for the absolute worst fight in the run. The destroyer of worlds and hopes and dreams, and is responsible for more dead runs than anything else in this game. Jaluzo. So here we're picking up as a Balm of Life here. Extra revival, that's very helpful.
If this takes 2 to 3 retries, that's acceptable.
Yeah, so, oh, by the way, so Jaluzo has basically, the people that are being abducted have been getting abducted to feed Jaluzo here, including the dude that we were just, have been chasing this whole time.
I'll get some I'm all prepared.
So, at this part of this fight, we're going to back row everyone, of course, to, first of all, Gunner can only use skills when they're in the back row. Also, it just means we're taking less damage, and you'll see Jaluzo does a lot of damage here. Here we're going to open up the fight by using 2 binding ropes.
Nice.
Yes,
Good
exactly for that, to try to scum out some dodges to make sure that Jaluzo can't get 2 turns in. Because Jaluzo just can output so much damage with their skills. 2 deafening dins in a row will just kind of wipe your party in most cases. We're also throwing these corrosive acids that we picked up in the sandworm and also that can possibly drop from killing slimes. I don't think we got any
didn't
there.
get any.
But they serve as a defensive drop, so we drop the baby down to...
All right, we
look
win.
at that damage. So,
We win if we don't miss.
yes. So the way this fight works, we're just going to give it a perpetual gun weakness. We lower its defense and its accuracy and evasion in order to, again, make it so it misses and also allow us to hit it easier. We're actually going to drop its accuracy to -3, which will hopefully help us out.
Visuals look good?
Yeah. You're incapable of killing the boss here because
She healed the demon baby?
she healed the demon baby.
She healed the demon baby.
So now Jaluzo's going to charge up for a super powerful attack that will just kill us. However, ideally...
Just kill it first.
Yeah, just kill Jaluzo first.
Or we can use that lava gun. I didn't get Fire Fang.
Oh.
Glad I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
I got nothing for attack items.
Yeah. Oh, no!
-3, by the way.
Yeah, -3, by the way.
Nice crit.
Nice crit. All right, well, we survived so we can reset instead of having to die and then reset.
He didn't even soul scream, man.
Everyone up.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so even at -3 accuracy and evasion, the baby's still dodged.
That's your moving to the rear.
That was a really unfortunate miss because that was
That was the
one,
final
that,
hit.
No, it
Or
was,
one
2,
away, yeah.
one away from the final hit. No dodges this time. Yeah.
Get her back up.
So now
This is more Jaluzo.
This is Jaluzo.
Let's get after
Falling
it.
back. Let's work together.
Hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
There is one good thing about this though.
To the rear guard.
We get to hear the line again.
We do get to hear the line again.
Please.
Okay.
Fine.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's actually better.
Yeah.
That's better than a Din.
Yeah, Din does lower your defense, so subsequent attacks will do more damage.
Just confirm he is.
Keep it up, Stroll.
Virtue and now provisions.
And we use a 200 healer here anyways, so
Yeah.
as long as he doesn't do over 200 damage, we're getting full healed no matter what. All right, just don't murder us.
Hey, there we go.
Footwork, Stroll. They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit their weakness. That's your
Give me your aim.
Worse damage rolls here, but we have the lava crystal, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Let us clean up this mess. Tis best used.
Lend me your back.
That's a good roll though.
That was a good roll.
She healed the demon baby.
She did in fact heal the demon baby.
Let's make an end of it.
Keep it up, Stroll.
All right, so let's not miss this time, please. It's my plea to the game.
Hit their weakness. That's your
Let's
opening,
get on with
Captain.
it.
Oh.
Damage rolls.
Damage rolls. Oh, good. Now we're dead.
Most likely. Nope, nope,
Oh.
nope. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold.
Hold.
Hold. You know what? You know what?
You know what?
Everyone
Sometimes you just win the video game.
Get him.
Ties made the
Oh, wait, that was
Oh,
a
my
nine.
ball.
have trouble aiming.
I was saving this.
Get him.
Yeah, we did it. Jaluzo. Does that thunder stone matter?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think about.
I'm eager to see you use your ability.
I think we might need another one for Sabara.
Yes, because I had to use 2 accidentally.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just go grab one. That's no big deal.
Our viewers were 50-50 on if Jaluzo was cute or terrifying.
That
Cute.
I
That's a choice.
I'm
I wish.
it's killed too many of my runs. I'm absolutely terrified of the demon baby.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess now it's just the.
It is
I'll
Idol's
I'll
Day,
just
so.
get it. I'll just get it. Yeah, it's just wisdom anyways, so.
All right then.
So one kind of unfortunate thing with this game is that each area has really cool music. Unfortunately, you don't hear the area's cool music for the vast majority of the time that you're playing because it has like the very specific like, ooh, operation in progress music. So like this like, you know, really like tranquil Martyra music we don't hear until now, like, you know, literally 2 days before we're about to leave. Also, we're introduced to this very trustworthy fellow by the name of Alonzo.
And it's not even his name right now. It's
Oh, sorry, it's yeah, Kukulus. Or-
Yeah, Kukulus.
Who basically we get our one artifact to remember Gria's spy stolen by pickpocketer, and he's like, hey, if you want that artifact back, because I can tell it's important to you, I want you to grab this super secret cursed ring for me from this abandoned tomb filled with monsters. And yeah, I'll help you out there. And we're like, okay, sure, whatever. And we will absolutely be doing that because Alonzo is one of the most beneficial followers in the game in terms of what it gives you access to.
Yeah,
we also started our confidant with Barden as well, which gave us access to the commander archetype, which is another one of the just absolute best archetypes in the game.
Yeah, Commander line is absolutely busted. It's where we're going to start using actual buffs because it gives us our first access to it, really. But we're not going to be using it for a little while yet. We got a whole nother area before we actually start using it.
So today, something incredibly important and valuable is going to happen. We're maxing Maria.
But we're not giving her a picture.
In order to give Maria all of her pictures, we need to reach that incentive, which is currently at $102 out of $750. But making our way there with donations like this $6 donation from KR Shush. Last donation of the night as I watch while under a thunderstorm warning. Everyone remember to stay safe, stay hydrated, and take your meds.
I shall show you what true magic is.
You think me no mage? I know something of spells.
That's one of my favorite, like, Heisme boomer lines in the game.
We're going to go Gamba. Dang it! So we are behind on money. That jug can give you money sometimes. I was trying to think of anything I was trying to think of anything I could do instead of sleeping to try to get some more money, but I don't think I could. Money is dire right now. I have ideas.
I am trying to think right now if...
It should be okay.
Yeah.
It should be okay. Because I'm doing the Elementa. That's 13K.
Oh, right, yeah. And we usually plan to not do the Elementa, so...
And the shop before the Elementa is not tight.
Right.
My match is fine, so... We should be okay because we're doing the Elementa.
Cool, cool. Yeah, so the monster that we have captured was the regent of the town of Martira. Basically, the entire thing with her was that, you know, she was the kind of the princess of that town, and she fell in love with someone of a different social class, and was going to have a baby, and unfortunately, due to public pressure, she was forced to abandon her lover, and due to the stress of the situation, she lost the child. But then suddenly, the human Jaluzo showed up that appeared to be a baby, and so she has since been raising that as her own, feeding people to the human, in her grief for her lost child. And so after beating Jaluzo, she realizes, like, no, what I've been doing has been horribly wrong. Like, yes, I miss my child, but I, shouldn't be harming other people. And so she agrees to turn herself in as the monster for the tournament for the throne. And so now that we've done that, we're journeying forth to the collection point for those monsters at Port Brialhaven, which will be our next major hub of the game.
And unfortunately, heck, what was I going to say?
We get another picture.
We do get
that right now we can't give to Maria. And we would like to change that.
Man, I totally lost it. Oh well. Surely it wasn't meaningful. This run is, I know, I feel like I have good commentary on my runs. This run is extremely difficult for me to both play at what I'd hope to be considered a high level and also commentate, because you can do stuff so fast in this game and there's so much to do that you really just have to keep full focus on the game. We are coming up to some more roast parapets, though.
Oh, yes. First, we're going to hang out with Stroll for some more courage and some more mag.
All right, then. Let's head there right away.
Yeah, the nerd's on the deck this time.
Slight motion sickness warning, by the way. Anytime we're out on the deck, it just like anytime we're like out on the deck as it's moving, I'm just like, oh, okay, hello.
All right, Parapet!
Roast Parapet, get your roast Parapet here. So she does have more health this time, to the point that we're actually going to be guarding for a turn and won't get the perfect bonus. That is something we haven't touched on yet with this game. Whenever you defeat an enemy defeat an encounter without taking damage, you do get a unharmed bonus that gives a multiplier to all of the resources that you win as a result of that fight.
Yeah, EXP is 20%, AXP is 30%, money and Madge are both 50%. So it's a very significant increase.
Yeah. So there, we defeat Katarina. That's the last time we're going to be fighting her. Each time you beat her, she gives you rank up to her Confidant. Not that matters. It does make it a little cheaper to buy Brawler for a character later, but that doesn't really matter all that much. But at this point, she's kind of given up on pursuing the throne. We'll see her around a little bit, but the rest of her link kind of can't be done until like near the end of the game.
Yeah, she's a very late game link, and the Brawler class is not necessarily that good enough to justify it.
Yeah.
Brawler is a lot of people's, they feel it's the worst class,
On,
but
and the
Brawler
age of a new
is a
king
class that
draws
shines
nearer.
exceptionally well in the early game because it allows you to clear mobs. Casually, it shines really well because you can clear mobs using your HP and very strong AoE attacks that you otherwise wouldn't really have access to. And you can get some really, really on-the-cheap healing spells from Knight to combo with that. And Knight and Brawler combo together very well. So it's just a really good way to get through Grand Trad and Martyra while conserving your MP. Which, from a casual perspective, if you're trying to one-day a dungeon to make sure you have more time for social stuff, that's something you care about.
Yeah, and unfortunately it does just fall off pretty bad because of how late you get ranks into Brawler. Like, you don't get Pugilist until quite a while from now. It's not right.
Altaberry.
Do you have to wait until Altaberry for Pugilist as well?
I think it's either Altaberry or when you get free reign here.
Yeah. So you have to wait like so long in order to get like access to the better brawler jobs that they just fall off pretty bad by the time you actually have access to them and can level them up.
That's also a significant problem with Mage.
Yes.
But speedrun wise, we just care about Media 4. We don't need anything but that, and base Mage has it, so that's all we need.
Yeah, exactly. That's again, by the time you actually get access to the like highest tier Mage jobs, you're at the very end of the game and you've already gotten access to Prince, which is just the job that the main character will be living on for the rest of the game, and with like very little reason to deviate from that. So
yeah, we're actually done with Mage now, aren't we?
There is a little bit in Altaberry.
Right. Yes. But MC's not even doing anything there.
Yeah,
so,
it just exists to let
so
you.
For the
stuff.
most part, we are completely already done with the Mage class. Roasting Katarina one last time was the last hurrah for Mage. From here on out, it's
and the age of a
Warrior,
new king draws
Warrior,
nearer.
Gunner, Thief.
Yep.
That is everything we use from now to the end of the game, pretty much.
Up until we get Prince, and then it's Prince, Warrior, Gunner, Thief.
No, it's Prince, Warrior, Warrior, Gunner.
You're right. You're right.
Because that sweet, sweet heat up bonus.
Yes. Also, the benefit of Prince is it counts as every single job for Synthesis, and so he basically is a thief. Well, also being everything else, yeah.
He does not give heat up bonus, though.
It's true. All right, so here we see all of the other monsters that have been collected. And we make an absolute like riot in showing that like someone in such high regard was so completely corrupt that we are definitely on. We were like hardly even noticed. Like, some people knew who we were because we're an Elda and everyone hates the Elda, but now everyone knows who we are because we're the person that like dethroned someone who was a ruler over an entire region of the country.
Now all of Metaphor knows you are here.
Also worth noting is that Gladel, the person who was Luis's like favored, made an absolute fool of himself by just bringing in what he claimed to be a human that most people don't know what humans look like, for one, but it also looked very wimpy, so everyone was kind of making fun of him. So he's falling out of Luis's good graces, where because the leader that we humiliated was also backed by the Sanctists, now Luis is like, you seem to have a penchant for humiliating my enemies, so how about since you said you wanted to help me, I will talk about you actually officially becoming one of my followers. Yeah. And so we're introduced to the two best boys, Fidelio and Basilio, who are kind of sent to vet us and then introduce us to Luis and to take us to his great warship, the Courageous.
Yeah. Also, what we did there was we went to the Mage Exchange. You can exchange your Mage for money at like a 9 to 13 times rate. It's very dependent on time of day, specific day you're on, weather of the day,
Check this out.
and generally just how the Mage merchant is feeling on a particular day. They're very finicky. but we know all the days where the exchange rate is at its max. So when we say, oh, we're doing this event for its match, and you see like a paltry 450 tally up in the corner, it's like, really? That was worth 450? That's practically nothing out of your 28,000. 450 Madge, you can times that by like 13.9 for the exchange rate we get from it. It ends up being several $1,000s or money for us to use. So yes, it is worth it. We also went to the arena front there, which normally we wouldn't do, but that's where you turn in that gold beetle. Freedom, if you feel you have to use the Dragon Blood Sap somewhere, you can.
I will try my best not to use it.
Yeah, the Dragon Blood Sap is a safety item. We're grabbing it just for this marathon run. We don't usually grab it.
Yeah, what it does is it restores all MP to all party members,
so
which is going to be used for the blindfolded fight and just some extra safety in general.
It makes my menuing consistent on the blindfolded fight because it's always at the bottom of the list. So this is our first free day in Brilhaven. Oh boy, new area, new things to do. We can do so many things, so many things, so many things. Let's go to sleep.
All of the things and bed.
We're just going to go straight to bed. We are at the point of this run where we really don't need our days too much anymore. We've got our tolerance. We've got our wisdom. We don't have our courage, but we can't do our courage because courage is one of the hardest stats to level up in a speedrun sense because courage is all linked to like the bounties and side content, none of which we actually want to do.
Yeah.
So we're going to be sleeping a lot starting in this section. We still do have some imagination and Barden to do, so we are going to be taking care of that. There's also a little bit of Stroll. We kind of forgot all about him in Martira because we wanted to focus on Maria. But Stroll is back on the menu.
I can't believe it.
I can't either, random citizen.
I have never heard that line so clearly.
I like how his name in your head is Random Citizen.
It was just funny because the audio ducking happened to wear off right as he started talking, so right in my ear. I can't believe it.
Can I hop in here with some news?
Absolutely.
Sure. We just surpassed $25,000 for Nami.
Let's go.
All with a donation, $75 from Lisa Rocks, blindfolded. Let's go. And you'll notice that with that donation from Lisa Rocks, we've met it.
Hey, let's go.
So here we're going to use Stroll to warp. We're not going to talk to him immediately because, ooh, look, a quest.
Yeah, so this quest is a quest we're going to accept, and we're going to complete, but we're not going to turn in. Specifically, there are 3 tower areas in this game, one in Brilhaven, one in Virga, and one in Altaberry. And each of those towers has a quest associated with it where they're like, hey, I've lost something in this tower to this monster. Can you kill this monster for me? It's pretty typical side quest stuff. But also, when we get to the end of the game, each of those towers will house an additional quest we can talk a little bit about it now because we don't have a lot going on. You'll notice that the category name says hard true ending. And if you've beaten the game, your immediate reaction is probably, what are you talking about true end? This game only has one ending, or one real ending.
One real ending. It's got 2 bad ends. 3 bad ends?
Yeah, it is 3. It is 3 like bad endings that are just like basically fancy game overs. But you're like, yeah, this game only has one real ending. What are you talking about true ending? So because a lot of the community that routed this game and played to figure out the rules was a lot of the same people that were in like the Persona and SMT communities. In Persona 5 Royal, that run has a true ending requirement where because there are certain events you can do in that game that will alter the ending slightly to give you additional scenes, they're required for the true ending of that game. And as part of like the carrying over, there are a series of side quests you can do, the Trial of the Dragon quests, to be specific, that when you complete them and beat the Elegy of the Soul boss, that add like 3 lines of dialogue to the ending that we skip as part of the speedrun. But because they add lines of dialogue to the ending, that's the true ending.
It's a little more than 3 lines. It's like half a scene, and then every character in the game in like the post-game cleanup wrap-up where you go talk to everyone refers to you as the Dragon Slayer King rather than just the king.
Yeah. So,
and that's distinct enough for us.
Yeah. So because of that we'll be doing the Trial of the Dragon stuff. In order to access the Trial of the Dragon, we need to be able to visit the towers. Unfortunately, just accepting the Trial of the Dragon quests doesn't give us access to those towers. And so we need to accept those quests, and we'll be killing the monsters for those quests. 2 of the 3 of them do actually give like quite good EXP for the time of the game that we'll be fighting them, especially since we'll be fighting them during bad weather where you get a multiplier to your experience. But we're mostly doing those just so that we can unlock the informant who will give us the location to go to the 3 towers.
What do you think?
Is this gonna put me where I want it to put me? Oh, it totally is.
It will, yeah.
Come to think of it.
So this day in-game lore is called Forgiveness Day. To us gamers, it's a 30% shop discount on every shop in the game, except for armor and weapon shops. But that's 10% more than normal. So we've been holding off to do a lot of our ingredient shopping until now. You noticed at that last shop we bought 71 buckets of water that we're just gonna, you know, carry around with us because we're JRPG pro tags and we can do that. But
yeah. So here, part of the events for ranking up Stroll's social link is that there is basically the people of his village got burned to the ground by humans once upon a time. And because his family's all dead and he was a nobility that's left without inheritance, he was kind of left to wander, and now he has a lot of his people who are refugees to Grand Trad who are basically homeless due to the caste system in the area. But then he finds out that he actually does have a very significant inheritance that he now is able to access due to the NPC that we just talked to. We arranged a meeting between him and Stroll to discuss his inheritance, so that Stroll's goal is basically he wants to house all of the people who survived the attack on his village in order to, in order to continue on his legacy. He's this big thing about, about legacy and about doing good in the world and helping people. And meanwhile, we're also buying 44 red grass.
Yeah, I just kept buying it because I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah. So.
But for real though, we need all of this red grass later for cooking some of the strongest stuff in the game. It's not the Sublime Spoonful. We don't get that in this run, but we will be cooking a really, really, really strong food item.
Yes. So there we get Stroll rank 6. We're getting close to maxing him, and we will max out Stroll's Confidant because doing so gives us access to Samurai while also making inheriting Samurai cheaper and giving us the maximum number of inheritance slots on all warrior jobs.
And it also just gives us a crap ton of madge.
That as well, yeah.
It's like 2,000 madge for that final rank. It's a lot. Because remember, you can take that 2,000 and multiply it by 13 or so to see how much actual money we get from it.
Yeah.
So 26K for a skippable cutscene? Heck yes.
Yeah. Here we'll be ranking up Barden again. This time, I believe this gives us access to the general job.
This is Barden 4. This is what gets us the back row defense boost.
Right.
Now, when every party member is in the back row, we will take about 70% less damage, which is a very, 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 very significant amount.
Yes.
Because you're going from that 30% before to now 70%.
All right, and now we will be journeying into the dungeon for this area. So basically our goal
nice.
here... Oh,
Healing.
nice. So Barden can also now randomly gift you items.
It's 30% every day for him to gift you stuff. The pool depends on your rank. This is information all from the guidebook that I learned.
Let's go.
And when you come back from a runner trip, it's 75%.
Yeah, so... The items you get from Barden can be really good. He can give you some AoE healing items and some MP restoration, both of which are valuable. He can also gift you some other stuff that you don't care about quite as much.
Let's go.
Revive. The only thing you don't care that he can gift you right now is the revival medicine. He can gift us a panacea, which is a cure-all status, which is very good.
Right.
He can gift us Magla potions, which are very good.
What do you think?
Great Spirit Dust.
And then Great Spirit Dust, which we shouldn't need, but it's good to have excess of, because sometimes you can walk away from a specific fight in a dungeon, the Homo Flamio fight, where you're very, very injured. I didn't need to talk to that. And you'd want to have some items to heal up, and you don't really want to blow your MP because it's very precious, and you don't want to blow your good healing items, so it's good to have excess bad ones.
Yeah. So here what we're doing is we are trying to infiltrate Luis's warship because, like we said, we are trying to find the formula for the curse that that is sapping the prince's life, and since we believe that Luis is the person that casted the curse, we believe he will have the formula on him. We're also going to swap that mint charm over just for some extra protection from the, I forget which ailment that is. Silence?
Sleep.
Sleep.
There's a fight coming up after this dungeon that uses sleep, and if Hulkenberg gets slept, bad times. Bad times.
Yeah. So the whole gimmick with this area is that we have a couple is that we're basically trying to progress to Luis's quarters, which requires increasingly strict authorization codes. So our goal is to go through these stealth sections here to knock out all of the enemies on the way, fight the person who has the next security code we need, and then use that to get to another stealth section for more security codes. And we'll be doing 2 stealth sections here and 3 total fights.
Grabbing that for the extra money.
Oh, yeah, that's very good.
I mean, we can just sell old weapons at this point and make up the difference, but just in case. I'll make it as easy as possible for you.
It's appreciated. Yeah, so here we want to knock out the guards. If they catch you, then you will be forced into combat with them, and there is literally no way for us to actually win, and so it's just death.
Yeah, we are actually just way too weak to try to beat them.
Yeah, we're both very underleveled, but also the warrior job is just really, really bad for encounter clearing in this area.
And like all of our damage comes from Peerless, and when you're MC solo in that fight, you don't have access to any synthesis skills. You have your base skills, and they do not get the job done.
Yeah, just base warrior does not have a great skill set. All right, so here this is Xanth. He's the first guy. Each of these fights has a specific gimmick to it. Xanth is that he's incredibly susceptible to ailments. And so
specifically sleep.
Specifically sleep. And the nice thing about sleep is that when something is slept, the next physical hit will be a guaranteed critical hit. So we get the critical Peerless there twice for, a good 1,600 damage each, and then we just finish off with the final Peerless Stone Cleaver to clean up the fight. And get the Unscathed bonus, which again is incredibly valuable for some additional EXP and just everything, really.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. This is the part of the game where magic, like this dungeon in particular, magic does fall off for. Because we have that access to Mania Bolt now to inflict those weaknesses, and we have sleep that we can abuse on that fight in particular. This next fight we're doing is also he's just base weak to Fizz. His whole gimmick is he's going to cast Repel Fizz on his turn. When we were talking to Barton earlier, we also went and talked to a soldier. That soldier, through every story beat in the game, will give you an item. The item he gives you really nicely at this point is an item that nulls Repel Fizz on an enemy.
Yeah, it's called a Matter Break Hammer. It's if you've played any other SFT games, it's the equivalent of Tetra Break. In fact, I think Tetra Break is a skill in this game. It might be, I don't know if it's named out or not, but...
It's a trickster skill, I'm pretty sure. I forget what it's called, though.
Yeah.
It might be Tetra Break.
Yeah, I think there's 2 versions of it. There's one on Trickster, and then there's like an alternate version on some other line. But this stealth section is it's similar to the last one, just a lot more complicated, more guards, more complicated patterns, and there's a little bit of a section with Heisme here where he will distract one of the, he'll distract a couple of the soldiers so that you can break their formation and then knock them out.
There's also a forced waiting section here, so it doesn't really matter how long I take to do that first section. I've got to wait for this guy anyways.
Yeah. Important to note, as we're going through here, there's a couple items that we're picking up that are incredibly valuable. Specifically the Matador Shoes, which is an item that just gives a lot of extra agility. And in addition, we also have to pick up a weighted mail, which is an incredibly useful piece of defensive equipment that will make some future fights somewhat possible.
Yeah. Something we haven't mentioned is the agility stat in this game. It does determine your turn order, and we wholly rely on our equipment to mess with our agility stat, because we don't want to have to put points in agility because we just want to pump strength. So some way, shape, or form, in order to keep turn orders the way we want them for a while, with MC not going last, we have to use stuff like the Divine Speed Clothes and the Matador Shoes in order to artificially inflate our agility above that of our party members so that we can get favorable turn orders. So here, the first turn of this fight, we're going to set up some buffs and do a little bit of magic damage to this boss, all to avoid a damage roll on the second turn where we take him out with double Peerless. Because what else would we use?
Yeah.
But this is Hulkenberg's time to shine.
Feast your eyes on some real magic.
Real magic.
Real magic.
I leave it to you.
Come forth, Royal Soul.
Yeah, so again, Tarakaja, buff our attack, do some setup, and we'll be throwing some items and or casting Mudo to again fix the damage range.
Big Mudo! Let's go!
Nice.
Feast your eyes on some real magic.
So yeah, this guy's AI is he only casts that spell, and then once you take it out, and we have our Tarakajas up, you go bam, and you go bam.
Yeah, so this area has the additional gimmick that all of these fights you have to win in 3 turns or fewer, because on the 4th turn you get kicked out.
Or rather, the captain summons a bunch of guards.
Yeah.
And they make it to you, and you lose as a result.
So his strat there is to just stall, because without the Matter Break hammer, it's a little bit difficult to actually
Stroll, weighted mail, MC,
Kill it.
Matador Shoes, Cordials, and Mogul Potion, 132. I need a pill.
There we go. All right, so we have one more fight here for...
Oh, I don't have my splits to remind me, and I did forget. So if you're not at the back row at the start of this fight, you literally cannot win it. It is actually physically impossible for us to survive. And since I got extra healing, I'm actually going to do this to avoid damage rolls.
Oh, yeah, that's smart. Yeah, so we have one more fight here. We've actually gained access to where the elevator to Louise's room is, but we don't yet have the authorization to get up there. So we're going to head to the bridge to fight the bridge captain and the head of the guards.
And we're also going to have Galco do her best Fat Albert impression. In just a moment here when I get through the cutscenes. This is the last fight of this dungeon. It is a very difficult fight. There's a number of things that can go wrong. It's pretty volatile, but this fight is why you need Barden 4. You also can't win this fight without Barden 4.
Yeah, for reference, I believe my current PB loses like 5 or 6 minutes on this split, and most of it's due to just having to reset this fight a bunch.
All right, here we go.
Hey. So here to get all the soldiers out of the bridge, each of our party members comes up with an excuse of like, oh, there's an emergency in this area. Report immediately. Hulkenberg says she decided to raid the pantry, and
Oh, I was
Hulkenberg's a second.
Oh, well. I wanted to pause for it,
Yeah.
but...
Yeah, Hulkenberg says she decided to raid the pantry and then report herself for doing so. Someone's stealing our food!
But yeah, this fight starts out off as an ambush, which is really scary because we don't want to take damage in this run. And it is always lethal if you don't have Barden.
Yeah, so the captain of the guard likes spamming Almighty, whereas the pilot or head of the bridge likes using physical skills. Something worth noting about the gunners is that gunners are weak to slash damage. So if he decides to target Heismay with any of his slash attacks, then that will cause weakness to be hit and potentially kill Heismay, and just bad things will happen. It also would mean that on the first turn... Good dodge.
Very good dodge. That could have killed. That almost certainly would have killed. So very good dodge.
Yeah, and it also would have meant on turn 1 that the guy that's spamming Almighty would get another turn to spam Almighty. So the quirk with the the captain of the bridge is that apparently he's like terrified of lightning, which means that he's weak to it. So we're gonna throw a couple of thunderstones at him just to get some chip damage in and move our turn order forward.
Yeah, 214 would have killed.
Yeah. So now we can just stone cleave in a peerless manner, and there we go. We've now beaten the Courageous dungeon. There is another boss associated with this dungeon, however, that is date locked to basically at the end of this period of time. Luis is holding a soiree where he's announcing that we are now one of his subordinates and that we should be receiving his support. And on that day, we're also wanting to, because all of his subordinates will be at this party, infiltrate Luis's quarters. And so we're getting access to his quarters so that we can infiltrate later on.
It's also where we're going to be saving that dog.
Yes, we will finally be saving the dog.
I'm happy we get to save the dog because killing the dog is very, very, very slow.
Yeah.
It adds like 5 turns to the fight. It's nonsense. It used to be the intended strat for the fight. We are going to do a little bit of sleepy sleep here because we want to purposely kill time. We have a dungeon to go to unlock that Alonzo follower. But if we were to go there right now, it would be Sandflash. And as we mentioned earlier, bad weather effects make it so you don't get press turns. And that means when we hit the weakness off Mania Bolt, we don't get another Peerless in. And that makes fights very scary.
Yeah, especially because the enemy that we have to fight in order to get the Marvolo's ring that we need to get Alonzo is kind of scary if you can't just blow it up.
We are actually over-leveled for it, or more close to on-level than we should be because we just did that whole warship dungeon.
Right.
But it still kind of hits like a truck because we don't have armor, we don't have good weapons, we don't have good stats. You know, we're speedrunning.
Yeah. Also, if we were fighting it during inclement weather, that also makes enemies stronger, so...
Yeah. It's just not a good idea. The magic route that was cooked up for this game initially does that fight because magic is a little bit better at it in the Martyra section and uses the actual level ups. Where am I going?
Gauntlet Runner.
It uses the level ups to actually make Jaluzo easier. But at the cost of doing an extra boss battle. Whereas we're going to be getting a forced encounter here on a runner. When you're on the runner, there are optional encounters. Some are RNG, most are RNG, but there are some fixed ones, like the one we're going to get here, that I'm going to set up for because I'm killing this not only to fix our money for this run, but because it was just going to give Freedom some extra safety. We're going to make Heisman a commander for later. We were going to do this anyways, so it's not actually time loss. And that'll unlock an AoE skill for the warrior that we can just use to clear out this fight.
Speaking of saving the dog, do you want some updates on some incentives?
Sure thing.
Yeah, because we have a bunch of donations. $5 from Mackenzie Hess. Good job, Zach. We have $50 from Shep. Hee-ho! And then we have $250 from Stoltenheim. Time marches on, and a new incentive draws nearer.
That bird dodged, so it got the Peerless. And it was a crit. It deserved every aspect of what happened to it.
We are less than $400 away from giving Maria her photos. And I hope you guys have a backup plan for taking both Yufa and Juna into the final party, because they are now tied at $80.
There is no backup from that. A choice will have to be made, or we're going to be swapping.
We'll play rock, paper, scissors for it or something.
Yeah, swapping back and forth would not work very well.
The run normally goes for Juna because it's faster.
It saves,
and Juna's
like,
cute, but Yufa's more popular and is stronger for some fights.
Yeah, it does save. Oh, we got the extra encounter. So this encounter we're going to run away from because these guys are annoying. And we didn't get away.
With the fiddle, with the fiddle, with the fiddle. The singing in this game, for those who don't know, is in Esperanto, which I do not understand at all. But it also sounds like it's saying, you know, hey diddle diddle, it's the cat with the fiddle. So there is that.
What do you rank this song, Freedom?
Huh?
What do you rank this song at?
Excuse
Do
me.
you like this one?
So this one's complicated. I do really like this song. However,
It's
you
associated
only
with
hear it
getting
when
amped.
bad things are happening, as demonstrated by what is currently going on.
There we go. So one of the things that the route used to do was get Barden 6, and Barden 6 dramatically, it flat out doubles your run rate from 30% to 60% on first try, and we don't get that anymore, and it's sometimes very sad. I'm doing Stroll here, right?
Yes.
Of course. We're on the runner. Of course we're doing Stroll. Yeah. So Stroll on the runner is your only source of somewhat consistent courage until you get to Virga, the section after this. Also, I'm not concerned about how that night fight went. It was slow to get away from. Nothing I could do about that. It would have been... I literally don't have the
They null
resources
fizz,
to
so,
kill it
yeah.
because, yeah, they null fizz. But you get full healed anyways, so... I do need to swap Heisme back.
Oh, yeah. Ghana. So this area, we're just going to be doing a quick little jog through. We're not going to be grabbing any items. The quirk with this area is it's supposed to be your introduction to mimics, where there's a lot of treasure chests here. That's pretty cool, right? Well, most of them aren't actually treasure chests. They're mimics that want to eat you. So we're going to just run past everything here, and whoa, wow, that's a really nice treasure chest.
Surely this is not a trap. It's only as big as us.
Nah, it's fine. No, there's no way that what I was talking about was foreshadowing anything at all. Oh crap, it's a mimic. So this mimic fight is required. Beating this fight does unlock a door that gets us the ring that we need to pick up. So here we're going to be chucking a Luminous. All mimics in this game are weak to light. So we're going to be chucking the Luminous for, I believe, damage range reasons.
Yeah, damage range reasons.
It also gives all of our party members an opportunity to guard while also getting a Mania Bullet up.
There's the Sleepy Air. That's why you need that Mint Charm on Hulkenberg, is so she doesn't get slept here, so you can still Fearless.
Yeah.
We don't care about Heisme. He can take a nap.
Yeah. He's old. He can sleep.
I expect no
I've
less.
never known such heights.
So yeah, beating this opens up a door at the beginning of the dungeon that has the ring that we need.
What now?
You didn't need to use the thread there.
Huh?
You didn't need to. You were
No,
supposed
you-
to use the thread. You used the cat.
I am the one who wrote the cat, but we buy enough thread to use the thread.
Oh, okay.
So it's better to just use the thread.
All right.
I'm the one who routed in the cat because
It's
I'm
like,
like, we
wait a
can
minute.
save a thread here. And it's like, it's $100. Just use the thread.
I don't know.
I know. I'm the one who made that change, and I've gone back on it.
All right.
Good find.
Just making sure. So I was like, well, I guess we have to.
No, you're not going to be short a thread. Don't worry. Like that's the reason I started doing it, is because I noticed we always had a thread left.
Right.
So I was like, oh, you probably just don't warp out with the cat.
All right. So we're going to be just spending the rest of the time until the soiree, maxing out Stroll, getting started on Alonso. We want to get Alonso to 7 as soon as possible.
And sleeping a lot.
And sleeping a lot. So I'm actually going to step out for a moment because my section of the run is coming up pretty soon. So if we can get my mic muted on the audio end.
All right.
And then, CC, if you have anything further for us, this is a good time because, again, we're going to be doing what we just said, just a bunch of these social links alternating with sleeping. Because there is a mechanic in this game where there's not specific days like in Persona where certain people are available. They're available the day after you've done them. So every other day, if you're really trying to focus fire someone, which for people who are really antsy about time management games and worried about like Persona and all these characters are only available on certain days. I have to route this all out. I have to plan an entire year in advance. This game is just like, nah, you can literally just take 16 days and get somebody from start to finish. And that's pretty much what we're going to do with Alonso here.
Well, you guys were talking about threads earlier, and that reminded me that RPG Limit Break and Tantrum merch is now live. Pick up your threads, including shirts, a Mimi plushie, and much more. And what's better, Tantrum merch will donate up to $5 per item sold, excluding the Mimi plush, to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and its mission. Grab your gear now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break. When you donate, you are also entered to win prizes, and some of these prizes end right after this Metaphor ReFantazio run, including the Venaris Tactics Steam Key, which is a minimum $5 donation provided by Heroic Spirit Gamer, a Shadow Hearts Covenant wooden case replica, minimum donation $25, provided by Pigmented, a Meow Wolf swag bag, minimum donation $25, provided by Mr. Omega. We've got even more. We've got a Lunar Lux PC key. Minimum donation $5 by Possum Coffee. We have the Atoli Princess painting. Minimum donation $10, provided by Shentok. We have even more, if you can believe it, a Chocobo Crystal Hunt card game. Minimum donation $5, provided by Shuffy. And then we have some of our grand prizes, a Wu-Ting 80 HE keyboard, minimum donation $50, provided by Sanjan, until the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and our grand prize, a Nintendo Switch 2 bundle, a minimum donation of $200 throughout the entire marathon, provided by the RPG Limit Break staff.
Oh, Freedom, you know what I just realized? I haven't been counting retries.
Oh, yeah.
Where's Dual Wolf with the whiteboard when you need him?
We were gonna donate per retry, and then we realized we forgot to count retries when we started having to reset a bunch.
There was...
We'll definitely count how many times we have to like close out of the game or die. So that's at least
Zorba,
Jaluzo
twice.
Time marches on.
Right?
The age
Yeah.
of a new king
Heizme was clean. Worm was clean.
We had to reset the guards, the first guards fight. If we're doing resets or deaths, so
Well, you're right, the skeletons.
yeah.
Yes, so that's 4.
What should I do?
Brillhaven was gone fine. There's one where did I miss target? That was on Klinger, so 5.
Right, yeah. So we're at 5. We'll be donating $5 per time we have to rewind the fight. So far we're at $25 for charity for that.
And the age of a new king draws nearer.
I have a $10 donation here from Boogie Poppy. Hey, Cece, speaking of Metaphor ReFantazio, don't you agree that Blue Prince is Game of the Year 2025 and it's not even close? No, that game has caused me emotional whiplash, just like Expedition 33.
I was going to say...
Blue Prince is getting pretty big. It's not my style of game, but I think Expedition 33 has got the lock on it.
Yeah, Expedition 33, Game of the Year, easy.
I have cried in both of those games, but for 2 totally different reasons.
Have you heard about La Mulana?
And the age of a new king draws nearer.
Can I interest you in some ruins?
Well then.
You can keep going. We have a while more to...
Yeah, there's still...
We have a few more days.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I will give you an update on the Yufa versus Juna. Boogie Poppy's a fan of Yufa because Yufa is in the lead by $10 now. And I also wanted to remind everybody why we are here. We are coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents who suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day. The NAMI Helpline is a free U.S.-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with mental health conditions, their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. The NAMI Helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, via phone call, text, or live web chat. To reach the NAMI helpline, please call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI helpline resources and contact information.
Awesome. One thing just I want to note really quick with the followers that we're doing. If you're not as familiar with this game, you might be confused as to why, like, oh, why are you like sleeping some days and then some days you're hanging out with Alonzo? This game actually does cap how often you can spend time with your followers, where if you rank up a follower, you can't rank them up until the next, like, if you rank them up on one day, you can't rank them up the day after. You have to wait until the day after that.
We covered that while you were in the bathroom.
Oh, okay, cool. Well,
but for the people who missed it.
Yeah, for the people who missed it, including myself, evidently.
We are at the end of this segment, though, meaning my time to play is coming to an end shortly. But we got one more boss fight to do. We are saving the dog after he pulverizes us. We also have, in my opinion, one of the stupidest mini-game sections in the entire game coming up. It makes actually zero sense. Just do not even try to process it with your brain at all. Just look at the pretty colors and just call that a win.
It's also like the only minigame section in the entire game.
It's, I mean, there's the bridge running.
Oh yeah.
But the bridge running is somehow better than this one. Like, those make more sense than this. This is where they just decided to ignore physics for a little while.
Yeah, so we're infiltrating the Creatrix during the party. But while we're doing that, someone has sabotaged the airship and has flipped it on its side. And we have landed on, like, the vertical wings of the airship, far away from where Luis's quarters are. Thankfully, we notice there's a window to his quarters. And, you know, ignore the fact that everything is flipped sideways and, you know, everything is probably just a complete mess right now. But we decide the best way to get to his quarters from where we are is to board our skateboard sword.
And defy gravity.
And channel our inner Tony Hawk real quick.
Gangway!
Whoa!
I knew it!
So the gimmick here is the only requirement is your character has to be facing the glowing lights. The game will autopilot the rest, and it does some really silly things, like just flying off into the moon.
Do a flip.
I wish I could do a flip right now.
Look at that!
Whee! My people need me.
Why? How do you go so far? Sir, do you have... Why? Have you been able to fly this whole time and you've been holding back on us?
You know, maybe this is why people don't like the Elda. They're jealous. Like, they got these sick moves and won't even show us.
So here you have to examine 3 specific parts of the room. You can examine all of it, but to unlock it, you have to the progress forward. You have to examine the map, the mural, and the door.
Yeah, it's all meant to foreshadow future things. We also checked the book. We haven't mentioned this, but Will has PPJ has this book that is like basically like talking about a utopia and an ideal world, and it's kind of been our like guiding compass for all of the actions we've taken through the game. And we noticed that Luis has the same book on his bookshelf, which is unusual because the book itself is banned in the kingdom.
So here we're finally gonna save the dog, but first the dog is gonna bully us. You'll notice the Bard back boost pretty strongly here. If you're in the back row or front row for this fight, you lose. But watch how little damage we take from the back row.
Yeah, so the pupper here is Hector. It's a demon doggo that really has just been mistreated by its owner. And so, you know, why would we hurt this poor innocent creature when really Gladel is the problem here? Also, he was threatening Juna. Then Juna awakes to her archetype and becomes the masked dancer. And now we're gonna teach punish Gladel for his improper pet ownership.
Take it.
But yeah, Hector does 60% of your health when you're in the back row with Barden Boost. If you're in the front row, you're dead. You get 2 hits. That's how strong being in the back row is at this point.
This is just what I need. You're opening, Captain. distance.
Take it.
Yeah. So since you don't have to beat Hector to win this fight, you are able to just alternate between throwing luminous spheres, which hit Gladel's weakness to light, while also doing some chip damage while Juna just blasts away with her fire skills.
Yeah, you do about 25%, so it takes 4 rounds. Gladel can either buff Hector like he does there, or he can attack you, or he can heal Hector, even though sometimes he's full health. So usually you never die to this fight, but there is a rare pattern where they just go full aggro and actually kill you. But no such pattern here. We got through that relatively easily.
And
You
see,
do get
Hector's
a
fine.
lot less EXP and money and Madge for not killing the doggo, but doggo saved.
Yeah, so at this point, because we've joined Luis and gained even more popularity, we're now in the top 20 contestants, which means we qualify for the Divine Protection from like underhanded moves and attacks, which comes into play because Gladel has lost favor due to being humiliated over and over again. That after we defeat him, he tries to sneak attack us, and he gets restrained and killed by the royal magic. At this point, everyone's kind of confused about the shenanigans that have been happening on the Courageous, and so we get pulled aside, and we're like, oh yeah, you know, Gladel was planning to betray you, so we had to stop him. Yeah. And they just kind of go with it, like, oh, well, I mean, he's dead, and he can't do anything about it, so...
If we had to have defeated the doggo, the way you do it is he's wind weak, so we would have given a wind skill to the MC, and Yuna starts with a wind skill. So we would have just used the combination of those two to drop him down, heal up a little bit, and then finish off Gladel.
Oh, also it's revealed that even though Juna was like part of Luis's entourage, she also is a part of the same like underground resistance movement that the protagonist and main party is part of. All right, and now it's my turn to play the game.
Flawless swap.
So let's give a round of applause for ChampionBeef and his run. We'll see him at the end of the game for that blindfolded final boss fight. And while the runners switch, the host is also going to switch. I have been CC. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. I will leave you in the great hands of Stolteheim. Thank you so much, everybody.
Well met, eh?
Sprint?
I was, oh, right, the setting.
Yeah.
We use slightly different settings for certain things, so I need to change something really
It's
quick.
at the very bottom, so
Yep.
you can up.
There we go.
I'm not going to change it back when I take back control. It'll be fine. Oh, will it, though? No, it won't, because I forgot about all the sleeping.
All right.
Oh, wait, I need to...
Let's go.
Thank you very much,
Magic
CC, for the warm
Thank you.
welcome. My name is Stolteheim, and I'll be the bug in your ear for the rest of this metaphor run.
All right, then.
Real quick, though, before I get settled in, can I just give a massive shout out to CC? He's been doing incredible work behind the scenes to keep everything running smooth here on the marathon. So while he checks out for his shift, let's all just give him a round of applause.
So now that we've taken care of the soiree with Luis, the next task from the church is to go and collect a divine relic for the church. Because they totally don't want just everybody and their mother out collecting divine relics to make them more powerful. No, not at all. And the divine relic we're sent by Luis to go and get is
Draco Diaz.
the Lance of Dracodios, which has the power to nullify all magic, including the king's magic, meaning, you know, if we just so happen to want to assassinate someone, maybe we could actually do that. Maybe. Hard maybe. Because, I mean, we just we should be a good person and give the lance to Luis. He'll do the right thing with it, right? He totally won't assassinate someone. Right? Right?
Also, we're going to go fishing.
Yes, this is where we start fishing in this game. Fishing in this game is not RNG. It's fully dependent on the options you choose and the bait you use. We're specifically going to be using grasshopper bait and choosing the options that get us 2 queens honeybees, or 2 queens bee honey, because that is the item, along with the brocaded koi we're catching, that we need to make the food items for the late game.
All right, go.
Here we're going to be taking a bath. The reason we're taking a bath is because it gives you 1,200 match, which again, times 13 is a good chunk of money. It's also really fast.
Time marches on.
Because it's a fully skippable cutscene. Sleep. There's no real. There is a good fast travel to go sleep instantly, but we're going to be doing a lot of reading now. We finally got the book for Courage because Yuna joined the party. And the book for Courage is top secret poetry that she's written, and it literally says on the title, "Do not read."
All right, then.
Boy, howdy, are we bad at reading because we're going to read it like 40 times over.
We are going to doing a lot of reading of top secret poetry. Do not read.
And the best part about that is we're going to read it literally right in front of her. She's sitting on the bench pretty much opposite of us. We are going to be reading her poetry that she doesn't want us to read right in front of her.
I believe that after a certain point of Courage, Will just like pulls out the book while making like eye contact with her at the same time.
I mean, there's a reason why it gives you courage, right?
As the water.
So that was a really cool area. That was one of my favorite areas, where it's just like this gap in the sea where the seas are parted and you can see the fish swimming around. It's really cool. And Hulkenberg's just like, fish, I need to catch them and eat them.
What now?
And she's in like an actual battle stance.
All right, those of you who like Hulkenberg, sorry, but she's not in our party anymore.
Yeah, Hulkenberg is actually done for the rest of the entire run. We will never use her again. Here we're going to Master Warrior to get the Slash Boost skill to buff MC's damage because, of course, we need more damage by an extra 20%.
New skills, new possibilities.
I was like, why do we have so many fruits? And I forgot it's from the...
Heisman already has this.
Oh, wait, no, it's also from the dude gave us a lot. The words are difficult. The Elementa gave us some extra.
All right, so Juna is going to be our gunner for the rest of the game, or Yufa if you decide that you want Yufa instead of Juna.
I will say, currently Yufa is ahead of Juna, but not by much. It's 90 to 80.
I could do it.
All right, and we did that. All right, now time for this fight.
Who would like some calamari?
Demon squid. Actually, it's human squid.
Maybe some takoyaki?
Can we get those giant legs off?
I leave it to you.
So the gimmick in this fight is he does a lot of AoE damage, and if the game wants you to hit the tentacles and destroy them, so he attacks with them less. But we're just going to use those tin torpors we bought earlier to get his attack into the dumpster so he doesn't do that much damage, because we're going to be full back road here. That's really good. You can just use a single hero now.
Charging in. Let's set it up.
Hit their weakness.
No. What's the
That's
play?
your opening, Captain.
Neither timid
So we're going to put his attack into the garbage so he doesn't do much damage. That Barton back row boost is going to be huge for us. We're going to keep our strength up, and we're just going to keep Mania and Peerlessing until he goes down. Just use an expensive.
Yeah.
This should work.
It's always nice when he focus fires a single person and doesn't do random strike because you save time on healing animations.
Hitting Juna there's nice at least.
a favor, if I may.
Let's do this together.
We don't get to heal after turn 3 here, so it's really good to end this turn topped off. Barry.
Yeah, thanks.
That helped.
My thanks. Let us clean up this mess.
And then that's
I leave it to you.
We really want Juna to be guarding because the squid can't hit her weakness.
Please.
Good, good.
Forward. I'm all prepared.
You hit their weakness.
I shall fight
That's
as
your
the noble
opening,
I am.
Captain.
Let's try
Hit
this.
their weak point.
All right, so I bought
Think
one
yourself
extra Thunderstone.
equal
That's
to a
fine.
huge facility?
Yeah.
This would work.
Now for a grand job, Juna.
Your money should be fine regardless.
Falling back. Come forth, royal soul.
All right, so hopefully no one dies or nothing terrible happens this turn.
Well, so we at the start of the section we made some Coney stews. That right there, the triple status, is why we make Coney stew, because the Coney stew is a full party status tier.
My thanks.
And if you're status in this game, you can't use your synthesis skills, which is detrimental because it means we can't peerless. So specifically making those coney stews there so that we could cure the ink spew if it happens is literally the entire reason we make them.
Intoxicating.
And
I just love Juna's post-battle line.
they're really good. She goes
She's
on
like
a power
the
trip.
cutest person ever, or definitely up there. You know, super adorable voice, and then she says like, "Tremble before me."
And then, when I aim for the heart, I never miss my mark. And it's just like, oh, okay.
Oh, I'm terrified. All right, we will do more fishing.
Come on.
Yeah, those 7 baits we bought back in Martira are going to be used all in this segment here, because this is the only time you can fish without like purposely going out on the run or over the sea. Fishing is kind of slow, but we really do need all the ingredients we get for it.
All right, and now we will be doing, as the notes say, and I quote, "Read top secret poetry, do not read."
But we're not supposed to read it.
But we're gonna read it.
What to pick? All right, then. Let's head there right away.
Okay, she's not there right now. Stroll's gonna watch us read it, though.
Yeah, she's only there during the heat section.
Yeah.
Because everybody's usually out on the deck, except for Heismay is usually out on the deck during the forced
Time
camps.
marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
All right. Now we have plot. So, yeah, the Divine Relic Draco Dios is also happens to be, like, the super important, like, divine religious relic of the Mustari people who all live on this island called Virga. And so, also, we're being joined on this adventure by Basilio and Fidelio because they don't trust us. They think we're going to betray Louise, but we would never do that.
I mean, we totally do. They are very right to distrust us.
Right. So,
but we're in the right, so it doesn't matter. We're the good guys. Promise.
So we get captured immediately because, like, they don't particularly like outsiders, especially since they just found out that a bunch of outsiders are going to be showing up and stealing all their stuff. But we get broken out of prison by Bassendel, only just in time to find that apparently monsters have shown up in the Dragon Temple, which is a place of worship for them, and the sister of the village elder, Yufa, is trapped inside of said Dragon Temple. And so us being the good people we are like, yeah, we'll totally help her, but you're going to give us the spear, right?
I mean, she's there to complete a ritual that is appeasing the dragon, which means she's getting eaten. And that's generally not good. Generally. Sometimes it's okay, depending on who's getting eaten, like Claudel. But not Yufa. We don't want Yufa to get eaten because she also has the lance with her that we're trying to get. So,
let's go.
Very much a reason to go and save her.
The truth?
Okay. For a second, I thought I was on the wrong menu and panicked. No, we're good. Think like a fish.
Yeah, so there's 3 different prompts that the fishing can give you. And we have the answers in our notes for each one of what we want to get.
We're off.
We either need to think like a fish, give in to nap time, or thrash and splash.
Big fan of giving into nap time.
Nap time's pretty nice.
I could go for a nap myself.
I'm sure a lot of people in this hotel could right now.
All right, so we get to the Dragon Temple, and we find out that the way is actually blocked by a giant tree that no matter what we do will not move. So we find out that the only way to get rid of the tree is by using a special item called Parch Water, and so we're sent on a quest to grab that before we can actually go to the Dragon Temple.
Yeah, we have Peerless Stone Cleaver, but it's not Peerless Tree Cleaver, unfortunately. Though, a little while from now, you might think differently.
Not with that attitude, it's not.
42 degrees Celsius. What kind of place is this?
Tropical hot heat. It's about to be 50. We're going to subject the entire party to a week and a half of 50 degrees Celsius weather.
You're the good guys, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Totally. Also, this person has a tree for a hat.
Listen,
or,
we
has a house for a hat. Sorry, words.
Listen, we need to read poetry.
Let's go.
So thankfully, the parched water that we need to buy is literally just in the main shop in Grand Trad, so we can just head over here.
And conveniently, we are on Alonzo rank 6, which is his only daytime rank, when we need to waste a day otherwise, instead of doing literally nothing in Virga. Because at this point in the run, the only thing we need, this is Alonzo 6, we need to get to Courage 5, then Alonzo 7, and the rest of it is sleeping.
I would like to say that I really enjoy the Virga town themes.
They're pretty good. Though apparently that's a point of contention too.
That's why I said it, because apparently a lot of people don't, and I actually really like them.
I'm really enjoying this myself. Like, if you showed anybody a given track from Metaphor, they probably wouldn't be able to tell it's Shoji Meguro. That's what kind of impresses me about this game.
Yeah, it's very it is very similar. It is somewhat similar to SMT Strange Journey, which is another one of his things he did. But both of this and Strange Journey are very different to his typical compositional fare.
Yeah.
So here we're going to be taking the Gauntlet Runner to the Islet camp. There's a very unique, not well-known mechanic in this game that we're going to heavily abuse right now, because of course we will. We're speedrunners. Where if you go to a camp, you can stay at that camp indefinitely, as long as you want. You can stay on the runner for literally until the time limit kicks you off of it. But you'll be dealing with encounters day in and day and night, because that's just how the runner works. They're RNG. We explained that earlier. However, if you're at a weather-inflicted camp, you will never get an encounter. The islet camp we're going to is permanently locked in a state of heat, meaning we will never get an encounter while we're there. And not only does that let us pass days super quickly on the runner, but it also means we can read the book for Courage. This here is a forced encounter. This is not RNG.
Oh, thank goodness.
It is a very dangerous encounter, unlike the ones I had to deal with.
I hate that so much.
That fight can kill you if you don't run by turn 2. But we got away first try. Don't buy the fruits. Do not buy the fruits.
Still buy the fruits, yes.
Now then.
We're low on money as it is. We can't afford the fruits.
Right. 3 of those, and that's it.
All right.
So there we also bought bath salts. We took a bath earlier in the run, and I said, oh, we're just doing this for Madge. The bath is actually a thing you can do on the runner, where if you bathe with salt that you can buy from these miscellaneous runner towns, like that one, you actually get stat increases. Notably, the one we just bought increases our strength by 2 when we use it. And every point of strength, even at this point in the run, matters. We are not past the break point yet where every single point of strength does not matter. We're still ways off from that, actually. So we buy 3 of those because we're going to bathe 3 more times. We did 1 bathing there, but from here on out, we're going to be at that heated camp, so we're just going to read poetry. And this will, after the first day here, you'll notice, the second day. The second day is, the game really doesn't expect you to do this. And as a result of that, it doesn't really know how to handle it. They didn't really think about, hey, why would anybody stay at a campsite for multiple days? So, when you get to a campsite, there's always this intro cutscene some of the times. But, the game is going to start breaking and not knowing what to do with its load screens because we're transitioning time too quickly for it to process, because it's like, okay, it's night, you should be somewhere new. Wait, you're not somewhere new? Wait, we didn't have to roll for an encounter either? Wait, hold on, buddy, what are you doing? And we'll get to see that as soon as we don't get a level up of courage. We're going to level up courage here on the daytime slot, which means it's not going to bug out. That extra level up is going to cause it to work properly.
All right, let's go.
But on the 23rd, we'll see the first instance of that, where this game loads a lot faster than you might think, but it locks you behind some of its own animations, which makes speedrunners sad. It makes us sad. But it's funny that we were able to discover this because of this abuse here.
The run would be like 10 minutes or more shorter if you didn't have to hear "Time marches on and the age of a new king draws near" every single day.
Let's go.
Well,
Be
not
at
even
least 10 minutes shorter.
Not even that. Just the transition screen from it going from afternoon to night.
Well, yeah.
It would be 10 minutes from that.
All right.
You can also see how it like instantly cuts to black. That's a little weird, but here's where you're gonna see it's very weird. We're gonna read the book on the day slot, and the game's immediately gonna put us into the night slot before the animation finishes and like load the whole screen, and we're just gonna be locked out of inputs until the transition finishes.
Let's go.
Something you might notice is happening with my menuing here is it might seem like I'm like warping between the areas really slowly. It's because this game loves to just drop your inputs when you're trying to warp around the gauntlet runner, so I'm being very careful to not just teleport to the same spot.
See, right here, like you've got the time still up. We can't do anything. The camera shifts down a little bit, and then we can actually start menuing. Because the game really does not expect you to be doing something like this.
It can't handle all this pottery. Secret pottery, even.
Top secret pottery.
Time marches on.
Just don't get Link in here, he'll break it all.
New king draws nearer.
Top secret pottery, do not break for rupees.
Unless you're very, very needing to break it for rupees. Then break it for rupees.
Absolutely.
Well, you guys are short on money.
Yeah.
Hey,
Our money
I mean,
should be fine from this point on.
listen, if there's light arrows in the market shop, I'm breaking those spots for some rubies to get it.
But we're going to be reading for a while. Something to note is on the 25th, which is tomorrow, we're going to actually hang out with Stroll instead of reading. That's because that will rank up our courage to rank 4. And because you can skip cutscenes with Stroll, whereas you can't skip these reading events, it'll skip the rank up animation like we mentioned before. However,
you technically time save.
we're going to be reading up until the 27th. So, Stolt, if you got anything for us, now is a perfect time.
Well, I would like to remind those watching at home that direct donations are not the only way you can support RPG Limit Break and NAMI. Our merchandising partner, Tantrum Merch, has an online shop full of wonderfully designed shirts you can buy with artists from all over the community contributing to the designs you see. So you can go to tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break to both donate to NAMI, because part of the proceeds will go to the charity, and you can get some sick shirts to go along with it.
All right.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
How many times do you hear this in the run?
I think there's somewhere, let's see, the game takes place over the course of about 4 months, so you hear it somewhere in the ballpark of like 120 to 150 times. They're like, well, okay, that's not technically true because for the final month of the game, the dialogue does change, and for the first couple of days, it's different. But yeah, probably in the ballpark of it, like at least 100 times of hearing, time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Greg Chun does get a lot of screen time here.
All right, let's head there right away.
All right, we have here one more day of pottery.
All right.
And then we'll be as brave as we could. We will be the bravest little toaster that we can possibly
and the
be.
age of a new king draws nearer.
And with that, we'll be able to warp out and hang out with Alonzo for the 7th time. I guess technically the 8th time, but the 7th time that gives us stuff.
On the subject of our artists, I wanted to briefly show some love to our community artists, LLK, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, and Mega Weasel and It's Casa, who are responsible for designing several of the emotes which you can access by subscribing to RPG Limit Break's channel. All revenues from subscriptions, bits, and the ads we run contribute to funding our annual marathons, and your support in this regard is critical to helping us put on these wonderful events year after year.
Now then.
Courage! All right.
Time marches on.
But we all must be reminded that time does, in fact, march on. All right, so now that we've done that, we are going to just warp back to base. Unfortunately, a little bit of an annoying thing, or thing I think is a little annoying, is if you start your day in camp like this and you warp back to base, it still wastes your daytime, even though we didn't do anything.
Okay.
It matters casually, but speedrun-wise, it's actually helpful.
Yeah, speedrun-wise, it's fine. It's just one of those things that, like, when I think about it, I'm like, that's kind of annoying.
It's also something you don't do casually because you usually don't you don't 2-day external dungeons, so you always finish the dungeon and then go back to town at night.
All right, Alonso.
All right, here comes the breakpoint. Do we have 280K?
Alonso definitely didn't just die, by the way. It's fine. Don't mind the, like, panic music.
His link is very different from any other social link in Persona or Metaphor. Very interesting. And yes, on his rank 7, he dies. Which is, sorry for the spoiler, but
well then.
It's kind of important. Regardless, he still gives us the ability to buy really, really good accessories, which is unfortunately all we wanted him for.
That reminds.
Yeah. That like frame rate drop like threw me off really quick. All right, gonna be stopping by the store. Oh, if anyone here is a fan of Etrian Odyssey, you may note that these shop names might look a little familiar. No reason, just you know.
Yeah. All right then. Let's go.
So here we're going to be buying a little bit more food items. We're going to be cooking soon when we head to the dungeon in a little bit. We're going to be cooking some items called finisher noodles. And those are very, very good items for speedrunners. They make a lot of things very beautiful for us.
Let's go.
Because what they do is for 30 seconds after you use it, any attack you do to any enemy, no.
Ah, shoot.
Yeah, close out of that. Yep. We were supposed to talk to the King's Rock there, not do the eloquence thing. That would have gotten eloquence too as well, so.
Yeah, my brain was like, oh yeah, talk to the rock, not talk to the dude next to the rock.
Mm-hmm. As we were saying, finisher noodles to make it so for 30 seconds after you use them, any enemy you hit is a one-shot kill regardless of level and gives you all the EXP and money and match that you would normally get. And that allows us, supremely under-leveled speedrunners, to kill things 40 levels above us and get tons of experience for it.
Yep.
And also just get a lot of annoying enemies that would normally one-shot us out of our way. Okay, we're good on money. We're good on money. We're good on money!
Good on money. Excellent.
15K extra. Never didn't have it.
It was free the whole time.
It wasn't. We had to do some extra stuff in Martira, but it's fine. It's fine. We got there. We had enough. That's part of the reason why I killed that elemental, because that elemental alone is worth. We got the drop from it too, which makes it worth like 20K. So if I hadn't killed that elemental, we wouldn't have had enough money.
Yeah, that did make the difference.
I think it would have been fine if we hadn't gotten the drop, but the drop was very nice.
Yeah.
Extra shiny stone.
We have to. All right, then.
So now that we have all that money, we're immediately going to go and spend it all.
Yeah, so the big thing with Alonso rank 7 is that it increases the inventory of the magic shops.
And the magic shops sell accessories. We bought a few of them before for status protection, but the ones we're going to buy now are the big ones. And if you've ever played an RPG, these might just sound broken to you out of the gate. One of them lets you take 2 turns as the same character in a row. That's the Phantasm doll we bought. The other one, this Altarian's Manual, allows your synthesis skills to take 1 less turn, which is... Now imagine that Mania Bowl we were using. It's normally 2 cost. Now it's 1 cost. Our Peerlesses, they were 3, now they're 2. Eventually, they will also be 1. 1 press turn for the second strongest skill in the game is what some might call fair and balanced.
Oh dear.
The 2 in a row used to be a huge strat for us through this next section, but we've since routed it out because part of this current route we call Eloquence-less, where we don't level up Eloquence. One of the things you get from Barton at Barton rank 5 is the ability to swap characters in battle for only half a press turn instead of a full one.
Let's go.
And that was super, super, super important for the final boss of this area. Because it allowed you to do a lot of extra damage and skip a really, really slow chest grab to make sure we have what we need for that fight. But with Eloquence-less, we don't get that, so we had to reroute that fight, which made the Phantasm doll a lot worse as a result of that. We also bought a number of attack items there and some more status protection because we were loaded.
Right, now we fish.
All right, go.
So there we cooked the 4 finisher noodles, and thanks to Maria, God bless Maria, we can also fish on the same day.
Maria.
And we can think like a fish. Oh, that's another crazy thing. In my in the record run I had the other day, I didn't get a single think like a fish. All 7 ones. It's equal chance for the prompt. I didn't get a single think like a fish.
But did you give in to nap time?
Let's do
Like
it.
3 times, yes.
Good.
It was mostly Thrash and Splash, though.
That's my personal favorite one, just because I think the way it's worded of give in to nap time is really funny.
It is. So here's that tree that was blocking our way, and we've used the Parch Water to upgrade our Peerless Stone Cleaver into Peerless Tree
No
Cleaver.
one here fights
MC also has 2 turns in a row, and you'll see why that's so good.
Bam! Bam!
Because MC slaps. Now that we've pumped strength for 29 levels, our strength is so much higher than Troll's that we just do bonkers damage compared to him.
Pushing forward.
All right, now it's time for the absolute best dungeon in the game,
We've got
unequivocally.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of the game as well.
Here.
All right, so here we're gonna swap MC.
What now?
Yeah, we're gonna make MC a gunner here because, as we explained before, gunner is the best for field combat because you don't have to move next to an enemy and it attacks really fast. And with finisher noodles, everything just dies in 1 hit.
I see the enemy.
Let's push through.
You're gaining strength.
There they are.
All right.
And you can see the experience in the corner just racking up from this. And all the level ups on the side, it's insane how much these noodles can do for us.
It is quite ridiculous. Yeah, we get a lot of levels and a lot of job levels, a lot of character levels, just lots of mag. The finisher noodles are going to be the big way that we just catch up in levels throughout a lot of the rest of the game. We'll get a bunch of levels here, and then during the end game, we'll be climbing those towers I mentioned previously to do the Trial of the Dragon stuff. We will be getting lots and lots of levels as we go through there.
To put things in perspective about that, when we get to the towers, we're level 40 or so. A casual playthrough, you're level 60. By the time we're done with the towers, we're 65-ish. And a casual playthrough is going to be in the 80s.
Yeah, so this little area here is a maze. You have all these staircases that if you go down the wrong one, you get teleported back to the beginning of the area. There's a couple different ways that the game lets you tell which way the correct way to go is. The way that I usually go is you can see along the ceiling the path that you can go is highlighted, has like a golden line along it. There's also a tell you can do with the torches along the path. If the torches are lit, then that means it's a safe way to go. Here the path actually forks and we need to go this way instead because our goal is to get down to the center of the area.
I didn't ever actually know about the torches.
Yeah, that one is like the last one that the game hints you on, and it like, I didn't figure it out casually and was like running around in circles like a doofus for like 20 minutes, like, where am I going? And then eventually
So here's a super cool trick
it.
shot that we do with these finishing moves. We line up all these gargoyles, one shot for 6 kills. And we're just on our way.
Yeah, the movement in this this specific section is pretty tight. There is an Elementa at the end of a section here that I really, really want to kill. So got to make sure I'm cutting corners and that I use that set of noodles about as far over as I could to make this cycle real quick.
Yeah, this one's pretty tight, and then there's one other tight one later on as well.
Right there.
Let's push through.
Hit it where it hurts.
I see the enemy.
All right, got it.
I also like to get this little gargoyle here instead of the...
Still.
I skipped the first mob entirely and just killed the gargoyle and Elementa and move on.
Yeah, it sort of depends on how confident I'm feeling about my movement at the time there. It felt a little bit sketchy, so I opted to run past them.
So there is an important item to pick up in here. There's a graced water on the staircase here. We need that to do a purification later. We haven't really done any of that since the start of the game, but there's one item in the very late game that is very, very good that we want to purify. So much so that we take a 3-minute trip out of our way to get it.
It is just that good.
It is. It is. It catastrophically increases your damage.
All right, so I asked this before, but if anyone is a fan of Etrian Odyssey, the next little bit is for you. And is also why this is the best dungeon in the game.
I want, like, I played through this and I'm like, can I just get a whole game of this?
You can, it's called Etrian Odyssey.
Yeah, but I don't like first person that much.
So suddenly we're in Lost Shinjuku.
This is a faithful recreation of the Etrian Odyssey 1 final dungeon, right?
Oh, it even uses the EO1 music.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And yeah, it's not exactly one for one. It is a little bit of a smaller area than the EO1, but all of the areas that are here are pretty much one for one pulled from.
And there's FOEs.
Yeah, and there's even FOEs.
They only move when you move.
Yeah, they have. You could say that they have very sharp hearing.
So here's this tree beast. This tree beast here is the bane of my existence because he sucks to dodge.
Because Beef has never played Dark Souls.
Yeah, I look at the flash and I'm like, yeah, that's what I should dodge. It's not when you should dodge. If you dodge on the flash, you get hit.
See, I took like almost a year off of speedrunning to just like no life the Dark Souls games, and I blame that for the reason why I'm actually good at those dodges.
I mean, I'm fine at it now, but I'm glad we don't have to run past 6 of those anymore.
Just as I thought.
Brain is getting confused. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, coming out of that elevator is always a little bit of like whiplash on where you are, because that elevator skips 2/3 of the dungeon.
Yeah, there's like again, there's this area. This dungeon is massive. It's by far the largest dungeon in the game. Like, it's almost twice as big as the next largest dungeon, and
there's a reason why they made most of it optional.
yeah.
Indeed.
What now?
Wrong buttons.
There they are.
I can feel the power coursing through me.
Right there.
Come on! My archetype.
Something worth noting as we do get more of these archetypes mastered
I've never known such height.
is the way that the game handles mastered archetypes, which I think is absolutely brilliant, is that after you have mastered an archetype, you can keep the archetype on, and every 1,000 AEXP that archetype learns post-mastery, the game will give you an item to gift 1,000 AEXP to any other archetype that you currently have.
And that's for any character. It's not character specific.
Yeah.
So you can have somebody sitting on Master just generating those items for you, which is what we do. Because it's like, we're not going to use Hulkenberg anymore. Well, she can just sit on Thief and Master and then give us items.
Yeah, and that's a big part of being able to get to Samurai without having to worry about how bad Swordmaster is.
We get most of the way there with just the Noodles.
Right,
but-
Noodles do get us a lot of it. But there's also like the general requirements and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
No!
Okay, do a
What
quick
now?
menu here. So here we're going to get Stroll's Healer to level 13 to learn Dacunda. Okay, whatever.
A new ability.
Then we're going to... Oops. If I could hit the right buttons, that'd be really helpful.
All right.
So here we're putting on this Formation of Vigor skill. We're going to be using that for the rest of the game. What it does is it moves everybody to the front row and gives you 2 stacks of Tarukaja, which is very strong for a singular ability, considering up until now our only ability for Tarukaja was 1 rank for a single person. And by giving it to Heismei, who's naturally our fastest character, we can lead off fights with that and just start the fight completely buffed.
You know what? We forgot to swap her to Samurai Guard. There we go. All right, so there's this little puzzle here with this FOE. Basically, the entire thing is that all of the FOEs we've been seeing so far have been fakes that have been generated by this real FOE. And this real FOE will run away from us at any given opportunity. So we have to just shut these gates to trap the FOE into a corner so that we can actually defeat it. You'll notice we had Heismei sitting on Commander for a little bit during this dungeon to soak up AEXP. And we did that all in favor of learning one specific move that we then put onto Thief for Heismei. And that move is Formation of Vigor, which is an incredible ability that we'll see for the first time in this fight here. All right, so Formation of Vigor gives 2 stacks of Tarukaja while moving everyone to the front row, but you can then immediately just push people to the back row. You then use Mania Bullet to inflict weakness back, and we want to move everyone back though because this guy outputs.
Yeah, this guy has a lot of damage output, and again, in the back row, everybody's taking like 70% less because of that Barton boost and the normal back row bonus.
He also does slash damage, which June is weak to, so we're trying to guard with her as much as we can.
Time for some close combat.
It was a good start.
That was a good turn 1.
These guys are also disgustingly bulky. They are the bulkiest enemies in the entire game. They've got more defensive stat than like the final bosses, anything around them, anything in the boss of the area. They are so incredibly bulky for no reason.
The human battle theme in this game is probably one of my favorite battle themes. I just love over-dramatic choir chanting. That's why I like the Strange Journey OST so much.
Let us clean up. This should work.
Come on.
And then I can just turbo this.
I'm all prepared.
All right, and there's Homo Flamo down.
Yeah, this is one of those fights where you want some extra healing after. A nice strength and sensor up too. Yeah. That's pretty rare.
The new power to win. The effort is key.
Cool. So now all of the fake FOEs are gone. Unfortunately, that means no more FOEs.
We're almost at the end of the dungeon anyways, so it's okay.
All right.
There's a lot more FOE puzzles and such if you do the dungeon in its full length, but we use that elevator to skip because the game was nice enough to give us that.
What now?
Oops.
Here we're going to use some noodles and just bully a bunch of trees because we have the noodles and it's just a lot of really good EXP. We used to use this noodle differently when we went a different route in here. But we no longer go that way, so we needed to find a good place to use the noodles. And all these tree beasts around here is a good place to use the noodles.
Which here's a fun fact, if you've played Etrian 1, all these tree beasts are actually located in spots where you would run into like the T-Rex FOEs in,
There they are.
at least in the Untold games. I admittedly haven't played the original EO one. I've played Untold, which has slightly different maps.
I'm shocked you got that last one.
Nah, it was fine. I get it every time. It's easy.
I normally don't kill the moths. That's why I was like, oh, are you sure you got enough time? Because that is the tightest noodle in the run.
The moths know what they did.
They do. They made the critical mistake of not being Mothman.
Yes. I may not know what the moths did, but they know what they did.
Speaking of Mothman,
Oh, yeah.
I do have a $7 donation that says it's going to Mothman's Choice.
Ooh.
I assume, or well, the runner assumes, that Mothman would have chosen the Super Boss incentive for East 10, the run after this, because that's what it's going to.
I assume
I
Mothman
agree.
would want that as well, yeah.
We do have some incentives on the docket for East 10, the next run on our schedule. We can escape the whale cutscene. That needs $200. We can fight the Super Boss Vermotor, which is currently sitting at $57 out of $750. So we've got a ways to go for those, and we also do need to give some love to the Maria Photo incentive. That is currently just under halfway at 352 of 750.
Yeah, that's got about
We've been spotted.
maybe an hour and a half or so left.
Something like that, yeah. It'll be...
We'll be safe for
We
a
want to
while.
meet that by the time I finish my section, which will be after beating Elegy of the Soul.
Roger, roger.
So this floor, there's two ways to go: the upper path or the lower path. The upper path is slower, but it has this tortoise jambo, and that is an item that gives us defense up at the start of battle, and that's not incredibly useful. But notably, the boss after the one we're going to fight right now, where you don't get the menu between them.
They've noticed us.
The gimmick there is he will always dekaja and dekunda you if you have buffs and debuffs up. And in order to do the fight unscathed and still do a ton of damage on turn 1, you need that auto buff.
See the enemy.
Amazing.
Right there.
Great moves out there.
Because that'll trigger the dekaja on you. His other gimmick is every other turn he'll use an ability that changes his only vulnerability. Not even a weakness, just his only vulnerability.
Right there.
And it's all magic, so as a physical build, we really need to do as much damage on turn 1 before he gets a chance to use that attack.
Yeah, that fight's also a big place where the magic route actually saves a good bit of time because you're dealing damage in increments larger than like 200.
Yeah, the magic route could just meteor for that fight. We do 2 Peerlesses, and that gets us like 2/3 of the way there, and then the rest of it is just tossing 200 HP at damage items.
Alright, so here there is a Dragon Blood Sap that restores all MP to one person. We're going to immediately use that on Heisman.
Right. Yeah. You can use just use cordials on MC, I guess.
That works. I like to use one on Stroll just for a
I
little
do
bit of
too.
extra safety, because if the fight drags on, that can be a problem. I also need to actually finish this menu. That'd be a good idea to do. Warrior, you have your utilitarians already. I don't want you to have that, though. I want you to have the Matador's shoes. I want Heisme to get the Tortoise Jambo.
MC is fine with it, but
Yeah, I just am used to doing it this way. And then...
there's one specific scenario that in reality will never occur where you unscathe the next boss, and that causes Stroll to get too many level ups, and he starts outspeeding the MC for the next fight, which screws up the strategy.
Also, it's incredibly, very super duper, incredibly, majorly important that I grab this Magla Hollow here.
Yeah, this is the dungeon we have to come back to, and seeing as how it's the longest dungeon in the game, having to backtrack the entirety of it because we forgot to grab this, would be what's known as pulling a Nevowitz, because he did that on his first run.
Oh, just as a heads up, by the way, after we defeat Margot, which we're fighting the next boss, then we fight Margot. After we beat Margot, we are going to need to cut off that bid war of Juna versus Yufa. So get your donations in now if you want Juna to win. If you want Yufa to win, then you can hold off or donate to something else, I guess.
Ready?
Roger that. The margin is still the same. Yufa has $90 and Yuna has $80.
So this fight here is the second hardest fight after Jaluzo, mostly because unlike every other fight in this game so far, there's really not a script past turn 2 or 3. You kind of just have to react to what he does, and there's a lot of RNG in what he does, because 50% of the time he'll just lose his turns. The other 50% of the time he'll straight up murder you.
Yeah. I think this fight is like technically more difficult than Jaluzo, but Jaluzo's definitely less consistent.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we have to change our party because we need to use Yufa here.
Yufa!
Yufa?
We're not sacrificing anyone now. Come on, team, we fight together.
So we get Yufa in the party here. She is like
Let's do this together.
really high level compared to us. She's very strong, but she's not notably a warrior, a thief, or a gunner.
Yeah. Yufa hit their
To the rear guard.
That said, she absolutely slaps on turn 1.
I'll do my part.
Yeah, and also worth noting is the Eagle Lion thing does inflict Tarunda.
Oh, bad crit.
Urodine, love that. Which the Tarunda is incredibly useful, because as you can see, this dude does a lot of damage.
We're fine here.
I'm gonna heal here instead of doing the Mania Bullet.
You heal later this turn.
That is true.
Yeah, just do the Mania. Use a 300 heal probably.
Yeah.
With forward. Let's set it up.
Hit their weakness.
In the name of
There's
justice.
your
Heal, right?
Captain.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a second one of those somewhere. Nice.
My thanks.
Thank you.
Be neither timid nor arrogant.
Yeah, he Decunded, so you gotta...
Yep.
This should work.
When I shoot, let's do this together.
Wait, Pinwheel.
Yeah, I'm
No,
gonna Pinwheel so I can get MC in the back row.
Let it know
Yeah,
I
Stroll was supposed to do that, and then Una heals.
Let up now,
Yeah.
Juna.
Tarkaja.
Got warrior.
Actually, I'm gonna do.
Maybe not.
Actually, yeah, Tins is okay too.
This should work.
My Tarot Gouges are fine for another turn, so. That's
Roar.
well, good thing Heisman's going next.
Yeah, this is why we do this this way, is because usually you... Oh, you didn't inherit it.
Well,
Yeah, that'll be bad.
how much are we at for charity now because of these?
I think that's 7.
It's 7. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so Roar is a very annoying attack he can do that does 2 times Secunda, 2 times Racunda, and 2 times Tarunda. Basically all stats down times 2. And that's why we need Decunda on somebody for this fight, is to immediately clear that off. And usually we always end the turn with MC, optimally. So having Stroll with Decunda to immediately clear the Roars on the following turn is really important.
I even took the time to learn Decunda, and then I just didn't inherit it. Whatever. It's okay, we just get to hear more of the song now.
Yep, we're safe here.
This is all just secretly an excuse to make everyone listen to La Shinjuku more.
I don't mind.
All right, let's try this one more time. Yufa?
Yufa.
It is your turn. Come on, team, we fight together. That is helpful.
So the gimmick with this fight is if you don't fully kill the human on the back, or you don't fully kill the dragon very quickly,
To the back. Here I go.
the human will start leeching life from the dragon. But if you can kill the human before he does that, you know, with like a really strong Peerless, for example, you can skip him doing that.
I don't know if I've seen. I don't think I knew he had Megiddo.
He has Megiddo.
Okay.
You can probably Ambrosia here.
Yeah.
Nice job, Juna. Now
Charging in. I'm all prepared.
He just has like so many random moves that you just like don't see.
Yeah, so it's also really weird because the dragon and the human have separate movesets. They take random turns. It's random who's attacking, but it always also goes off the dragon's stats. So that's why we stat down the dragon.
help me out.
I'll get some distance.
Take it. Try to kill Margot as soon as I can.
Next turn should be fine.
Yep.
Yeah, God's Breath is fine. Another Megiddo that can't crit, so we're fine here. Definitely going to need that 300 heal.
Yep.
Closing the distance.
No, you're Stroll not.
Anyone get on healing duty?
Pass.
Yep.
All yours.
You think yourself equal to a Yuji's agility? I was saving you.
That helped.
My thanks.
I'll give you the performance of a
Pinwheel for the turn
lifetime.
economy.
This should be good. You hit their weakness.
Forward. Lend me your
Don't let
strength.
up now, Juna.
All right, Margot's dead, so that means now Et has a chance of missing his turns.
In the name of
Yeah, so now that the human's dead, whenever the human would try to act, which again is random, it'll say the human possessing the dragon is suffering, and it'll just cost the boss a press turn without us doing anything.
I'll be fine.
To the rear guard. Come forth, royal soul.
Like that. Yeah!
Love to see it.
Go for it.
Let's see.
Perhaps
Let's
this
just
suits me best.
refresh the
This should work.
Your turn.
Charging in. I'm all prepared.
Hit their weakness.
I can't afford to
Guard.
I'll hold my ground.
So here, MC's in the front row, so we're going to lose our Barton boost. So we might take an insane amount of damage on this turn.
Something new.
Or the human could suffer.
Oh, Captain's hurt bad. Let's get him some
Yep.
healing.
We're good.
Hey,
That's-
all right.
That should be lethal as long as no one.
Yeah, just fearless. Or, right, you had Torakacha, so you're fine.
All right, good fight.
Good fight. I will calculator you for Margot, just for safety.
Okay.
It's, what, 36?
I think that's what you said.
Yeah,
35,
36. So the next fight is either a 5-turn or a 6-turn, depending on your damage rolls. So I'm just gonna calculator the damage rolls just so we don't have to melt them off. Yeah, if you crit, it's a 4-turn, but you know, just crit.
Straw has my. Oops. No.
It is time. I thought we already finished this guy. Jesse's a stubborn
you would,
one.
please.
So this is here where swapping for a half press would be way better, but unfortunately, we don't have that ability.
To the fore. Let's get on with it.
38-20, you're
yeah,
good.
that was enough.
You're good. So yeah, this guy will always Dikaji Dikuna if there are buffs up, so we're gonna purposely keep one debuff on him, one buff on us while using those magic attack items. And that's actually gonna let us beat this boss unscathed and get us those huge bonuses for doing so.
That's good.
Also, Yuna's gonna talk about her shoulders, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I was saving this.
I'll give you the old stubborn, hey?
It's okay. Come forth, royal soul.
It doesn't matter who we tar there. This
shall
needs to be
fight
a
as
tar
the
with the
noble
party.
lion. This call. Not done yet.
Yeah, Tarakaja doesn't affect attack items, so as long as we have the buff on somebody, he'll do Dikaji Dikuna.
So heavy.
We also kind of need to do this strategy to even survive this fight. This guy can output a lot of magic damage to us. So it would be really slow to have to, you know, eat all that to the face and start healing and stuff.
All right, and now we just spam Demon Icicles and he goes down.
Yeah, should be no problem here. Should kill, I think, after 3.
Allow me
Instead of
to
a 4th.
defend barrier.
I'll give you the old. Sorry, my
With sword in
mistake.
hand.
Not quite.
No.
I shall fight. This calls for one of these.
All right, good fight.
All right, do we get the drop? I'm going to actually pay attention. We did get the drop.
Nice.
So Margot's Golden Arrow there is an item that sells for 50,000, and it's an RNG drop. If we get it, we can skip talking to the Madrock in the next area for some extra money.
And now we need to go ahead and close that bid war, by the way.
All right, give me just a second here.
We need some.
No, we should be fine. We had 25k extra, and even with the Learning Gunner on Yufa, it's not going to matter.
Well, speaking of Yufa, she has been sniped. The final tally is $295 for Yuna and only $165 for Yufa.
Hey, somebody went in big on her. Dang.
Yep, we did have a $50 donation from Ninja Almighty, who says, for Yuna. We also have an anonymous $20 donation, and we have, oh God, $75 from The Minotaur, who says, now come, samurai, put on a good show.
Excellent.
I've got to be honest, these SMT4 costumes threw me off. They actually just threw me off. I was looking, it's like, whose turn is this? I just see blue. Who wears blue? Where's Stroll's orange?
All right, so thanks to your generous donations to a good cause, we will be using Juna for the rest of the game. Like I mentioned before, Juna is what we go for in the speedrun because it saves a bunch of menuing. So theoretically, that's what I should be used to. Though I actually kind of assumed Yufa was going to win the bid war and practiced her stuff a bunch right before.
I mean, again, it's not any different. So, I mean, if anything, you can just follow the notes.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have to
Unless
do any
you-
other stuff. I didn't change anything for the notes.
Yeah.
I just made a mental note of what I'd have to do differently.
So the difference between the two, I can break that down since we've just got nothing but sleeping for a while now.
Yeah, go for it.
So Yufa was originally used because she was way higher level. She has a way better strength stat, and we were like, that sounds like more damage to me. More damage, more better, right? Turns out that damage doesn't matter at all. The last time it matters is on Homo Margo, who we just killed. It can matter on Sogune, which is the next boss, but very, very rarely does it actually. But it caused us to have to do a menu for Yufa to learn Gunner, take Yuna's manual, and then later on we have to give the manual back to Yuna, and then after we use Yuna for one fight, we have to give it back to Yufa.
And we do have to use Juna for that one fight because she's the only person that has access to Masked Dancer.
Yeah.
Since we don't actually start Juna's Confidant in this run, we don't have access to that job on anyone else.
And even if we did, we wouldn't have the prerequisites to learn it.
Right.
Doesn't it need trick? No, it needs...
the higher level needs Trickster.
Okay.
I think it needs
Does it just
either
need Mage
I
or
think it needs
Seeker?
Mage. Seeker is for Devil Summoner. Or for
Okay.
Summoner.
Right. Anyways, so that's why we just opted to start using Juna, is because you already have everything on her that she needs, and the damage, while hers is minuscule compared to Yufa's, doesn't actually matter because Peerless Go Burr.
All right, so here during these last couple events on the island, we ended up saving Yufa. We realized that like the whole priestess getting eaten by the dragon god thing was actually not how it was supposed to work. The priestess is actually supposed to work with the dragon god to protect the people of the island.
We also found out a bunch of lore about the humans and how they were just actually normal humans, like normal, you know, people. And due to Magla overrunning the world due to negative feelings, they got transformed into what they are now. Here the game gives you a save point because there's a bunch of choices you can make to who to hang out with this event with. Luckily for us, very luckily for us, the top option is Stroll, and whoever you hang out with gives you an insanely busted weapon for this point in the game. And Stroll, being a warrior, happens to give you a really busted greatsword for the warrior class. I mean, it's not like we've been using warrior the whole run or anything. It's not like we really want a really powerful greatsword or anything. Funnily enough, this superpowered greatsword is going to end up being on Heizme at the end of the run.
Yeah, and use it like it's an amazing greatsword, but it used like twice.
It's twice the size of him, and he looks so silly holding it.
Heizme in general looks very funny when he's using warrior because all the greatswords are like twice his size. But the beloved greatsword, or not the
beloved
greatsword especially because it's also just like very wide as well. Looks very funny.
We do never use him with the beloved greatsword though. Beloved greatsword belongs to our beloved Basilio.
Yeah.
So here now that we have
the one
Yufa,
you get from Stroll then, because I was thinking of the one you get from Stroll.
Rebel greatsword.
Rebel greatsword.
That's the one we just got.
Yeah, that one looks really looks even more funny. Was what I meant.
Yeah. So here, now that we have Yufa, we have this amber stew recipe. And the amber stew recipe says when you use this item, everybody on your team does double physical damage for their next attack.
Yeah, it's AoE charge, which is just ridiculous.
It's and with Peerless, it's as silly as it sounds. I assure you.
It is very, very silly. And if you thought we were doing big numbers before,
all right then.
Oh boy, howdy.
Let's go.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, so Draco Ed is really the last boss fight in the run. Every other boss in this entire run, except for Sogune, is going to die in 1 turn, or 2 and do nothing else.
Let's go.
Speaking of silliness, have I got a quick minute?
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to see the sender or their exact message for that Mothman donation earlier, but big shocker, it's Ghost Kumo. His message being, maybe the true metaphor was the ReFantazio we made along the way.
Time marches on.
Donation goes to
and the age of
Mothman's
a new
choice,
king draws
unless it's also
nearer.
Beef's choice.
Which
Which
is
goes to Larpus's choice. GL friends, you guys are awesome.
Thanks so much, GK. Appreciate it.
We do also have some incentives that I want to draw some attention to. Giving Maria photos, we still do need work on that, but we have 2 big incentives coming up later in the marathon.
Hey.
We have an incentive to fight the super boss of East 10 Nordics, and we have a $2,500 incentive to fight the Bonds of Friendship fights in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That one is going to be really, really fun if we can hit it.
We would have done a super boss incentive for this, but it's already part of the route, so you guys get it for free.
The gauntlet.
And the other super boss in this game is New Game Plus only, and it would be the exact same thing that you're going to see us do to everything else.
But sillier because we would have Sublime Spoonfuls.
Yeah.
Sublime Spoonfuls is a very casual item that you get unlock the recipe for after cooking every other food item. What Sublime Spoonful says is add 4 press turn icons. And it's supposed to be limited 1 per turn, but they kind of messed up that part of the code, and it's not limited 1 per turn.
The age of a
So
new king
you
draws
can
nearer.
kind of just take an infinite turn until whatever you're fighting is dead. As long
Hashtag
as
just Atlas things.
the ingredients for it are very expensive and partly RNG to come by. So, like, you're not supposed to be able to get a ton of them. But if you were running New Game Plus or something, like, obviously you can have whatever the heck you want. It's just a matter of grinding it out. So we've cooked now 3 amber stews, but in our inventory, because we've done Maria, we actually have 5 of them because we get +1 every time we do a cooking. So we cooked 2, got 3. We cooked 1 and got 2 for a total of 5.
You said
That
you can skip the King's Rock, right?
Yes, you got the drop. And we don't have to teach Gunner, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true.
Speaking of...
Oh, yeah. So, by the way, we were in like 50 degrees Celsius earlier. We're now at -5 degrees Celsius, like after like a week.
Hey, listen.
Good timing on that NPC.
What in the blazes? So the entire party is probably having a really bad time right now.
It's fine. We just kept him out in blistering heat for 7 days, and now we're here and it's ice cold.
Right.
Good old Midwestern weather.
Hey,
I mean, it really is like fall in the Midwest, yeah.
All right.
let's go.
Oi.
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 Oi, you!
If we can't...
So you'll notice here, our hotel booking is much more luxurious than when we were in Brylehaven. In Brylehaven, we were still kind of a nobody. So we got like the super sketchy, like bug-infested, like cot on the wall to sleep in. And here we have like the luxury suite because we're in the front running.
Okay, but also it was like 3 times faster to sleep in Brylehaven than it's going to be to sleep in Alderberry.
That is also true.
Time marches on, and the age of a new
Brylehaven
king
is the
draws nearer.
fastest location to just sleep in for the entire run. Virga is
Virga's
also just as fast.
yeah.
But unfortunately, the game only lets you sleep in your active zone, so we can't just go back there to pass days to sleep.
Coincidentally, the time we're going to be sleeping for 20-something days is in one of the worst locations. Oi.
All right, let's go.
Grand Trad's definitely up there as far as...
It is. I'm trying to think if it's worse than Martyr, and I think it is. So again, dumping all of our Madge for more money because we have 2 more shops to do the entire rest of the run. The first one's coming up here. If you want to skip buying the Heartwarmer, you can. We've got Panaceas from Barden.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So it's just like up to buy the reset. We're going to buy an item that casts Dekunda on us, so if we get roared on this next fight, we're not going to have Stroll anymore. Or not the next fight on Sogune. We can cleanse that because...
I also have a bunch of Coney Stews left over still as well.
Yeah. Because we really just needed that Dekunda for because we couldn't buy those items yet.
Yeah. What do you think?
So we will be using Yufa for the next section. She is forced into your party for a bit.
And she also hard carries. So Yufa enjoyers, those who donated for Yufa, here is her singular chance to shine.
You get the Phantom.
I'm double checking that I read the bid war right because these names are so similar. Yes, it was Yuna.
All right then.
It's a little late now. Actually, no, it's not. We didn't talk to the Madrock, but
yeah, we could collect that for
let's go.
For the extra mag to pay for the job. But if I had to grab the Magrath, it would have been a little late. But all right, 20 monster bones and how many koi? 31.
Fish and bone. That's all you need to survive.
No,
Proper aces.
Indeed. And I just buy your cordials. I didn't miss anything, right? Yeah, we skipped
no,
the
you're good.
Warmer. I got the runics, equipped those, did that, and now we're going to the Opera House. So now we're going. Now that we have the the super special, awesome secret spear of super special awesomeness that can void the kingly magic, we're going to attempt to assassinate Louise.
Like all good protagonists do.
We made a fake of Draco Diaz to give to Louise, so we still were like, oh yeah, mission accomplished. But yeah, now we are going to. Oh yeah, I need to swap you this outfit. Now we are going to stab him in the back and try to kill him. So this area is actually pretty interesting. There's we're gonna get over here to this door, and we're gonna find out that it's been locked, and that that they lost the only key to open the door. So what we're gonna do is you're supposed to kind of wander around this area, collect different items that you then trade with other people that are missing certain. Like for example, we're gonna pick up a tooth over here, and we're gonna find the person who is missing the tooth, and they're gonna be the person that happens to have the key. But there's a bunch of items you can actually get here, like a whole trading sequence where like an actor forgot their script.
Yeah, you can strawman millionaire yourself into, I forget what it is. So I haven't shilled it yet. There is an official guidebook for this game. It is 600 pages. It is very heavy. It's very cool. It has so much information about this game. I'm going to check what the strawman millionaire reward is. But this guidebook has like a day-by-day guide if you want to follow it to get literally everything in the game.
Hey, what's my money at? Oh yeah, we're good.
now.
Okay.
We need 95k for the rest of the game. I have 138k, so I don't have to worry about picking up any sellables.
It's the Herald's Banner accessory, which I don't think is an accessory. I think that might be a typo. I think that's a commander weapon.
That sounds like a commander weapon.
It does sound like a commander weapon. So here we're going to just summon a dragon god.
Yeah, so these like warrior monks are here, just doing their jobs, watching the place, making sure no one sneaks in. And then Yufa just shows up and just like throws a dragon at them and eats them. We're the good guys, I promise.
I promise.
Also, there's more dogs here who we will be saving. We will not be harming the doggos. We might actually harm one or two of them, depending on positioning.
So we never really explained what Yufa is. She's a summoner class, which we don't see in the run at all, because it's a very casual class. And unfortunately, Yufa's really not that great. Like the class itself has a very wide mix of strong AoE magic and physical skills, which lends it to being a hybrid build. And the problem with Persona games and just stat games in general is hybrid builds usually do not work out. They're just usually weaker than purist builds.
Yeah, and Maxing wins out almost every time.
Yufa suffers a lot from that, like, greatly. And it's really sad because one of the singular spells in the game that can match Peerless is a summoner ability that Yuffie could get. But she's just not that great because she's so mixed. And whereas Yuna or Stroll or Basilio or MC is going to be a purist build and just output way more.
Yeah, we mentioned that Juna's Juna's normally supposed to be your mage. And to put into perspective how much of a mage she's supposed to be, she's one of the few party members in the game that actually naturally caps out a stat, the other being Basilio with his strength.
She caps out at like level 72. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, she is very much like magic for everything, which does mean she's a little squishy in for a lot of fights, but when you're just blowing everything up, that doesn't matter as much. All right, so here we're going to swap MC back to Warrior, and I'm going to... I don't need to swap that out.
The gear.
Did that. Oh yeah, the Runic thing.
The extra thing at the bottom was throwing me off too because I'm just used to like menu placement visually.
Yeah, that was a Yuffie strats thing throwing me off because for this fight you have to do a different extra menu.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so we tried to assassinate Luis and it kind of failed.
We did give him a nice good hole in his heart. He looks very good with it. He pulls it off spectacularly. Really the only guy who could. But you know, when magical lances aren't enough, you know what is enough? Peerless Stonecleaver.
Also, this is another one of my favorite battle themes in the game. It's called You Face Luis Cuiabarn, and it is fantastic. So we'll let it play out while we nuke Luis here.
Let's do this together. Good job, Juna. Now they're weak to something
all
new.
yours. Charging in. Lend me your strength.
Bam! So if you noticed, we were doing like 3,000 on Et. Now we're doing 6.5.
I feel stronger.
Without Tarukaja.
Certainly stronger than I was.
And past this, it's only going to get more insane.
We did it. We killed Luis.
Surely. This time for real.
I mean, to be fair, we do actually kill him here.
We do.
Yeah, we did it. We did it. We won. Except now Forden, a.k.a., you know, evil, corrupt priest dude who now is revealed is actually really evil. Because when we kill Luis, we discover that the curse on the prince actually hasn't been lifted. And we discover through the next couple of scenes that it was actually Forden that ordered the cursing of the prince, or the assassination of the prince that resulted in the failed cursing. In order to frame Luis and in order to, like, seize power. And that Forden is actually, like, super, super evil, and we just, you know, gave him the divine relic that lets him kill any other candidate. But it's okay, because Luis got better and had the real spear and just killed Forden.
He got better because the Necromancer isn't dead.
Oh yeah, Zorb is also alive.
Because zombies.
Oh, and Fidelio also ate a laser beam to protect some kids.
And Basilio.
Well, Fidelio ate the laser,
Basilio was protecting kids,
right.
and then Fidelio protected Basilio. So now Basilio joins our party, and by God, Stroll is getting kicked to the curb immediately. Friendship ended with Stroll. Basilio is now my new best friend.
Yes. Basilio is, again, the other character alongside Juna that naturally caps out a stat, and his stat is strength, and boy howdy, is he a strong boy.
Basilio is going to out DPS the MC by about 3 times in just a little bit from now. He will be doing 3 times the damage our MC is, because he's Basilio.
Leave it to me.
Yeah. Goodbye, Stroll. All right, and now we just leave and re-enter the run. The game gives you this opportunity to leave and do some shopping before more plot stuff happens, because, oh boy, plot stuff is happening.
Yeah, this is where the game gets really, really thick into it. Who were we talking to? We were talking to Dewolf, who said he got to Altaberry, and he dropped it right when the game was about to get good.
Good night.
Yeah, this next section is like where probably like the vast majority of like the big plot stuff happens. Altaberry and the section immediately after Altaberry, a lot happens.
Fortunately for us, all of the happenings are skippable, so... Essentially, since Luis killed Forden, clearly that's not the end of evil religion. Why would it be? So the next in command, more or less, is Rella, who is Yuna's sister. And she tries to put on this act saying, oh, I curse the prince. I'm super evil. I'm going to rule the country.
And I'm going to brainwash every... She does actually brainwash.
She does
everyone.
brainwash everybody with holy magic. It's very much Mastema, what are you doing here? This is not an SMT game. But she does so very unconvincingly, so we chase after her to these Royal Academy ruins that were probably supposed to be a dungeon at one point in time to stop her and fight the last real boss of this run.
But wait, if she's part of the church, would it be thaumaturgy and not brainwashing?
The Kevin in me says yes, the Wazzy in me says no.
All right, so this is Sagne. She summons a giant dragon to try to kill us.
Yeah, this is the last fight in the run where there's actually RNG that can mess us up. Aside from missing.
Yeah, missing is a constant threat.
So the only way we lose this fight under normal circumstances, aka not missing, is if he roars and freezes somebody on his singular turn.
Ready for impact.
Are you strong enough to protect the weak?
Allow me to use this.
Look here.
All right, come on, no freeze, no roar. That's fine. All right, so we cannot lose this fight from here unless we miss.
Great.
All right, that's no. So roar can turn this fight into a damage roll, but we didn't get roared, so this is free from here.
Time for some close. We'll do this.
Unless we miss.
Bam!
Bam. So this boss has 7,000 HP. We just did all of its health in one hit. Of course, Rella heals the dragon, but you know what? We
have more Amber Stews.
We have more Amber Stews. And we also have more press turns.
Great job, Juna. Now they're weak
Just
to
give me
something
something to this one.
Right in their weak spot.
Let's work together.
Bam!
Bam! And that is a very dead dragon.
This path has led to mastery.
Feels like I'm making progress.
So there are 2 fights left in the game that take more than 2 turns to defeat at this point, and those turns that we have to give the boss are 100% scripted, and they will never deal damage to us. Every fight from this point on in the run is unscathed. We take 0 damage from this point onwards.
Which is good, because if we did take damage, we would probably die.
Instantaneously.
Immediately.
Absolutely instantaneously for like 3 times our max health.
Now this is sounding like an SMT game.
Yeah. All right, so at this point, the ruling council just kind of gives up, and they're like, yeah, well, we might as... Oh, also, at some point, we decided to tell everyone that we're the prince to get some extra popularity, and so that when we do defeat Luis and win, that we can... that the prince can actually take the throne, since the whole popularity thing would mean that we would take the throne, but we're doing this in the name of the prince and not for ourselves. And so the council just decides, we're kind of in ruins anyway, considering our last leader was super corrupt, and the one before that, like, just told everyone to ignore us. So, yeah, I might as well just support the prince.
Yeah, they just gave up.
Since Luis has also said that if he takes over, he's just going to completely obliterate anyone who follows Sanctism, so...
So if you remember way back at the start of the run, we did Hulkenberg rank 2, and we said, oh, we're doing this so she gets she walls up on traveling. And that is a reason. There's a second reason.
We've got the fight of our lives ahead.
When a character is available for hanging out, and when they are not, they are in different locations in various cities. The location that Hulkenberg happens to be every single day for this Altaberry section, because we cannot do her link, is right in the hotel next to the bed.
Give it a shot.
She is in there during the day, sitting on the couch, contemplating her life, and at night she is sitting at the bar drinking. We don't know what's going on with her. We've never talked to her beyond that first link, and we have no plans to do so otherwise.
Yeah, so we're going to be, other than like a quick little menu I'm going to be doing on the 15th, basically Luis is like, all right, you know, if you really are the prince, then I will see you at Grand Trad on the 23rd, and we will like finally settle this in a duel. And so we have until through the 22nd is supposed to be the like, hey, prepare for the super epic confrontation against Luis, and we're gonna spend all of it just sleeping.
Yeah, at this point, we've done Alonso, we've done all of our social stats. There's actually nothing left that we need to do aside from sleep. We have enough money for the rest of the run. We can't really go and get Madge, and even if we could, we don't need it. All of our resources are good for the rest of the run, so everything else is just sleeping. This is where it does devolve into a Persona run, where you do one thing and then you sleep for 20 days. Luckily enough, this segment here is about 12 minutes and the one later is 16 minutes. So it's not that long in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, that could definitely be much worse.
Tower of Insolence. So here we're again buying an informant for tower access because we'll need all 3 of those later. And we're also going to be doing some menuing to power Basilio up.
What now?
So here we're just going to, oh no, not you. We're going to fully master Basilio's warrior.
A new ability. I'm getting stronger.
I'm getting stronger. I love Basilio's voice lines.
Unlike Stroll, we're immediately going to be making Basilio our TPS because he's so strong. And that means getting a slash boost on him.
I'm getting stronger.
And then we also want Berserker to 10 to get Sense of Kinship. Sense of Kinship is basically Heat Up version 2. But I think the caveat with Sense of Kinship is it's only physical attacks, where Heat Up is it's weird. There's your attack and then your physical attack are 2 separate parts of the damage calculations. Heat Up does your physical attack, and Sense of Kinship does your attack. And they affect damage calculations differently, but the Sense of Kinship is stronger.
Is there a reason why we give Heisme the Utilitarian's manual earlier?
Yes. On Luis 2, it's a damage roll to kill, and you need Phantom Tracer to finish him off.
Oh, right, on Luis 1, right.
Or, yeah, Luis 1.
Okay. I forgot to do that, so good thing it didn't matter.
It is a good thing it didn't matter.
In that case.
Could have maybe Lava Crystal. Phantom Tracer really doesn't do much damage.
Yeah,
but
it was close enough. I could have probably just thrown something at him. That would have been fine. I just, realized, I'm like, wait a minute. Heisme doesn't have the manual. Stroll does.
If it wasn't fine, we'd be dead.
Yeah, true. So yeah, that was the one thing we needed to do is get Kinship onto Basilio to make sure that he does enough damage. We also gave him the Rebel Greatsword because again, he is going to be our damage now. And so we're going to be sleeping until the 22nd. So
we're also very close to that Prince archetype that doesn't use Greatsword, so swapping all of our warrior stuff to Basilio makes sense.
In that case.
But yeah, if you have anything for us, Stolt, now is an excellent time.
Boy, howdy. I do have some incentives I want to remind the chat of. We still need about half of the $750 needed for the Maria Photos incentive. And then we've got 2 big incentives coming up later, fighting the Super Boss in East 10 and fighting the Bonds of Friendship fights in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
How is our MP healing right now? It's not great.
Hopefully we get a drop into the dragons is kind of my...
Yeah, I mean...
All right, then.
That automatically fixes it.
Yeah, I've started skipping the sap in the final dungeon. Because if I get a drop from the dragon, I try to go without it because it's so slow to grab.
Oh, the one in Tyrant Star?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually didn't even know it was a thing until recently. I think I just skimmed that part of the notes or you recently added it.
You must have skipped it. It's always been in there.
Okay, because I literally saw it for the first time ever when I was going through a practice run of the Eloquence List route. I'm like, what is this added? Because I've just always been really good on MP healing.
Yeah, hopefully we get some Dragon Blood drops. If not, I think we're okay with Cordials.
Should be.
I know we have 1 potion.
In that case.
Worst comes to worst, we can just 2-day.
All right, then.
Ew.
Which, yeah, worst case scenario, but it's an option. It's an
There's the 100 MP item before the
yeah, the injections.
Time
Yeah,
marches on,
that
and
plus
the age
the
of a new
cordials plus
king
the sap
draws
should be
nearer.
enough no matter what.
yeah.
While
You
we
could also
have
be unhinged and use the Arcane Dragon Blood.
I could do that. Yes, I'm sure you wouldn't appreciate it, but I could do that.
I'm prepared for it, but I wouldn't appreciate it. No.
All right.
this is a co-op run, right?
Yeah. Competitive co-op. My part of the run is better than his, so you know.
I mean, I made money problems for him almost. So
That reminds me when Beef and I would have to barter with people over which Trails segment we wanted in our co-ops.
Ours was pretty easy to figure out. There was some stuff with the timing. If someone were to like count by the seconds the amount of time that like I'm playing versus Beef, they'll notice Beef is playing a decent bit longer than I am, but also he's doing a lot more downtime than I am. So
I'll be doing the 16-minute downtime at the end of the run.
yeah, since Beef wanted some extra time to like get reused to the game again before immediately going into the final boss, we agreed that he could do Tyrant Star if he also did the 16 minutes of downtime.
While we have this downtime, I would like to remind the viewers here what we're here for and what we're doing this for. We are supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 main pillars: education, awareness, and accuracy. What does that mean? Accuracy, for example. Advocacy, pardon me. NAMI engages in federal advocacy efforts and supports NAMI state organizations, such as the chapter here in Denver, where Limit Break takes place, in their state-level advocacy efforts. This helps to empower people across the nation who are dealing with mental illness or who know people who are dealing with mental illness. Together, we can all be stronger for it.
All right, we have one more day of sleeping.
Hooray!
In that case,
Let's go.
Gallic is excited. Let's go.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We did just get a $50 anonymous donation that says, Yuna, best girl.
Heck yeah.
Well, I mean, she's the one we're using.
Yeah, she won out.
We are running low on time for that Maria incentive, though. There is really only about an hour left at this point. Hour and 20 tops.
Yeah, we're going to cut that off as soon as I defeat Elegy of the Soul and we start the 16 minutes of downtime.
Gotcha.
Because that'll be like the perfect time for Beef to deliver those pictures. So if you want to make a young girl very, very happy, then you should donate for that.
Yeah, we're still sitting at about halfway there. We can make it, but time is running short.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king
All right,
draws
we're doing
nearer.
stuff.
Hooray! Doing stuff. We're going to be doing stuff for like... So right now, this is like the biggest point in the run of like consistent stuff going on. For the next literal like hour and 15 minutes, there's going to be non-stop dungeons, non-stop fights, non-stop finisher noodles.
Yeah, we will be doing stuff, again, stuff until the 16 minutes of nothing.
And then after that, there's like 15 more minutes of the run.
Yeah.
The state.
But there's also blindfolded boss fight at the end of that.
Yeah.
We
That
did
cutscene
meet that
throws me
incentive,
off.
and it is a very Beef thing to do, so I'm looking forward to it.
I proposed it to Freedom as a joke, and it was his segment of the run originally. He was like, I don't want to learn that.
He should have known.
But, no, he should have. But I mean, you know me. I put my money where my mouth is.
For better and for worse, you do cook.
I'm really sad we didn't get the apron. we were going to, and then we.
I'm still torn if I want to offer blindfolded Azure Final Boss.
That
Time marches on,
I
and the
would
age of a
donate
new king draws
so
nearer.
much of the money to see that.
All right, I gotta do it now, I guess.
If you did that and you pulled it off, I would
Come on
so
in.
much of the monies, all of the monies.
For those who aren't in the know, because obviously it's a completely different game, that fight is scripted, but it's like 40, 45 steps or so. So it's a very long fight, but it is scripted.
It's also just infamously awful.
Not in the speedrun.
Yeah.
Speedrun, it's perfectly good. It's perfectly consistent, but
Actually, that fight is awful. Actually, one of the worst final bosses I've ever fought in an RPG. All right, and anyway, we're gonna fight Luis again. Second verse, same as the first. We're gonna kill him the exact same way we did before, except this time Basilio is going to be killing him instead of the main character.
No, you have to use both.
Oh, sorry. It'll be a team effort this time.
We need 2 Peerlesses this time.
To the front.
Bam! Bam!
Luckily for us, you only need to get this boss to 75%. If you had to kill him, I genuinely don't think we could.
Yeah, we'd have to actually spend the prep time prepping instead of instead of sleeping.
Yeah, his whole AI is to target your weaknesses, and he one-hit kills us.
Oh yeah, we got turned into a human, by the way, and now everyone hates us. But we got better, but everyone still hates us. So now we're going to the secret sanctum where the village of the Elda, which is where the organization we're part of, is headquartered. Because Luis also said that he has sent Zorba to assassinate the prince. So we're racing over there to try to beat Zorba to save the prince.
We don't save the prince. Unfortunately, we do not save the prince. We cured the curse and the prince was getting better.
Oh yeah, we did cure the curse. Rella was the one who was forced to cast the curse at Fortin's. Basically, Fortin blackmailed her into doing it.
And after we took down Sogune, she was like, oh, I guess you probably maybe are the prince and you're really strong. Man, I should probably pay for my crimes. I'm going to turn into an ice cube.
As one does.
As one does.
Oh yeah, also we can see fairies now, which is kind of ominous because you're not supposed to be able to see fairies, except Gallica, because she lets us see her. The idea is that like fairies are kind of creatures that exist only when like Magla is incredibly dense. And the fact that we can just see fairies everywhere now is kind of an ominous
it's nearly time.
sign.
Time for the age of a new king to draw near?
Have I waited?
As long as she waited.
She's waited so long.
You must hurry.
We have to hurry. I'm going.
Hayaku.
Has come. All was for this day. There is still time.
There is still time to get underestimate.
I mean, yeah.
We've got like 20 minutes right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so the prince is like deader than dirt right now. But it's okay because we have a vision of the strange voice that's been talking to everyone, and are led to the realization that we are actually the prince, sort of.
The prince was the friends we made along the way.
We're sort of the prince, and then we become the prince, like, for realsies.
And we get the prince archetype for it, which is what MC is going to be for the rest of the game, because prince archetype is disgustingly broken. Not as broken as samurai, but on par. On par.
So we kind of talked about it a little bit, but Prince Archetype has the special effect that it counts as every single class in the game simultaneously when it comes to calculating synthesis skills. So that means that just we're just going to get access to a ton of extra synthesis skills for free just for having MC on a job class that is already really good because it has access to a lot of other skills that are just incredible, in addition to just making synthesis a lot easier. All right, so now we're out for revenge after getting some granny lore. Whoops. Prince.
Behold, I walk a royal path.
He rocks a royal path. And Prince inherits heat up and aim support.
So Prince's gimmick is he is very, very strong against human enemies. Unfortunately for us, dragons, which we're going to be fighting a lot of soon, don't count as humans.
Dragons
but all the
are not
remaining...
humans? What?
Imagine that!
Imagine dragons that aren't humans?
No Manikeets here.
Fire Emblem lied to me.
They did.
Ready?
They don't need dragon stones either. They just kind of are dragons.
Oh yeah, we're gonna refight Homo Gorlio here now, the first boss in the game, except now he's purple.
He is purple.
All right, let's take it down and then get after Zorba.
But he's very strong against humans, and all the remaining story bosses are humans. But the side bosses for the dragons and Elegy are not. Which is where Basilio is going to be carrying all the weight.
I mean, to be fair, Basilio is still going to hit like a truck. But yeah, Royal Sword here is one of the strongest moves in the game. Interestingly enough, despite the fact that the game describes it as being almighty physical damage, it actually scales off of either Fizz, Strength, or Magic, depending on which is higher.
Yeah, it's the only... There's 3 skills in the game that do that. Royal Slash, Heroic Slash, and Royal Sword. The game never tells you this. The literal guidebook never tells you this. It's just deep in the code.
Yeah, it's the reason why like a lot of people like are under the assumption that like, oh, Magic's bad in the end game because you can't use the Prince stuff. But all the good Prince stuff you can still use with Magic. The game just doesn't tell you this.
Yeah, but if you try it once, you'll be like, dang, that actually does work.
Oh yeah, also Gallica finally got her final rank, which means we would be able to access the final mage abilities at literally the worst time to possibly have access to them.
Yeah, that's one of the major problems with mage in this game is it's Gallica locked until this point in the run, basically 926. Because that's when you get like control again. And at that point, it's just so underwhelming compared to the tools you have. And then the fact that at that point, royal archetypes unlock for everyone, and it's just like you want everyone to be their royal archetype because they're so overpowered that it's just like mage is so incredibly, incredibly sad.
And then there's Heisme.
And then there's Heisme, who has a very difficult time getting his royal and has a very bad stat spread and is just kind of bad. People are like, yeah, he's an amazing dodge tank. But what if you just killed everything?
Yeah, don't need to dodge tank if there's nothing to dodge.
Oh, I used him on the super boss. You didn't just take infinite turns?
Just kill them before they kill you.
Exactly.
That is the rest of the run. 1 turn unscathed every fight except for 2.
Smash it all to bits. I hope you like that line.
We're going to be hearing it for a little while. Not as long as we'll be hearing
What to pick?
Oh yeah, Batlin's just like part of our crew now, by the way.
The town crier was our friend all along.
Yeah, like he was like, you know, he was kind of in the background or whatever, and like, you know, he seemed to be supporting us, but not like fully. At this point, he's just like part of the fam now.
This is why you guys should have voted for him in the poll.
Hear ye, I promise I'm useful.
Batlin's a really cool character, honestly. Casually, like his voice actor went hard.
Oh, all the VAs in this game. The person that played Louise, I believe it's his first voice acting job ever, and he absolutely kills it.
He does. He does for sure.
All right, so we just said it was going to be non-stop action. That's only half true. We're actually going to spend this first day sleeping.
Just like in Brilliant. Oh boy, the end of the game. We can do so many things. We need to prepare so much sleep.
Yeah, the reason we're doing this, if I remember correctly, is to set up bad weather in one of the areas a little bit later.
Yeah, so like we mentioned, when you go to an area with bad weather, everything's stronger. You don't get more press turns, but you also get more rewards, more experience in particular.
30 days remain.
And
yeah, we have different dialogue now, by the way.
That applies when we use finisher noodles too. We don't actually have to fight anything. We can one-shot it all with finisher noodles, and we still get that boosted experience. So we're gonna purposely spend our time in such a way that every dungeon we go to, except for the actual story dungeon, is going to be in bad weather.
I need to write down the inputs for that. The warp to the mag exchange from there. I always struggle with that.
It's just left, right, up. Because right gets you to Honeybee, and then up gets you to the Magic Exchange.
Right. All right. And so there we accept a quest from a man who wants to find a legendary greatsword so that he might forge one of his own. And he has intel that there is potentially the remains of a legendary sword inside of this active volcano. So we're going to go ahead and just fly into a volcano, because why not, right?
This is the only side dungeon in the game that we don't have to do for the true ending. This is 100% optional.
Oh, and Alonso's.
I'm not going to count that as optional.
Okay,
this run doesn't exist without Alonso.
That is entirely true. Basilio starts brawler.
But the reward for this is a sword called the Beloved Greatsword. It's
the
not
best weapon in the game.
It's not the strongest weapon in the game power-wise, but it is, in fact, the best weapon in the game because it triples the cost of your synthesis skills, but also doubles their effectiveness, which is a lot of damage. It is so massively powerful that it is single-handedly what enables us to more or less finish this run. I don't believe there will ever be a route of this game that doesn't get it. Despite it being a total 4-minute detour. There's just no other way you could do stuff fast enough. Finishers.
Noodles. Wait,
just all of them.
Yeah, I just hit the wrong button.
Have I got a minute?
Yeah.
I've got a $10 donation from Geister Carla, who says, I like how fast new RPGs get totally destroyed by speedrunners. And Beef, you would know a lot about that. You did a lot of the resources and documentation for this game.
This game did take a little while for us to get. The initial routes were actually 8 hours long. 7.5 hours was a good time for this game.
Well, that also helps the early runs were on PS5, which is an hour slower.
No, even for PC, 7:30 was a good run. Like, it could have gone down to 7, but we're all the way down at 5:48 now. The initial history for this game is there were 2 routes in the works. One from Bulski, one from Nevowitz.
Liv was also making one at the time, but ended up dropping it.
Yeah.
Focus on Nev's route.
Nev's route used magic, which we've mentioned several times. And Mool's route is this route. In essence, it's a strength build. And that was what we used for a while, and there was a lot of fat we cut out just bit by bit, cutting out stuff like getting Tycoon from Brigida for Almighty Boost on MC, because we were just doing so much excess that we didn't need to do because we underestimated how strong Basilio was.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot with games I route, where you do a lot of extra stuff because you think it's needed, and then eventually, either through people just getting better at the game or finding new ways to optimize and min-max builds, slowly the fat gets trimmed more and more and more until you have a run that's more optimized like this one.
So after that, we got times down around 6 hours. Left Bishop came in. He's a Japanese runner. And he made some slight tweaks to the early game that we've adapted. Like one-daying Grand Trad and Kriegante Castle. And then I smashed that together with cutting out Eloquence entirely. And the reason we didn't want to cut out Eloquence because we was like, Heisme and Barden do give you a lot of cash. So we were concerned we couldn't make the money route work without significant sacrifices. But it turns out by skipping Eloquence and like doing stuff like bathing and hanging out with people on the runner on the way down to Brillhaven instead of reading, those minor Maj gains add up to enough to replace what you get just barely.
Let's head back.
And you can get a money route to work out of it.
Losing Barden 6 does kind of stink, though. But
yeah, it also required the Et fight reroute to not have double turn on MC. The reason Et is so dangerous is because a lot of the time, including in this run, MC gets trapped in the front row because of your turn economy when you get later into the fight. And that means you lose your Barden back row boost, and it means MC can actually just straight up get one shot. And obviously that's bad.
The day of the hero
when you had double turn, you could always Peerless and then jump back to the back row, keep your Barn back boost. It was super safe fight, super fast, but it required the double turn issue led into the fight after that Home Margo where we had to use all those attack items. And if you can't double Peerless there, which we wouldn't have been able to, that fight would be so slow.
All right, so we're going to go to the Skybound Avatar for approximately 3 seconds.
Yeah, so we picked up the Rusty Greatsword in the Volcano. We haven't turned in the quest yet. We're going to soon and get that Beloved Greatsword we talked about. However, there is one item here that we've talked about a little bit throughout the run. We talked about an item that we wanted to purify. This is where that item exists. It's just in a chest right at the start for us. And it purifies into one of the 3 following glove accessory slots. Massively increased slash damage, massively increased strike damage, or massively increased pierce damage. Basilio, our beloved warrior, user of Peerless Stonecleaver, which is slash damage, really, really likes having massively increased slash damage.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of the slash amp accessory, or the slash amp skill, which normally the slash amp skill is hard locked to Royal Warrior, but you can just get it as an accessory, and it does stack with slash boost. So Basilio stonks continue to be up.
There's no such thing as a Basilio stonk going down. That was spicy.
That was very interesting. All right, then, whatever, we got there.
We take those.
Yeah.
What now?
All right, so yeah, we dipped into that dungeon. We're just immediately leaving because we really want those sealed gauntlets for the dragons.
Yeah, like we come in here specifically to pick up that get chest because that's what purifies into it. And we're like, we can do the rest of this later. Let's come back. Because we want the way this area starts out is it starts out with you fighting those super bulky ear enemies again. And we
they're
are
even bulkier now.
We're not strong enough to defeat them. So we're going to get all the levels from the dragons and come back here and then be strong enough.
Have I got a minute or two here?
Yeah.
Tempest Mask 1000 donates $3 and says, "Greetings from one absolutely positive Gallica fanboy. What can I say? Our fairy friend here is capable, analytical, helpful, and very adorable. If no fans exist in this world for Gallica, then I've likely expired." But seriously, props to Atlas for making such a likable character in her, alongside an already likable cast in Will and company.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Gallica is a very good mascot character.
Anyway, I'm wishing ChampionBeef and Freedom Pulse the best of luck. May your pace be swift, your menus clean, and your RNG ever in your favor.
So something funny about that quest that we just turned in.
Did you?
Oh, by the way, Godot is now the purification dude. Sarah's hands on to Basilio. Yeah. So something funny about the that quest when we turn it in, the dude makes the beloved greatsword, which, like we said, best weapon in the entire game, and he's disappointed. He's like, wow, I completely failed in creating a legendary weapon. I'm just like, and he's like super down about it. He's like, well, I guess I'll give you this piece of trash anyway.
So here we're buying Evil Eye Talismans. These are essentially debilitate in a can. It lowers all the stats of enemies by 1 rank. These are going to be used for Raccoonda and also just increased accuracy.
We'd like to think it gives us increased accuracy.
We'd like to think. By 8, just in case.
Oh yeah, just in case you have to use the extra one, right? Yeah. Okay. There you go.
I can't menu to it blindfolded, but if we run into problems, we might want it.
Right.
Let's go.
All right. So now we're going to be collecting the quests for the dragons. That was an interesting laugh line. I don't know if I've ever heard before.
That was a cry.
I couldn't tell if it was a laugh or a cry.
It was a cry. There's
like,
no.
I'm like, I'm not sure what's going on there, but all right.
See what headphones let you hear compared to speakers.
Seriously though, especially when you don't have like random music blasting in the background.
Yeah, the incidental dialogue in this game keeps throwing me for a loop.
All right, so we're gonna go to our.
We
first
did
tower here.
just miss one of the funniest parts of it because Freedom was actually going too fast. You go too fast with Turbo. When you're buying those Evil Eye Talismans, every time you stop talking to the dude, if you wait just like a nanosecond, there's a guy in the background who'll go, "I guess that's the end of it." And then, so when you're buying 7 of those, he does, I guess that's the end of it. I guess that's the end of it. I guess that's the end of it.
Well, how dare you rob us of that freedom? Jeez.
Can I say, gotta go fast?
We do gotta go fast.
Fine. I'll allow it in this speedrun marathon.
What? Going fast in a speedrun? No way.
All right, so this year, the Decaying Estate is the final picture we take for Maria. Still not giving those to her yet.
All right, so we're going to be climbing these towers. Something interesting about these towers as you revisit them is that in the final part of the game, the enemies of the towers actually do get powered up. So it does still make it valuable to be using noodles to clear the enemies in here.
This one in particular is already valuable enough. It already would outrank us in its base form. But the fact that it got filled with a bunch of level 60 enemies, we're happy enough with. You'll see the sidebar just completely spammed with level ups at this point.
This power's getting fierce.
I see the end. How's that? Come on, let's push through. Take
Excellent.
this. Come on.
I've grown more powerful.
Power can be so intoxicating.
We're the good guys, right?
Juna is like the ultimate, like, we're the good guys, right, character. Why do I keep over-menuing there?
Right there.
The amount of stuff we have for like healing varies every run.
That's true. Usually it's consistent enough, but it seems like I'm just menuing straight to it now. I'll have to keep that in mind.
It's never consistent for me. I always use like a different number of medicines and medicinal herbs and stuff.
Yeah, usually for me, like right 2 plus R2 is enough to always gets me to noodles. I guess we just had to use a bunch of items this time. I greatly dislike these Specto.
The Spectos can't get you into an encounter here. You're fine. At least I'm 90% sure they can't.
That was entirely out of spite. Oh yeah, I guess just 2 over gets us the noodles. I guess we've been very item today.
Yeah, at this point we have, we started this dungeon with 20 noodles. That is more than enough for the rest of the run, so it doesn't matter if we use them inefficiently. Back when we used them in Etria, it really matters. We needed to squeeze out every last enemy we could out of those noodles.
There they are. Hey, come on!
Yeah, that's why I go wide on those stairs.
Understandable.
Takes care of that.
By the way, those skeletons will absolutely ruin our day completely. Full to dead of the entire party, no chance of survival. Ruin our day.
What now?
So he needs to go back to Warrior so he can actually be useful. And as I'm still on Thief, that's a note I need to remove, and I keep forgetting to delete it.
There's every world where Basilio just kills us as a sword master, though.
Yeah.
There's every world.
Moving to now for
Did it just now give you a tutorial blurb on inclement weather?
Yeah, this is the first fight we're actually getting in.
Huh.
Oh!
Basilio! Oh, this is...
It's fine. He's gonna summon, so...
Yeah. This is getting out of hand. Now there's 2 of them.
It feels so slow.
Just, Gallica, I'm gonna reset.
I think that resets your Gallica proc as well.
Moving back. Come on. Help me out. But I thought you hit it.
So there's one fight in this run where if Gallica does that, it gives us 2 extra turns. It's actually really bad for us. So we ideally want her to do that
I admit,
bonus before we get to that fight.
Don't press start. Don't press start. Don't press start. Okay, I can press start.
Yeah, if you press start there, you do the first option, which is return to the entrance, and you have to walk shame all the way back up the tower. But yeah, Gallica can mess us up on some fights because she gives us extra turns. Again, there's 2 fights left in the whole run, about to be 1 fight where that would actually matter. But we don't have a backup written for the version of the fight.
new skills, new possibilities.
Which is the final boss if Gallica were to proc. So hopefully we see Gallica proc earlier than that. Worst case scenario, if she does proc on that fight, it's just a quick retry
What is this?
until she doesn't proc.
Right.
It is nice that you can just choose to retry the fight from the beginning instead of having to wait for a wipe.
It is really nice. All right, so this is the first dragon, Devourer of the Stars.
This guy's gimmick is he repels everything, and he sets your max HP to 300. It's a very, 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 very nasty fight casually. This is a 2-turn. We cannot 1-turn this, unfortunately. But we can get him into a loop such that he won't actually do any damage to us.
Much thanks. Thanks.
Place in some distance. I'll use this one. Lend me your strength.
So Blackguard's Hammer is an ability that, in addition to dealing physical dark damage, also inflicts a dark weakness.
And we were able to use Yuna's Sable Dance as Mass Dancer to inflict an initial dark weakness. And like I said, this guy repels everything, so you have to inflict a weakness to do damage. So something self-reoccurring, like Blackguard's Hammer, is really what you need for this fight.
Other fun thing about this fight, he actually resists Almighty.
So heavy.
In addition to that, I believe, which, you know, repel all, and also, by the way, have fun using Almighty. You might be here for a while.
To the rear guard. A favor, if I
I'll
may.
give you the performance of a lifetime. Let's get some use out of this.
All yours. Let's work together.
Hit their weakness.
I'll use what I must.
I've got just the dance feel. Wait till let this sit.
Quite a boon.
That helps us out. I'll hang back. Let's set it up.
There we go.
Easy peasy.
Oh, so you might be wondering what is going on at the end of some of these fights. This game has a weird thing, I don't know if it's intentional or not, where anytime you win a fight using Prince, the game just kind of hangs for a couple seconds.
So unfortunately, we didn't get a sap drop there. Sap is an item we got earlier in Area. It's a full HP and MP restore for one character, and that's very, very good for later because we still have MP management issues at this point in the run. Mostly because the final dungeon is a lot of fighting.
Yeah.
So much so that we technically MP heal twice.
Yeah, we give a little bit of like a sip up once and then we fully heal. Like right after the fight that we sip up for.
Yeah, but there's that sounds weird, but there's no other way. You can't.
You just don't have enough MP to only do one heal.
Yeah, and since you don't like, you can either do the sit up first or you can do it at the very end. It doesn't really matter. It's better to do it first.
Where to?
It's just now occurring to me that Greg Chun had to record all 30 numbers for Days Remain.
If Louise wins the crown.
This game, like, I was looking for a specific Yuna line, and it had all of it, just Yuna's battle lines. It was a 17-minute YouTube video
All right.
of just, no breaks between them, really, just one after the other, 17 minutes. This game has so many battle lines.
I respect that.
Prepare.
Please.
All right, so here we're going to be grabbing both of the last two of the 3 Dragon quests. Just right in a row. We're grabbing that one for the Bralhaven one, and then we're going to go here to Adini to get the one for Etria, and then we're immediately going to go to the Etria Tower.
And starting now is when you're going to start seeing the true power of Basilio.
All right then.
Oops.
Where to?
Because now that we've taken out the boss that repels Fizz, and all elements for that matter,
Okay. What's the plan?
everything is on the menu for cleaving.
Now.
What to pick?
Hulkenberg still wants to hang out, by the way.
She does, unfortunately.
We've left her on red for like 3 months now.
We are doing the Hulkenberg fans of the world a great disservice with this run. But unfortunately, endurance build is not too useful.
Yeah, tanking is a great skill, but not when everything dies in one turn.
Careful what you say about her. I'm sure she can still hear you from there.
Hey, I love Hulkenberg.
Oh no, her
She just doesn't
character's
help.
great.
Oh yeah,
she's
like,
just
she's
not.
awesome.
She's not
now?
that useful in the speedrun, unfortunately.
Right there.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate gulf between casual and speedrun strats a lot. Sometimes a character that'll be really beloved in casual playthroughs will just not really stack up when you're optimizing
See
everything.
the enemy.
Agate and
There they are.
Sky second and third.
To be fair,
This power's getting fierce.
Thunder Bug Kick is a thing for a reason.
Would we even use Agate if it weren't for Bug Kick?
I'm really not sure.
Right there.
Maybe we'd use Cooler.
There they are.
Push through.
No, we'd use an Arts Caster.
think
We'd
that's all of them.
use.
Just Morb and then do AoE casting instead of Thunderbug?
Yeah, no. Who would? We'd probably use Olivier.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point.
See the enemy.
That takes care of that. I think we're
There they
safe.
are.
Push through.
Feels like
Yeah.
we're
I don't need to
making
shoot that.
progress.
The enemies that spawn from the Magla crystals that you see are the same level as they are when you visit this place. Excuse you.
What now?
At least they are on this one. In the first tower we did, they're actually they're on level, and it was really scary.
Yeah. Yeah, because that area was like an area we were kind of on level for at that point, given we had skipped. That's one of the things you're intended to do to prepare for Luis too.
It's the main thing you're intended to do.
Yeah.
I'm right
All
here.
right. Who likes spam rolling?
Come and get them. Come on.
These guys are all too low level to bother with. So
Except the caster at the end, who absolutely can kill you.
he can, but he's not worth like noodling or anything.
Well, yeah, it's just if he happens to be in a weird spot and he aggroes and hits you, then you just die. Okay. Equip Prince, and now we do a bunch of menuing. Basilio is going to Master, Swordmaster, and Commander.
So this is where we're getting Samurai finally, which is the highest tier of the warrior line. The main benefit to Samurai is, one, it starts with auto attack up, which is good. And the other major benefit is it takes Peerless from a 3 cost to a 2 cost at base. And then with the manual we have, it becomes a 1 cost. So right now, if you're keeping track at home, we have the second strongest attack in the game, costing 1 turn, and we have the strongest attack in the game, Royal Sword on Prince, costing 1 turn. Also, we have an ability on Prince that gives us 4 turns. And the math starts to math as to how we kill everything in 1 turn. I was so thrown off by you learning Gunner, and I'm like, oh yeah.
I'm doing it for you, Beef.
I know you're doing it for me.
You try to help some people, I swear.
So the lore behind that one is Gunner has an ability called aim support that increases your accuracy by however many of the same job classes you have, kind of like heat up and sense of kinship. It's a pure safety thing to grab. I've never grabbed it, but I'm also the guy who two PB world records in a row missed the final boss and lost over 3.5 minutes. Because I missed the final hit on the final boss with Basilio. And if that happens, you instantly die and have to redo the entire first phase of the fight. Which is, at this point, the longest fight left in the run.
And not just the last phase, which is the one that we'll be doing blindfolded. The whole final fight.
Uh-huh. And, yeah, with aim support, I'm still gonna miss. But it's going to be less likely. It's going to be even funnier.
Exactly. That's how marathon luck works.
Yeah, because we'll react and Beef will be like, wait, what?
I'll be able to hear it.
Yeah, right.
I'll donate 50 if you miss.
Please do.
There's the Gallica proc.
That's a good Gallica proc. So the Gallica proc is a So the way that Gallica proc works is it's a 45% chance at the start of your turn to proc, and once it procs, it goes on cooldown for, I think, 15 fights? Like 15 full boss squad battles before it can be activated again. So there's not that many fights left in the run at this point. So now that Gallica is activated, we will never see that happen again. Which means I don't have to worry about it on the final boss.
Hey. And yes, it is entirely necessary that I repeat that to myself because I've had to do the walk of shame up these stupid towers way too many times when I don't do that.
I don't repeat it out loud, but I repeat it in my mind. Don't press start, don't press start, don't press start. I found mashing B is the way.
That's what I do is I mash circle, or I mash B there. I'm used to using it. I used to use the PlayStation controller for everything, and I recently converted to Xbox controllers.
So this boss's gimmick is he does insane damage, and then every 5th turn, he will do quad 9s to your entire party. The joke is on him because you can nullify his fire resistance and then reflect those quad 9s, and he instant kills himself. But you can also just Mania Bullet and use Fearless Stone Cleaver for 17,000 damage and take care of him that way. And that's a dead dragon.
Yep. Devourer of Flames is got burnt up.
No sap drop.
No sap. All right. Hopefully, Nations gives us it.
Yeah, that feels nice.
I definitely almost called it my split name, and that is not the name of the boss.
I don't know what your split name for it is.
I'm not going to say it on stream.
That's fine.
PG-13, gentlemen.
Hey, okay then.
All right, we have one tower left, and that will unlock the Elegy of the Soul fight, but we're going to do Elegy of the Soul after we clear out Skybound Avatar.
Yeah, again, because we're not strong enough yet for Elegy, but we are now strong enough for the final dungeon. We're going to put off Elegy until we get like 5 or 6 more levels from the final dungeon.
Pardon. Nice.
That's not a Moggle potion.
All right, then.
Smash it.
Let's go.
Right. Time for the old girl to shine. Now
Something worth noting, Beef mentioned at the very, very beginning of the run that we set, that we Steam input map LT to be Turbo A. And because it's like the one input you can do that's like not obtrusive at all. That's mostly true. The one specific exception to that is anytime I'm like on the world map like that, I have to not turbo because LT is the zoom out option for the map.
There are 2 things you can zoom out and be fine. The snow ruins and honestly this tower, and then the Edria revisit.
Yeah. Just like generally, it's like if you're doing that, you're just wasting time because the camera has to zoom out before you can move it at all.
Yeah.
I don't know why I hit it. I didn't need to hit it. Hello, sir.
Yeah, watch that skeleton there.
Gunner!
Right there.
I can feel greater power within.
One thing I really, really love that this game
See the
does,
enemy. Nice find.
and like, you know, this isn't exactly uncommon with games nowadays, but I really do enjoy that like the music ramps up whenever an enemy's aggroed onto you. Because like the way in which the music tends to ramp up is really cool. Like the drums starting to go ham there.
There they are.
Take this!
feel
Let's push
greater
through!
power within.
Come on!
All right.
How's that? This'll do it! Let's push
Destroy the
through!
first one.
Come on!
Thank goodness.
Right there.
All right. How's that?
Marvelous.
Marvelous. All right, we're going to be climbing this tower for a little bit without too much to add. So Stoltz, do you have anything for us?
We are still looking for some help on the incentives we're trying to meet for this run and runs later down the line.
Don't bother.
Pardon me. And there's not
I see
just,
the enemy.
there's stuff in it for you too. We have prizes on offer that you can be entered to win with sufficient donations. For this current run, if you donate a minimum of $10 by the time Beef and Freedom Pulse are finished, you can be entered to win an Étoile Princess painting. A $5 donation will get you entered for a PC key for the game Lunar Lux. A $25 donation will enter you for a Meow Wolf swag bag. $25 will also get you entered for a Shadow Hearts Covenant wooden case replica. I've been meaning to play that game. I heard it's really good.
Right there.
There are so many prizes on offer. Many of them do expire at the end of this run. So if you want to get in on those prizes, now would be a good time to donate toward a good cause, and we'll scratch your back a little in exchange.
This plate.
That was kind of cool.
Well,
The like unintentional dodge roll to directly into the door.
A wise choice.
Now for a good job, Judah. Now they're
Let's
something
split
new.
some bets.
bonk.
Yeah, casual 12k, no big deal.
Yeah, that boss is super weak. So, like that was like a level 25 boss. So,
Now then.
I want to go exploring.
I should also mention a cumulative $200 donation across the entire running of the event. That doesn't have to be all in one go. You can donate, say, 50 per day. As long as you donate 200 total over the course of the event, you will be entered to win a Nintendo Switch 2. That prize is eligible all the way until the end of the marathon, so you've got plenty of time. But if you want to help us meet these incentives right now, we would love to have your donations.
I'll hang back.
Come forth, royal soul.
All power
Personal. Now for a grand
Definitely almost smashed Wild Barrage. That was a bit.
Right in their weak
That's one of my favorite Facilio lines.
Let's work together.
it's a good line because it's our favorite part too.
wise choice.
Come on.
Nice. I, for some reason, always miss Devourer of Nations specifically. Hey,
Go,
there's
step drop.
All right, so the MP routing is pretty much fixed now.
I'm better and stronger.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been a problem as long as we just grabbed the one at the start, but we could probably skip that now.
I'm gonna grab it anyway, just in case. That way I can just throw 2 saps and the healing menu will be done.
All right, fair enough. You can skip the injection then too.
Okay, yeah, I could do that.
Hey. Okay then.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know if he's like just has more agility or something, but I swear anytime I miss those dragons, it's always Devourer of Nations.
I missed. I missed Nations twice in PB. It was big sad. It was on the first peerless though, so it wasn't too long, too fast, or hard to retry.
Oh yeah, I think it's either my PB or one of my practice runs. Got the good old last peerless misses, and then you die, and you're like, oh, all right, cool, good talk.
All right.
Let's go.
All right, so now we're gonna go into the Skybound Avatar for realsies this time, and we're gonna full clear the dungeon.
Now then.
I also got damage rolled on one of the years finally.
Oh,
I didn't die, but I definitely could have.
What to pick?
He killed Heisme, and I was purely okay with that.
oh yeah, that's
Good
fine.
night.
What now?
Sure, I get the armor, and then
Got the raiment.
he does have the raiment, yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, so we'll be noodling a lot of the stuff in here. We're actually going to skip these first enemies that I killed earlier, just because we don't quite need it.
Yeah, at this point, noodles are
Fish.
Noodles are like we're at the levels where like it stopped mattering, but it's easy to get stuff out of our way with noodles. Or we want to be able to rush to an enemy to make movement better. And rather than, you know, attacking the enemy, it getting mad at us and killing us, we kill it.
Monster.
I dislike this dungeon purely because these cutscenes here take so long.
Yeah, it's really weird that these are just not skippable. These like entirely seem like things that would be completely skippable, and they're just not. It is funny to hear the dialogue though.
I believe in you.
I believe in you.
We're off.
It's an excuse to listen to the music more, at least.
True. All right, so heard y'all like FOEs. We have some FOEs for you.
A wise choice.
So rerouting these fights in particular was a big route change for the route because before we used to amber stew all of this, which meant so much more fishing and so much more cooking to make use of that like bonus +1. But then I figured out, hey, Basilio can one-shot these. Just barely he can one-shot them.
8,000?
And that ends up being way faster because of how much cooking you get to skip.
When in doubt, Basilio.
There they are. What now?
Oh, now it's like that because I have that thing.
Yeah, you have a sap now.
That was neatly done.
Just after I untrained my muscle memory, now it's correct to go.
Right there.
I didn't
There they are.
Let's push through.
Cancel before me.
Right there.
June is my favorite. What can I say?
paid off.
I see the enemy.
This power's getting
Push through.
Now let's show them how it's done.
What now?
I knew you could do it.
Right there.
Great job, Mo.
Fish!
That was well done.
You got time.
Yeah, I got it. I can't see. We're good.
A favor, if I may.
No one here fights alone. Great job.
So every single fight in this dungeon goes the same. It's pass, mania, charge, pass, formation, pass, fearless. Every single fight.
Personal space after you.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, you'll notice it's that I'm specifically using Peerless Stonecleaver with the second option there. We're making sure that we're using abilities with very specific party members comboing for MP purposes.
And if you mess that up on the final fight, you die. I learned that one the hard way and lost a run. Lost a good PB to that. Because before, in the before times, it didn't used to matter. Because you would use the Arcane Dragon Blood on phase 1 and get full MP, but now we don't do that anymore. Because we have less damage to spare there. So now we use it on the second fight, which is a lot spookier in terms of MP management.
Let's push through.
Excellent. I've grown more powerful.
How's that?
That might be of use later.
Cycles are off.
Thought they'd never give up.
Right there.
I knew
There they are.
Skip it.
Yeah, just in case. For MCs.
Keep it.
Again, just so I can only use 3 items.
MC doesn't need to heal, though.
I believe he does.
I leave it to you.
Let's do this together.
In the big heal.
Great job, Judah.
No, not usually. Not if you combo everything right.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, we haven't done one of those in a while. Might as well get some more money for charity.
I think that's 9.
Yes.
How much are we donating for those?
5 per.
It's okay. We're looking good.
Cheers, I'll join in on that.
Moving to this might be a good start.
I encourage chat to do the same. If you can't afford $5 per, then you can easily do something like $1 per or $2 per. It's just a fun way to
I feel stronger.
get involved with the run a little bit.
I've become stronger.
So we're about to hit 80 strength on the MC, which is kind of more or less the break point where you don't need to put your points in the stats anymore because we've got 10 from Mastered Prince because Master Prince gives +10 in all stats. And then we've got 5 on our armor, and we're going to be getting a weapon that gives 5 as well. and 5 + 5 + 10 is 20. I can math.
Dark mode really, really does not like the the shade of yellow that these notes use for that note. So that's why I was like squinting. I'm like, what does that say?
Come on. Great job, Juna. Now they're weak.
We're looking good here.
I'll use what I must.
When your turn.
Just you better be ready.
A halfway decent.
I'm better and stronger.
All right, so that is the first of 3 areas in this dungeon done. The second area is very short comparatively, and then the third area is kind of in between the two.
Yeah, it's still a lot shorter than that one is, but it's more than the second area though.
Unfortunately, there's long, unskippable cutscenes about them believing us.
The Elder can't be trusted.
Give him a...
Win this for us!
I believe in you.
I believe in you.
We stand with
Louise must be kind.
You're our rightful...
A rightful samurai.
And suddenly we are no longer a samurai.
and this cutscene is skippable. Not the one before it, but that one is.
Oh yeah, MP. Let's just sap. Okay, MC does have enough. All right, so for this section, we have 2 paths we can choose. We're going to go to the right side first because that's the area that's just really fast.
It doesn't really matter which side you do first. We just do that side because we can.
Yeah, the big thing is that the right side, it's like an enemy gauntlet area with a ton of different magla crystals. And we are going to be using noodles on that area. And so if you, for whatever reason, are just very low on noodles, you need 2 of them to get through this area without having problems. So we come here first, that way that the rest of the noodles we have are free game to use in the final section.
What now?
I thought about getting spicy and using noodles in the final dungeon because it's a marathon run and it doesn't matter if I die, but you have auto target next on, and that will absolutely destroy me because I am not used to that gameplay.
Right there.
How's that?
So the only thing actually dangerous in this area that could get us into an encounter were those first 3 we killed. Those guys are like level 65 versus the rest of these guys who are like level 40 something.
Yeah, and those 3 don't respawn unlike the rest of them, so...
Thankfully, yeah.
See the end.
So once you kill them, nice double great sword drop.
All right.
That's that's either a 1% or a 5%.
Look.
Nice. We got all of the rare drops.
You also have a weird crossbow on. I don't know what crossbow this is.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it is kind of cool though.
It is.
Never seen this crossbow before.
I see the end. All right.
So we go up to this side first. We hit the one in the middle first, then we hit this one last because this cutscene will put us back into the right in front of the door.
And we need to remember to re-equip Prince before we go through the door, or bad times, or another $5.
Ready?
That's one of those things that I think I've been so paranoid about that I've never actually done.
I've never actually done it either, but like it feels like it's so easy to happen.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being something that just like, oops, guess I'm dead now.
I'm counting on you.
Warrior! Warrior!
Moving to the place after
Follow
you.
my lead.
You might be able to do this without Mania. I don't know. Because that's all you would lose. You would still have Peerless.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Grown more powerful.
Actually, no, Gunner doesn't combo Mania.
Yeah. Yeah! with the Rebel Greatsword. I think it's actually scaled down in these cutscenes, so it doesn't look ridiculous. Because I straight up think the thing would just clip like halfway into the floor otherwise. Alright, here we have a... It wouldn't be an Atlas game if we didn't have a teleporter maze at least once.
I was so happy to finally have a teleporter maze. I got to this section and I was like, yes, this is what this game needed. It needed a teleport maze. I'm unhinged, I realize this, but I'm also the speedrunner of this game, so of course I am.
I was also very happy to see the teleport maze, to be fair, but I also like run almost exclusively SMT. So
What now?
I feel like you kind of have to like have like at least a high tolerance for teleport mazes if you're gonna do that for any.
I mean, it's not like it's Sector or Radis or anything.
Just correctly. The funny part about that is that I actually really like Eridanis. It's like my favorite sector in all of Strange Journey.
You missed the Warlock. Oh, there he is. Well, at least he's there.
His power grows stronger still.
Oh yeah, Yufa mastered Summoner.
Hooray!
I've learned 0 moves in the process because it was how Summoner works.
Yeah, Summoner, you have to get items and go to more to like fuse them into demons to summon, and we obviously don't do that.
Power can be so intoxicating.
There they are.
Looks stronger already.
Okay. And this door maze is actually, it's really nice because there is a pretty good way to logic out which door is the correct one. Usually it's the one that doesn't have a another door directly behind it. You can tell that that's the door you're looking for.
It's nice. I don't want it.
It's nice. I don't want it though. Oh, come on, man.
I see the
No, this is personal now.
Marvelous.
All right. With that, that's all of the noodling we're going to be doing. I personally like to then make up the difference for whatever I've missed on Prince and Samurai. It's not entirely necessary.
I'm still getting stronger.
But I think it's fun, so we're going to be doing that. And Beef's not in the room to judge me right now, so...
Yeah, you picked a good time for this.
Let's do it.
All right, so Mega Ultra Chicken here. We fight the exact same way we fought all the other mini-bosses.
Don't let up now, Juna.
All right. I'm counting on you.
I'll use what I must.
Thank you. Personals, please.
Small optimization you'll see me doing here is instead of just immediately passing with Juna, I'll throw her into the back row as I'm passing. That way I'm just set up to go with Mania Bullet immediately on the next fight.
Look, feels like I'm making progress.
Yeah!
We're becoming an influencer again.
We did it. We cured fantasy racism.
They liked our post on Instagram.
Have my faith.
And more dialogue. And then we're going to have another instance of, oh yeah, randomly in the middle of this unskippable cutscene. Here's just a skippable one, because why not?
That's a relief.
All right, so we have one final boss left for my part of the run. And we mentioned, oh yeah, 2, sorry. One final boss for this dungeon. And it's our boy from the beginning of the run. Everyone's favorite, incredibly enthusiastic Necromancer is back and badder than ever. And
he's going to say the exact same thing to us.
but in a slightly different tone of voice.
He's also on fire.
Now die!
See, last time he said, now die! That time he said, now die! Very different meaning in the dialogue there.
It's the subtle things.
Exactly.
Just a masterpiece in tone.
So we're going to Hero's Cry here. We don't necessarily need to, but this is actually a damage roll for Basilio to one-shot, so
Please, after you.
in the event that he doesn't, which he didn't, only 19,000.
Yeah.
We needed MC to finish it off.
And unfortunately, that means we get the Prince delay as well again.
Damn it!
Language, sir.
Satisfactory. Not bad at all. Yeah, that feels nice.
All right, so here's something really, really mean that this game does. So here we break the last of these statues that are basically was causing everyone to be all angry and upset and stuff. And then, yeah, we're the second most popular person again. Woohoo. Unfortunately, we don't get to be the third strongest mole again. But the game tricks you here into thinking that if we go through that door up there, that we will immediately be fighting Louise. And
Like there's a save point before it and everything. It's everyone's just like, oh, we got to be ready for the final climactic battle. There's a confirmation door. Do you really want to go in here? And then it's
you enter the door and it ends the dungeon without a boss fight. Casually, I got psyched out by this door and used like all of my MP healing items to prepare for this fight, and I was really upset.
I got caught too. I used a lot of MP healing to top off, finish up, and then it was like, oh, it's over. Okay. It's fine because you can buy MP items unlimitedly in the final dungeon, so you'll never run out per se. But
it is still just kind of like, wow,
it's
all right,
mean.
that's mean.
The day
All right,
the hero
so
draws
now
near,
the in-game, they're like, well, Luis is in an area that's so full of Magla energy that if we even try to fly in there, that it will probably just destroy us. So Nuras is updating the ship for a one-way trip into the Tyrant's Star, which is the final dungeon. And until that time, we have to wait until the final day. There's no option to just skip to the end of the game.
All right.
Let's go.
So we do have some unfinished business, though. We do have to... this would not be
What's the plan?
a proper Persona game if there was not a little bit of us facing ourselves. Oh yeah, that is a lot faster. So we're gonna head back to the Dragon Temple, hear a little bit more of Lost Shinjuku, and we're gonna finish up this Trial of the Dragon here so that we can get our lines to the dialogue and become the Dragon Slaying King.
even though we're not going to be
Even though we
fighting a
won't
dragon.
see any of that dialogue.
We won't see the dialogue, and we're also not going to be fighting a dragon here.
I mean, we fought a couple of them already.
Yeah, but this one's supposed to be like the god dragon, you know?
Oh yeah, right.
Like, we're supposed to be fighting the actual dragon god that inhabits this temple, not Ed.
Shenron? Wait.
I mean, sorta. He's got stars.
What do you think? Then
But, yeah, he's gonna take the form of ourself, and it is a really cool fight where, like, it kind of works like, Margaret?
It works similar to to the Margaret fight in.
Yeah, he cycles through like all the archetypes and attacks you with the archetype skills.
Casually, it's like legitimately one of the coolest fights in the game.
The problem is he does not resist Fizz in any way, shape, or form, and we have a man named Basilio who happens to be a samurai. You might be familiar with him from the rest of this run.
Such is a samurai's skill, after all.
Elegy here is going to meet the same fate.
As long as we don't.
That said, Elegy is so strong that we actually need to toss one of those Raccoon items on him to make sure we get the kill.
Be neither timid nor arrogant. I was saving this.
You can kind of see MC's pathetic damage there because this is not a human boss fight.
I love this part.
They're down.
All right, and that's Elegy of the Soul down, and that is my part of the run taken care of.
Alrighty.
Very well done.
So from this point on, we've got about 30 to 35 minutes left. Just as a check-in, we're doing good on estimate. That's pleasing.
I guess I could have waited a little longer to do that, but
Yeah, the day transition would have been better.
Yeah.
So with the LG drops us a really nice sword called the Dragon's Legacy. It's extremely strong.
Okay then.
And it also gives us +5 all stats, which is very nice. I think I am going to change the sprinting back. But this is now a sleep for 16 minutes straight stream, unfortunately. There is actually going to be nothing else we do. But then we go into the last final dungeon for the final 15 minutes.
Days remain.
We do have an anonymous $25 donation. We thank you very much for your generosity.
What now?
Still need some help on these incentives, but we will cross that bridge as it comes.
Also, that guy laughing, we're going to hear that guy laughing for the next 26 days. Sorry, 22 days.
So I take it once these 16 sleeping days are up, that's when we close the Maria photo incentive?
Yes, we need it to be done by then.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So that's maybe 15 minutes from now. If you guys in the chat want to get that incentive met, now would be the time.
10 minutes from now. Because I need time to actually find her and do it.
That's a fair point.
I genuinely don't know where she is.
She's just in the main room.
That's what I figured, but I'll look for her.
So compared to other speedruns you two have done, would you rank this one among your favorites?
I would say it's a really good run. I'm definitely a little burnt on it after grinding so much, because the early game is so much RNG with critting and missing. It feels so impossible to get a run past Martyra that's any good.
Which shall see the crowning of the new king.
But overall, it is a fun run. The pacing is very good. It's a very responsive run. Like the menus are all very responsive compared to a lot of other games that
Yeah, I can see how fast you're doing the menuing here, and it reminds me of how much you rant about Sky's menus.
yeah. Sky's menus are they're not as bad as Persona's.
That's very true.
It's such a high bar.
It's the lowest bar I could think of.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, this is probably like middle upper end of runs that I do. It has a lot of stuff that I do tend to enjoy in a lot of the runs that I do. It reminds me a lot of like, for those who saw mine and Shaggy's SMT5 run last year, a lot of like the Figment / shenanigans we do at the end of the game in that. Like, I find like stuff like that to be really fun, and you get basically the same thing with Fearless Stonecleaver. The downtime in the run is a bit of a buzzkill for me as far as like, ooh, I want to I'm having fun running this game. Oh, and now I'm sleeping for 20 minutes.
It's really only bad in Altaberry and this end section for me.
Right.
I think it's fine otherwise because you are doing a lot of things every single day for
which shall see the crowning
like Grand Trad and Martyra and a good portion of Brillhaven. Brillhaven is fine for the downtime because the sleeping is ridiculously fast.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it does, like Beef mentioned, the early game is a bit of a struggle, especially like the very start of the run can get a little irritating for me at least. I think might be alone in that, but it is a really, really fun run. I would absolutely recommend if anyone has watched this run and it looks interesting or you want to just like mess around with it, definitely give it a shot. It is very enjoyable. If you want to try out the run at all, or if you want to like get in touch with the community at all, the community for this game is just kind of based in the Shin Megami Tensei and Persona speedrunning community. You can find links for that Discord community on speedruns.com. All of the games should have a link to that. And it is, it's a great group of people that we're all very, very happy to help with anything any questions you have as far as learning the run or any setting up stuff like Special K to get the PC version of this game to not be obnoxious to play on and other stuff like that. We have great resources set up for that, and like fairly good sets of notes to help you learning the run.
We harp on it and say the early game is bad, but like if you're not going for like a really highly optimized time, if you're just wanting to have a fun run to do, the early game is fine. It's just when you're going for a top time, losing the 45 seconds on the first tutorial boss because you didn't get a 5-turn and a no-heal is, like, we're not resetting for that yet. It's not that optimized, but it does feel a little bad.
Yeah, or, you know, you're okay with dying to Jaluzo a bunch and that doesn't just automatically kill 20 runs in a row, you know, like stuff like that. But like when you're learning a game, you don't really care about, but then when you're like, oh, I need to get a best time. Oh, I lost to Jaluzo. Guess that this run's over.
Or, oh, I missed Klinger and that's going to cost me 15 seconds. I'll just reset. That is where I'm at with this, is it's like, hey, I missed Klinger. I'm going to reset because even though I can fully recover this and it'll cost me 20 seconds to do so, I don't want to lose that 20 seconds this early into the run. And that's why it's hard for me to get runs out of Prologue and the early game, but that's just the standard I hold myself to. If you're not holding yourself to that standard because you just want to do a run or have fun, or you're not going for that optimized of a time or something, and you can deal with the whole 15 seconds of that, then you'll have runs no problem. It's also not that technically difficult of a run. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, but if you just want to pick up the front end and learn the run, that's not too hard to do. The hardest thing is really just Draco Ad.
Yeah, dungeon navigation can definitely be a bit of a issue for like certain areas. However, there are maps that Beef made that do give directions through the areas and some of the items. They might be for a slightly older version of the route for the version that still got Eloquence, but they're still very usable. There's just a few items that you wouldn't pick up as you're doing that.
I don't think there's any major changes.
It's mostly the gauntlets at the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then I think it still goes for the Matter Break Hammer in Korean Gante. But other than that, like, they're still incredibly... What? Oh, Hulkenberg's room, that's why. But they're still incredible. They're, you know, the maps are very usable. It helps a lot. And just like practicing dungeon movement a lot. And, you know, the biggest dungeon in the game is also, in my opinion, the most satisfying to actually get correct. So practicing stuff like
the noodles,
like noodling in La Shinjuku, I do find to be quite fun. Though also it's just because I love listening to La Shinjuku.
What am I supposed to do?
Sleep.
Yeah.
You're supposed to sleep, MC.
Yeah. But like Beef said, like the notes are written in such a way that as long as you practice your movement through areas, that all of the fights, all of the menuing and stuff is written out very well to just like be able to pick up the notes and just play.
They are not Beef quality notes this time around.
Draws near, which shall see the crowning of a new king. 12 days remain.
Side note, I do love that once you like officially become the prince, the cutscene of the mirror showing the prince does cut to the hero cut to the MC and Gallica sleeping, and I just think like Gallica just like curled up to a ball next to him is just really adorable.
Shoutouts to that Gallica fan earlier.
Yeah, shoutouts to the Gallica fan, because I agree, Gallica is fantastic.
She's the right amount of sass and the right amount of like not irritating about it.
Yeah, like she can be a know-it-all, but in an endearing way, and not in a like, oh my goodness, please shut up way. Like
or not a Morgana way.
Yes, exactly. Not like I was gonna say, unlike a couple of other Atlas protagonist characters over the last several years.
She's got more sass than Goto though, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I love Goto. That one was a lot louder because of the ducking.
Nine more days.
What should I...
Each day here takes anywhere from 30 seconds to 45 seconds, depending on if there's an early morning meeting or not. Those, unfortunately, for the most part, are not in our control, though you do get more of them the longer you take to do a dungeon.
Yeah, there's morning meetings, and then also on, I believe on specific days, Gallica and PPJ here will have like a little bit of a conversation once we start the afternoon section. Those ones are honestly a little bit more annoying to me, like right there. Because at least the early morning, you can see, oh, early morning, I need to make sure that I'm, holding my turbo buttons so that I can skip through that. Whereas with the afternoon ones, you are expecting to start moving towards the door and suddenly you're just having a conversation.
I generally just hold turbo the whole 16 minutes. It's awful, but I do it.
Yeah, I mean, I do as well anyway, but it is just one of those things. It's yeah, this would be nice if you're expecting to do one thing and suddenly you're not.
See the crowning of a new king. 9 days remain.
9 days remain.
That means...
Beg pardon? Beg pardon isn't quite as funny as Smash It All to Bits.
Unfortunately.
Do I have a minute?
Yeah,
absolutely. Of course.
We have a $10 donation from Dragonista, and we have $100 from Heavy Metal Mage, who says, always so happy that RPG Limit Break supports NAMI, as mental health research and services are so important. Lots of love to the SMT speedrunning community.
Where are we at on the photos? It's pretty much about time to close that.
I think we're still about 250 out.
All right, no photos for Maria then. We'll close that, I guess, on the 23rd.
Darn.
Or any last-minute snipes.
No fuzzy pickles for us.
No fuzzy pickles.
What should I...
Really
The
really
day
good on
of the
time.
hero draws near, which shall
Yeah.
see the crowning of a new king. 7 days
Even despite
remain.
how much shenanigans was happening, we're looking very good on time.
It's not a marathon run without shenanigans.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There were definitely a little more than I would have liked in my segment, but it is what it is. We're going to be under, and that's going to be good. We're going to get the blindfolded first try, I promise.
Yeah.
I totally practiced it. Totally.
Trust him on
What
this
should
one.
I...
It'll be fine.
You can do the thing.
The day
I
of the
can do the
hero
thing.
draws near, which
There's
shall
only
see the
one part of it
crowning
that
a new
sometimes
king.
trips me up, and
6
I've
days
been
remain.
thinking about such part nonstop, so I won't trip me up. So it's going to trip me up inevitably.
Yeah.
Beg pardon?
Beg pardon? Beg pardon?
I'm not gonna try to go as fast as I possibly can with it, though. I think that would be foolish. But I'm not actually gonna go slow either. But I'm definitely not gonna try to do it like I can see.
The Goldilocks menuing.
The
gonna
day
do
of
it
the hero
just
draws
right.
near, which shall see the crowning of a new king. 5 days remain.
Did we get any snipes?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Oh well.
Beg pardon?
Did we do it anyways?
I'll leave that to your discretion.
Yeah, up to you.
I don't know. It kind of defeats the point of an incentive if we just do it anyways.
She'll just be sad.
The day of the hero draws near.
We'll give it to
which
her
shall
in the
see
epilogue.
crowning of a new king. 4 days remain.
I can talk like Greg Chun too when I have a fever.
Beg pardon?
Almost there.
Stay on target.
What should I...
You know, something
The
I
day of
appreciate
the
about
hero
Gallica, she
draws
doesn't
near,
judge us for
which
just
shall
sleeping all
see the
day.
crowning of a new
We've got to
king.
get ready for the final
3
battle.
days
But
remain.
what if I just napped for a month?
Oh, okay.
Napping is getting ready.
Beg pardon?
We're doing some serious preparation.
We're taking off after the P3MC. Because we totally didn't look like him for the first 3/4 of the run.
I mean, to be fair, the P3MC spends most of his time gaming, but
What should I...
gotta get those stats.
I don't know. He sleeps for 3 months
The
after
day
the
of the
fall.
hero draws near,
Oh, yeah.
which shall see the crowning of a new king.
I mean, I think that's a
2
bit more
days
extreme
remain.
than just sleeping what happens to him.
just a
Listen,
bit.
we were a phantom mirage of a person too. We didn't. I mean, we did get to sleep a lot, but.
Beg pardon. If y'all are wondering about the you have reportable quest things, it's the quests that we accepted to get access to the towers. There's zero reason for us to turn those in. So
It's also more.
Oh yeah, there's also a more thing as well. Yeah, we kind of just like neglected more entirely after he gave us the ability to get
Do his
archetypes
job without him.
Yeah. It's like, wow.
Casually, you go back in there for 1, the link, and 2 for persona masks and summoners.
The day of the hero
Yeah.
draws near.
All right, here we go. Final dungeon.
Woohoo! One day remains.
So the way the final boss works is the final phase of it has varied stats depending on how many mid-bosses you kill before it. Its weakest form being pretty weak if you kill all of them. However, if you kill just one of them, that is enough to halve the boss's HP and reduce all of his stats by 5. And you get no difference between 1 and all of them but the last. So killing 2, no difference. 3, no difference. 4, no difference. So we'll just kill 1. Because having his HP is a pretty good idea. He's a very bulky boy.
Yeah, even with his HP halved, we're gonna just barely kill his final phase on our one turn that we get.
Let's do
And
it.
again, if he gets a single turn, we
die.
We die 4 or 5 times over from a single hit.
Yeah, so his stats are still exorbitantly high. Also, I believe for each of the human refights you kill, he does lose a press turn in his final phase.
He loses a press turn, and he loses actual abilities that are ridiculously strong.
Yeah, so not only would he also just, be able to do like quadruple our HP in one hit, he'd also have like 12 turns with which to do quadruple our HP. So yeah, just not happening. So we will kill the one human. Coincidentally, we're going to be refighting Margot just because that's the one that's the most on the way. It doesn't matter, we kill all of them the exact same way regardless, but Margot's kind of the one that's just the closest. Each of the fights are just refights of the human bosses we fought throughout the game, which means you could fight Gorlio 3 times over the course of a playthrough.
All the bosses have the same stats and HP, so again, it doesn't matter which one you fight, we would have to handle them the same. We do not have the resources to fight a bunch of different ones. We literally only have the resource for one, but it's planned that way.
Yeah, and like some of them would be really annoying, like Avades would probably not be as quick to fight as some of the other ones, for example.
No problem.
Spooky. Yeah, that was like, huh.
Ready?
Yeah, so here's where we're going to be refighting Margot. You also do get some pieces of equipment for beating each of these refights. We don't care about any of them. We have everything we need.
We have Velvet Greatsword. We used to do the one for the gunner when we thought damage mattered, but damage does not matter because Basilio is all we need.
This will make sure it stays dead. Now for a crash maneuver. Great job, Juna. Now they're weak to something new.
Here I go.
Reminder after Margot to swap to aim support.
I actually have that.
Moving back. Come on. Yeah, hit their weakness. Don't let up now, Juna.
Follow my lead.
Right in their weak spot.
I'm all prepared.
Beat them down.
Anytime now, Gabe.
A halfway decent. Ah! I didn't know I had it in me.
So that was the last fight we needed charge for, so now we can swap Basilio to aim support, so he hopefully doesn't miss the final boss, which he's going to anyways.
Yeah, theoretically it will make it more accurate.
All right.
All clear.
So we have a little bit of a walk before the final bosses, so if you've had anything for us, now is a great time to get in any last words.
We do have a $25 anonymous donation, so we thank
my
you
God.
very much.
Killing him.
What now?
So that was a super, super rare mob that can drop an insanely overpowered accessory and a ton of EXP. I've never actually seen one of those on the way out of here. And
He said the thing!
I've said it multiple times.
Yeah, that's
so
like the highest level
to
enemy
kill
in the game, and it spawns rarely, but it popped up there. So this is Archdemon Louise. He's attained the power of his own archetype.
Take him down.
Coincidentally, the dude named Louise happens to look like the devil. I don't know what's up with that, but definitely made by the developers of Shin Megami Tensei.
Definitely not Lucifer.
That's our diva.
Nice redundant crit. Love that.
Oh, did that crit? I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah, it literally did not matter at all. I was just like, ooh, that's cool.
They're named after F1 drivers, if memory serves, but of course they had to give him
their last
the name
names
Lewis.
are like Guillabarn is a Formula One driver. Yeah, I believe the last names are all Formula One, and the first names are whatever they were in Japanese.
All right, so now we get banished to the Shadow Realm, essentially. Luis kills us. Bad things. We're going to have to fight for more for our soul, or we can just give into a bad ending and accept that reality is actually the real world we live in and not the world metaphor is set in. But we're going to stall out on this fight just a moment because the song is one of the best in the entire game.
Yeah, Traversing the Wastes is my absolute favorite song in the game. You heard it a little bit at the very beginning, but this is the only time it plays during a fight.
And it's so good for this fight. Like, when you get here and you do all this casually, it's just, oh, this part is so good.
You can't. Reality.
Because you're just so confused about what's going on.
Forgive me, my son, but I cannot stand by and let you return to a world so devoid of mercy. I will save you, even if I must do all in my power to stop you.
Come forth, royal soul! I will by this power, the magic seeds!
Still you insist on putting your faith in fantasy then? Such is the folly of youth. The ideals born of innocence are a poison, nothing more. They eat at your life. They crush your heart. This is the wisdom we adults have a responsibility to pass down.
Behold. Prince! This is it!
Why? Why would you squander your life for nothing? You have no reason to refute me. You must face reality.
Prince! Still up?
Why? How can you cling to your convictions so strongly? Why?
Let's go.
What?
So something to note about that fight that's actually interesting is that you actually do have to hit him 4 times in order to win the fight. You can do his max HP before then, but he will stay at 1 HP until he gets all of his dialogue in. All right, moment of truth.
Final boss, and then final boss phase 2, which will be blindfolded.
Yeah, phase 1 is a little bit more reactive, so we can't really do that blindfolded because
It's way too more involved. There's a lot going on in this phase.
Yeah, you very much have to respond to what he does on the 1 turn that he gets. So we can't really do that blindfolded, but phase 2, as soon as that starts, we will do the blindfolded.
Personal, come on, follow me.
Let my power
Good
support you.
job, Juna. Now they're weak to something new.
Follow my lead.
Right in their weak spot.
It's
Beat
okay.
him down.
We can
I did that wrong.
We will win this.
I leave it to you.
For the sake of our world. Can't let it go unused.
Oh. Hello.
Warrior!
Moving to the. No one here fights alone.
Yeah, Ire. There we go.
Yeah, Ire's the fizzers this one.
Now they're weak to something new.
I love this.
Right in their weak spot. Let's beat him down, Basilio. Get him.
Joy, Amber.
That helped.
That helps us out.
Come on, follow me.
You can do this. Let's We'll do this together.
Give it all you've got.
Didn't get the damage roll. Oh well, not a big deal.
Ouch.
All right, what is he doing? Do Dakunda. Give me the Dakunda. Give me the Dakunda that does nothing.
No, Heat Riser.
Heat Riser. So Heat Riser's fine. It's not a big deal. It just means we might miss because we're not going to do accuracy down here.
I mean, you do have the extra evil eye.
Is he?
I don't have the turn economy to use it.
Swallow those people? Wait, they're
Yeah, you do.
puppets?
Unless it's different now.
It might be.
Nice shoot to the heart. I never can go with this.
Oh, yours world and its ideal. Take it.
Thanks.
Quite a boon. Thanks. I leave it to you.
No one here fights alone. Good job, Juna. Now they're weak to something new.
Follow my lead.
The puppet's
right.
backless mating.
All right, time for phase 2.
Okay, here we go.
My perfect world.
That's awkward with the headset, but oh well, it'll do. All right.
You will be as
This is our last chance. We've come this far. We have to end this here
I
and
leave it to
now.
you.
the world of all.
This should be good.
Quite a boon. Thanks.
You can take a world and its ideals. Let's go. No need for you.
Now accept your fate.
I'll give you moving to the. Let's do this together.
You can do this.
Good job, Juna. Now they're weak to something new.
Just give me some about bloody time.
Right in their weak spot. Beat him down, Basilio.
Here.
That helped.
My friends, thanks. Be neither timid nor best you.
Thanks.
I owe you one.
No one here fights alone.
I love this fast. Let's set it up.
Get after it, Nov.
Hey!
Got him. That wasn't too slow. The start was slow because I couldn't hear Heismay's first turn line. Save the country. We did it.
We did it, Patrick. We saved the country.
Not time yet. Time will be when the final dialogue happens after the two cutscenes after we enter the Grand Cathedral.
New king's coronation arrives.
Well, we'll let you know.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, normally this run times to the end of credits to New Game Plus save, but for the sake of a marathon, we don't want y'all to have to sit through 11 minutes of credits. So we're gonna call it early.
1 year has passed.
What do we got?
since the
609?
arrival of the
That's
new
not bad.
king.
Yeah. Better than my PB. To be fair, though, my PB is really bad. When I was grinding PB for this game, it was to like get exactly under the estimate we were submitting this game for, and then I had to like go out of town and do a bunch of other stuff. And then by the time I got back to it, it's like, well, I guess I have to derust. Oh, and also Beef rerouted a bunch of stuff, so I guess I have to learn all of that.
Oh, come on. Your section didn't even get impacted. The Et fight changed for you. Everything else changed for me.
Beef cooked?
Beef
No.
did, in fact, cook.
Listen. I haven't cooked this game for 3 weeks. I did good.
It has been 3 weeks since he last cooked. But yeah, James and I were very seriously considering running to like Target and buying an apron for Beef and making him wear it for this run. Also, I'd like to shout out the post-time skip outfits, which are absolutely amazing, and I am really sad about the fact that you can't ever use them, not even in New Game Plus.
All right, we are coming up on time very soon here. I will let you know, but be ready. And time. Oh, and that is Metaphor ReFantazio.
Feels familiar. It's been far too long.
622, nice.
Feels an echo of days past.
Not bad, not bad.
Unusually poetic for you.
But yeah, we said most of our piece during the downtime, but
Yeah,
I guess
huge shout outs to Mulski and both Nevowitz who have really helped this game. Left Bishop did a lot of work as well with some of the early game strats. He's been
The kids might want to change the scenery, like.
a main motivation for me to help drive the time down, and why I wanted to do Eloquence list, because I knew there was more time with that route, and we did get it. And I'm hoping he picks it up and destroys my current PB.
We do have a $1 donation from Return of NCH. GG's, Frito and Beef. Mothman would be proud.
How many did we have at the finale?
that was
9?
9 by
9?
the end. So that's,
You,
that's $45 for charity that we'll be dropping.
Are we counting, like, just exiting out of the game? Or
Both
resetting
exiting
fights?
out of the game and if we had to reset a fight.
Because I think you reset on Final Boss 1. So that,
Oh, right.
that would
so
make
that's
it 10.
Yeah, so that's 10.
Right.
So
yes.
$50.
Okay, $50.
Yeah, $50 for each of us.
Thank you for keeping us honest.
No problem.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll do that once we cut. I'll send $50 y'all's way. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Thanks to Limit Break for having us. It's been so much fun to be able to showcase this run. It's been fun running this game. Thanks to Beef for agreeing to submit this game with me and dealing with all of my ranting at about his notes and everything.
I did. Honestly, the notes were really good from the get-go, but there were minor changes.
I share your pain, Freedom.
Yeah.
But I'd like to shout out the SMT and Persona speedrunning community. Great group of people. Y'all are awesome. And if you have any interest in learning this run or any other Shin Megami Tensei Persona game, definitely would recommend checking it out. Very supportive people. We've been doing a really good job the last year or so of making sure we have a website, mega10speedruns.com, I believe, where we have resources for all of the notes for every single game, along with various different maps, other resources, world record histories, videos, tutorials, etc., just to try to make speedrunning Mega 10 and Metaphor just as accessible as possible, because these are incredibly fun runs that are known for being, soul-crushingly difficult, but they're very rewarding runs as well. So definitely shout-outs to the community, and would love to see some of y'all stop by and learn some runs and hang out.
All right, my 50's in.
Awesome. And,
I hope Kumo gets to do that Super Boss.
Yeah, I'm going to throw my 50 towards that as well. But yeah, I believe that's everything I have. You had anything last?
No, I think you said it all for me. Thanks for having us, RPG Limit Break. Always a fun time to be here, and hopefully we'll be back in years to come.
Thank you and congratulations to ChampionBeef and Freedom Pulse for their wonderful run of Metaphor ReFantazio. We've got plenty more on the schedule for the rest of this marathon, but first, we do have a brief word from our merch sponsor, Tantrum. Tantrum Merch is excited to partner with RPG Limit Break for the first time to launch an exclusive merch collection supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. This lineup includes 7 unique shirt designs, a cozy blanket, a sleek journal, an enamel pin, and more. Plus, for the first time, our very own real-life Mimi plush with an opening lid to store your treasures. Once Tantrum has sold 165 Mimi plushes, half of the proceeds from all of those purchases will be donated directly to NAMI, and you can see the progress to this goal at the top of the screen here. And if you purchase a Mimi during the event and include your Twitch handle in your order, our content team will give you a shout-out live on stream. From bold graphics to heartfelt designs, $5 from every sale, excluding the Mimi plush, goes directly to charity. Explore the full collection now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break and help make a difference. And with that, that is going to bring an end to my time as your host here. Thank you very much to RPG Limit Break for having me. I'm really excited for the next run on our schedule, East 10 Nordics. That one's brought to you by Ghost Kumo, and on the couch we'll have Bramhall V, James Picard 007, and some Toddleheim guy. I have no idea who that is. He sounds like a loser. Anyway, Draco Dan is going to be taking care of you after this word from your local station.
Alright, good evening everyone. Welcome back to RPG Limit Break. I am Dracodan and I'm going to be joining you for this next run of East 10 Nordics by Ghost Kuma when we're ready. But before we get into that, I believe we have an interview that we're going to be kicking over to. So please give it up for Vanivan and Palmer.
Alrighty folks. Hello everyone. I'm Von Yvonne, and I'm here with my boy Palmer, who is going to be running Anachronox any percent after this East 10 Nordics run coming up. Palmer, man, how you doing?
I'm doing excellent.
Good.
I'm doing excellent.
Good.
The Denver locale has been incredible. I've been enjoying it. Yeah, just happy to be at Limit Break as always. Anybody who's on the fence about coming, it's always a blast.
Yeah.
Always a blast.
You know, I feel like it's not a coincidence that they scheduled a chat between you and me this late at night.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be just some real chill vibes here, so I hope you appreciate it. But one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure I talk to you is not because, you know, we've known each other for so long and we're such good friends, but also because, like, you're a fascinating dude. And, like, there's so much stuff that we can talk about that I'm not sure that a lot of people know about. First thing I want to start about, let's keep it involved with the community. You seem to have a propensity for loving and speedrunning some really, really obscure and bizarre RPGs. It's kind of like your jam. The one that really stands out to me among those is Beyond the Beyond. Can you try to tell the folks why you like that video game?
Well, bizarre and obscure are definitely adjectives that have been used to describe some of those games. Beyond the Beyond is, it's a special treat. It's like a good kind of hurt kind of special treat. A lot of casual players have actually never even completed it because it's so difficult. And the English version is actually more difficult, which is, you know, unfortunate.
Right.
And so the game is, the difficulty factor is awesome. I think the fact that it is so unfair, like about halfway through the game, you can take random encounters that just can cast AoE death. So just at any point from like pretty much 2 hours to the 5.5 hour mark, you can just lose.
Just wipe to a random encounter.
And something about that just scratches an itch for me where it's like, what are you gonna do?
Just dancing on the razor's edge.
That's it.
Yeah.
And a lot of a couple controllers aren't here with us today.
The Kiwami.
Yeah, and they didn't make it through some of those unfortunate lows.
Yeah,
I'll call them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they Beyond the Beyond, special game. If you're at home and you haven't played it yet, you should probably not.
Yeah.
You should probably not do that.
Listen to him. He's right. Another one you're working on right now is an Indo, Way the Ninja.
Yeah.
Tell us how you got into that, what that's all about.
Well, that one's actually got a very dramatic back history, which if on YouTube, check it out, an Indo dramatic history of speedrunning. It's so robust in the drama and the nitpicking and stuff like that went on that eventually I was like, enough of this back and forth. I rerouted the game and I beat everybody, and I was like, no, it doesn't matter. So that was it. But jokes aside, it's an actual incredible game, Koei game. I don't actually run any Super Nintendo games, so I was kind of looking for something that fit that kind of lesser known bill, but still on that system.
Yeah.
And that kind of qualified.
That one fits you perfectly.
Yeah, and it's a ton of
quintessential
fun.
Palmer game.
It's a ton of fun, and it's recently I ran it in a marathon and stuff like that. So it's previously it was like almost impossible to finish a run, and now it's like now it's marathon viable and
nice.
Showcase it and stuff like that. So pretty proud of it because it was in such a dire spot. But that one's actually a fun, obscure game. So if you guys are at home, I do recommend that one.
Yeah. Now, speaking of fun, obscure things that you've done in your life outside of speedrunning, you are known, especially a lot of folks in your community, when it comes to what you did as your profession. And I want to talk about the work that you did for one Chuck E. Cheese.
Yes.
You had a very, very interesting job and role that you did there. Tell the folks about what it is that you did for Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, so for a period, it was about 4 years, I want to say. I was kind of like a traveling technician, you could call it, and I would travel and fix animatronics and arcade machines and stuff like that. And sometimes, that job would lead to a whole lot of things. I wasn't really meant to be like customer facing, and a lot of the times that I ended up customer facing, they didn't go super well. You know what I'm saying? So that's their fault for putting me in a position that I wasn't contracted for. But yeah, believe it or not, I tell people that Chuck E. Cheese changed my life because it taught me, I can fix my HVAC now and my plumbing and my electrical. The animatronics I keep in my basement, you know what I mean? Like all that kind of... No,
really?
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Okay.
That's a joke. In all seriousness, if they want to get rid of something because they're so serious about branding, you actually have to destroy it. So I used to post videos on Twitter of me like
you just absolutely like
sledgehammering
Office
games.
Space and stuff. Yeah.
It was a good time.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyways, I haven't been since I left.
Yeah.
So, because it's Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
And it was kind of cool being the king of like the children's casino for a while, but it definitely led to a couple of more, we'll call it instances of getting into trouble than most workplaces.
Yeah.
And since then, I've definitely moved up, but it still will always hold a special place in my heart.
Oh, naturally.
You can't take the kid out of the rat. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Exactly. Now, if people want to watch you on Twitch, they go to twitch.tv/Palmer.
Yes, sir.
However, there's another Twitch channel that you run, and that's twitch.tv/livekittytv.
That is.
Tell the folks about what that channel is and the evolution of how that came to be.
Yeah. So twitch.tv/livekittytv, as my good friend here mentioned, it runs 24/7 usually. Now, my wife is in charge of it while I'm out of town, so I don't want to put her on the spot. You know what I mean? So, but it is, we 24/7. We have like this in our garage. We've basically repurposed it into like a stray cat sanctuary, for lack of a better term. And we have possums, raccoons, skunks, cats, and they all kind of come live in harmony and eat. Right now, we actually have baby possums running around. They've been a hoot.
Oh, wow.
They're like this big, and they climb on stuff and eat cat food and have a great time. But over the years, we've TNR'd. That was kind of why the project got started, was we had a lot of cats in our neighborhood, so we wanted to kind of help fix that problem.
Of course.
So we found like a charity that was willing to work with us, and then my wife was like, oh, I want to see what the cats are doing. I set up a camera in there, and then I posted it in Discord initially so that she could just pop in and look at it at any given time and see the cats. And then one morning I woke up and there was like 30 people in this Discord.
Just chilling in your
They were
PC.
like, we're here to watch the cats. And I was like, oh, goodness. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to move this to Twitch. So it can be, you know what I mean? So just deal with it elsewhere.
Yeah.
And, it's been a really awesome time. Now, I've had to clean my garage way more times than most people. But
I would imagine.
But it's been very rewarding. We've fixed and re-released like 20-plus cats. We rehomed like kittens that were born like 20 or 30. So it's been over the course of 4 years, it's been like very rewarding and a lot of fun.
That's really awesome work that you do for your community.
Oh, and our neighbors don't appreciate it now, but they will. They will.
Give it time.
They will.
Now, over the course of you having this sanctuary in your garage, and like you said, a lot of animals came in. You got lots of different types, but you've got one that you can call your own.
Yes.
Tell the folks about Lily.
Yeah, so Lily, it actually kind of was spurred from Live Kitty TV as we started to watch these animals come and go from our garage and see their personalities and things, which was really cool because, when people are in there, they're going to act a different way. But when they don't know that you're watching, you see them play, or you see them, cats and raccoons interact with each other. And it's like, what? They get along, they all eat. Excuse me. And with skunks, the skunks were fascinating to me just to see, like, because, I grew up being like, a skunk is basically a shark. You see it, you take off. You know what I mean? Like, they're equivalent dangers. And, but kind of seeing that and being like, oh, this is kind of like that, the forbidden cat, maybe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But seeing them dance around and stomp and play with each other in the garage, I was like, yo, I actually kind of love these. And so I looked into what it takes to get one. And once I want to do something, like, you get out of the way, right?
I know that about
it. It doesn't matter. It's going to happen. So it took about 8 months, but I got like legally licensed in multiple states because where I was getting the skunk and where I lived were 2 different states.
Right.
So I had to get licensed in 2 different states. It cost a couple $100. Took about 8 months. The game warden had to come like inspect my house and stuff.
Yeah.
It was a whole ordeal. But eventually did get the licenses. Now I have a pet skunk. I have for a while. She's about 4, which is actually older than she would be technically clocked to live in the wild.
Interesting.
So that was a kind of a cool day for us.
Now, Lily the skunk has an Instagram account?
TikTok.
Yeah. How many followers?
860,000.
For a skunk?
Yeah, something like that.
A skunk?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, that is...
It's embarrassing to admit that the skunk in our house is easily the best content creator. So that was a hard pill for me to swallow.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's awesome. And she's like her and my wife. It's like that's like her thing now, you know what I mean? So like I'm a food slave, They're like, hey, wake up, it's time to feed me.
Yep.
I'm like, okay, it's like cool. I'm going to go hang out with my mom. That's where I like hang out and chill and relax. And we love on each other. And then when we need something, we're going to let you know. And like, all right, that's kind of, I got the cats, she got the skunk.
Nice. Bringing it back to RPG Limit Break, I don't think a lot of people know this, but you are our official console modder. You do a lot of the consoles that we have here, especially for the retro ones, to be able to have them display nicely on the stream setup. How did you get into doing that?
Yeah, so that was, I just go through these like periods of time where I get really interested and fascinated with like a topic, and then I like do a bunch of self-learning.
Sure.
So I got on, you know, I wanted to mod my own Super Nintendo. So I looked into kind of what that required. Because I had the Chuck E. Cheese background, I knew how to solder and stuff like that. I had the equipment.
Oh, so your experience at Chuck E. Cheese kind of came before.
Oh yeah, and that's why I tell people Chuck E. Cheese is such a big deal, because like now, I'm doing the work I do now, and Chuck E. Cheese was kind of ingrained in that. Yeah. And then the soldering, my hobbies, it's like Chuck E. Cheese finds its fingers into everything. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
So, but yeah, I eventually kind of taught myself how to. The console's very different than the animatronics or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, I don't doubt it.
But plenty of shout out to people like Voltar and other community members who are very close to Mike, the Retro Tink. Yeah. They are incredible people. They put out resources, very helpful tutorials and stuff like that. So it's something you can. If you got the will and you're willing to burn your hands and break a couple of things, and I've never been afraid to break a couple.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
So, but yeah, it's been an adventure. I want to say in my hotel room last year, I did the N64, and it looked like it got run on this year or something. So that was
it was Ape Chronicles.
Shoot, thank goodness.
Yeah, and it worked from what I could tell.
So we knew it would.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about your run that you got coming up in a couple of hours. Anachronox Any Percent. This game is definitely a very interesting one just on its own, but the way that you're going to be running this game is going to absolutely bend the mind. Start there. Talk about what it is that you're going to be doing, like speedrun strat-wise, that is going to make this an absolutely wild watch.
Yeah, so it's very important you understand that the first thing we're going to do is not play the game at all.
Right,
At all. So right off, I'm not going to lie to you, the run is so mixed up and this is at the beginning and it's supposed to be at the end, and then, that I actually probably couldn't tell you like casually how you're supposed to progress through the game. Like I'm so far gone from that.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it is what it sounds like. We get out of bounds, we warp places, we skip every cutscene, we one-shot every boss, we skip all the fights in the game, and we beat a game that's supposed to be like 80 casual hours in an hour and a half. So
nice.
It is messed up. And there are a lot of things that I can do to potentially like really mess it up and have to kind of bring it back. But thankfully, the real genius behind it, Alpaca, is somebody I'll talk about a lot in my run. He's the person who routed and came up with everything.
Nice.
He has an encyclopedia on the speedrun page of like everything that's ever been found. Yeah. And just a real awesome person. And
cool.
And it's thanks to him, I have so many backup strats, and no matter what goes wrong, we can handle it now, which is something that the game has never really had before. So very excited to be in that position here, and shout outs to him and all the work he's done. I told him it's going to be a limit break, and he's like, cool. Let me come up with some more stuff. And I was like, no, no more things to learn, my friend.
Yeah.
But it's a great guy.
You got a few incentives for this run.
I do.
Talk about those.
Yeah, so the incentives, I believe you can see them right here on the screen, actually. Anachronox hidden NPC, that's going to be one of them. So they're the devs who I've actually spoken to, very, very nice people. They might even be in the chat during the run. They're actually people who, from Ion Storm, that originally made Doom. And then they left and made Ion Storm, and they made Daikatana and this game, and obviously it didn't do as well. But long story short, the devs are great people, and they put an NPC in the game from when it was originally being made. They left him there. You can only access it by cheating and warping up there. And when you get there, he has a lot to say about like, oh, you got here, huh? Turns out you can only get here by cheating, so you're a cheater. And then you can ask him a bunch of stuff, and he'll tell you a little bit about the game's history and things.
Really?
So it's an Easter egg, the devs. And the game was made a lot like that. The devs, you could tell it's a game the devs put just a ton of funny and hilarious and silliness into. And there's a handful of those kinds of things in the game. And that's one of them. The other one is a famous cutscene. If you've played the game casually, you remember it. It's the one scene everyone remembers, where the crew gets basically, for about 5 minutes, lost in space. And they spend a handful of days with each other. And then by the time, that has ended, they basically can't stand each other anymore. So there's a lot of funny dialogue, and it's all voice acted, and you know, the art is very 1999, 2000 kind of vibes. So,
nice.
Definitely both great incentives. If the kind donators at home are willing to get those met, you will definitely not regret it.
Our host for this next run will be sure to tell you all about that. I'm going to get you out of here on this. Green Bay Packers, how many games do they win next year, and will it be enough to take the North?
Oh, to take the North is really tough right now.
Yeah, it is.
So sorry. And I think 11 wins, and I think they don't take the North.
Jordan Love is the ex-best quarterback in the NFC North.
Oh, second.
Second. Okay. Very good.
Second, yeah.
Good. All right. Well, definitely hoping for some good success for your Packers.
Me too.
And some good success on your run here. Palmer, always a pleasure, man.
Always a pleasure, man. Much love. Love this guy.
Absolutely.
Big fan.
Jack Erdan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Vanny and Palmer.
Sorry, did I run a little long-winded on that? My fault.
Okay, as we're just getting ready for this Yeast 10 Nordics run, just like to remind you of the incentives we have coming up for this run. We have an incentive to fight the Super Boss, which is about halfway there. We need $750. We are $314 in. We also have an incentive for the Escape the Whale cutscene, which you only need $200 for that, but we still need to start making headway to that. And I've been told we have about 50 minutes to get that done once the run is started, so please get those in sooner rather than later. We do have a couple of donations to catch up with. Coming from the previous run, we had $50 from Furrit Skin saying, joining in on the metaphor pool, $50 for the 10 resets. Thank you very much. We have $50 from Freedom Pulse saying, hey GK, best of luck on the run. As promised, here's my $50 from the resets and deaths in the metaphor run, going towards the Super Boss incentive.